Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Connected in Code by Michele, narrated by Gillian Macy and Jeremy York. Prologue. Hayden. The panic and fear they showed in the movies was all a farce. On screen, the actors' eyes always tended to not have that one little punch that sold the scene for me. That twinkle that said everything in their world was about to explode was vacant from their expression. It was a hidden depth that could only be seen in someone who was experiencing the emotions as they unfolded around them, tearing at their gut and gripping them so hard they felt like crumbling under the scrutiny. It was that all-consuming panic, the kind that froze time. Currently, this was me. My world decided to collapse, sending me in a freefall, the kind where I knew I wouldn't ever be able to catch myself in time. Either way, I was going to die. The options all left me with the same outcome. It was my choice if it was messy or clean. Fuck clean. Their blood would be on my hands before my last breath left my body. That was a vow. 1. Hayden. The cafe was bustling with early morning traffic, all the locals coming in and out for their coffee of choice, then rushing off to whatever day job they wasted their lives at. Only if they had smiles on their faces would I think differently. Most wore scowls, had the patience of a gnat, and their sour expressions only got worse when their coffee wasn't just perfect. Earlier, one patron dumped a full cup onto the counter, spilling the liquid concoction everywhere. Without a single second of hesitation, the asshole left, leaving the employees to deal with their temper tantrum. The workers got backed up because of cleaning up the mess, but recovered quickly. I liked my coffee too, but come on, people. This was no reason to be a dick. I had found in my time in this world, people thrived on being assholes, focusing on what was wrong instead of what they had going right. Life had taught me the hard way early on that the little things mattered, and it could always be worse. People came and went quickly, the workers behind the counter going at breakneck speed, trying to feed the beast. Caffeine was the elixir of the gods, and these patrons needed their fix. It was far worse than meth or cocaine, except this one was legal. These days, no one thought about the shit they were putting in their bodies. Think about how much that simple drink was needed to start the day just right. Yet no one seemed to catch on to how truly tight the hold coffee had on their minds and bodies. Everyone was in a hurry to get nowhere and everywhere at the same time. The vicious cycle of life that rolled and rolled, never stopping, never taking a breather. The space, while not overly large, wasn't cramped, but the lines of twitching, anxious customers remained steady. No one spared me a second glance, far too preoccupied to take notice of the change that was about to occur, the one I had meticulously planned. Staring at the computer screen, letters, numbers, and symbols filled it, rolling at an incredible speed. The cafe had shit security, and hacking into their system was so easy a child with no computer skills could do it. With my mastery of networking, this was a walk in the park. Making it secure and untraceable was too damn easy, and in my line of work, it was a necessity. My guess, this place didn't expect someone like me to come in and invade them, cracking into everything that ran on computers. People always underestimated others and their abilities. That was when bad things happened. Doubt everyone. Trust nothing beyond what you could do for yourself. The tinkling bell over the door rang again, and in walked my target. An average man appearing to blend in with the crowd, in dress slacks and a white button-down shirt. He didn't stick out. Instead, he blended in with all the morning commuters. A wolf in sheep's clothing must always be watched. Never judge a book by its cover was the old saying. Mine was, never judge a person based on their smile. In my experience, the ones you thought you could trust were, in actuality, the wolves ready to eat you alive. This man had come in every day this week, taking the same table by the window after getting his coffee. I sat at the opposite end of the cafe, my laptop open and covering most of my face, latte at my side, and a blueberry muffin I'd only taken a few chunks out of on the table. With all the other computers, tablets, and phones attached to their humans, it was the perfect spot for me to blend in. He ordered his drink, waited for it, then sat in the exact spot I pegged him for, the spot where no one could see his laptop screen. He wasn't jittery or looking around him with any worry. Mr. Davidson was cool, calm, and collected as he sat there opening his laptop and beginning to ruin people's lives. He'd been doing it for a while now. The way he had gotten over time and time again without a second glance from anyone gave him a sense of safety and security here, as if he could do anything in the world and nothing would touch him. A huge mistake for him. I had the perfect view of him. When his front was to the window, his back was to a small alcove in the wall, perfect for being inconspicuous, but still appearing to be one with the crowds. Giving him a few moments to get booted up and begin typing, I hit the send button on my laptop. Head down toward the screen, my eyes were focused on the man to gauge his reaction. The glasses covering my eyes were merely so, should he look up and try to make eye contact, he would instead find a glare. They cost a mint, but it kept a target from being able to truly zero in on what I may or may not be looking at. Tools for my trade, and every detail in my line of work mattered. The fake earbuds in my ears gave the illusion I wasn't listening to everything around me. One would think I couldn't hear anything with the hustle and bustle of the place. But it was one thing I was blessed with, fantastic hearing. I could hear a worker in the back complaining about their job, and then one talking about an upcoming wedding. It wasn't some supernatural bullshit, no hocus pocus, just me being able to hear well. One thing that kept me alive. The moment Mr. Davidson opened the file, his head shot up as he looked around the cafe in haste, checking around him for the culprit that invaded his space. It was the only time he let on that he was doing anything bad or wrong. It was like a nervous twitch with him, because as soon as it came, it went out like a flash of lightning. Grabbing my skinny vanilla latte, I took a deep pull, letting the warmth wrap around me. Damn, this place made good shit. No wonder they were crushed. Even after this job was over, I'd come back. That said a lot for the cafe. Gazing at the screen, the HTML code started flashing rapidly, my computer saving every little scrap of code from Mr. Davidson's hard drive, downloading it to a private server for safekeeping. Here's a tip. You get an email from someone you don't know, don't click on the links inside said email. It was a bona fide recipe for you to get hacked. You may as well give the man or woman every password you'd ever had in your life, because in no time at all, they would be someone else's knowledge. I had a plan B in place, should the man be smart enough not to open the link. Frankly, I was rather surprised he allowed my task to be so easy. Well, I already had enough information on this asshole. It was a hacker's craving to have all of it, every last scrap of detail. One never knew when it would come in handy. I never let the opportunity go to waste, ever. Not that he'd have anything after the shit hit the fan. While the code flashed, I sent the second message from the same email address as the first. This one took almost a full minute for Mr. Davidson to click on. Peeking up, his face was white as a sheet, and a bead of sweat danced on his brow. Good. Not so cool and calm now, are you, asshole? He finally clicked the message, and that was when I saw the man tremble, full out and unabashed, like he'd seen his life flashing before his eyes. Inwardly, I smiled to myself, knowing photo after photo was opening in rapid succession, over and over, plaguing him with his dirty deeds. There were 435 images, to be exact. Each and every one showing that I'd been watching him for the past 2 weeks, knowing what he'd been doing, and digging as deep as possible into his life. He didn't know me, but I sure as fuck knew him. Too well, unfortunately. When the photos transitioned, I could see the change immediately because his body jolted, his hands clenched, but his eyes were riveted to the screen. They were all photos he had on a supposedly secure cloud in the digital sky. It wasn't secure, and he was a low-life piece of shit who I really wouldn't mind seeing taken from this earth. Knowing the pictures that were flashing, my stomach twisted, never being able to get the images out of my head. Some things could never be unseen. Some cases left scars behind, and this one would leave them for a long time. I vomited several times while doing this case, luckily able to get to the bathroom in time. Those images would be seared in my head forever, but I was doing something about it. If I had to look at disgusting, graphic photos to fix this and make this asshole pay for his crimes, then so be it. Mr. Davidson had an online porn site where viewers could watch very grotesque things while paying a steep fee. They could even request the activities for an even greater fee. Most of the women didn't appear to be willing in them, and Mr. Davidson wasn't opposed to any specific age range of girls. He liked them all. The case started off clean-cut at first. My client thought one of his employees was using the company's computers for something not company-related. Their tech person couldn't isolate it, so he called me. 2 weeks ago, I found out exactly what this guy was doing. And 5 days ago, he started coming here, the cafe, instead of going in early to work to do his dirty deeds on company time. He had a general knowledge of computers and probably got suspicious of being looked into at his job. Mr. Davidson couldn't have that. His business was too lucrative. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars every few months. So much so, his day job was just so the taxman and authorities would see money coming in for him to pay his rent, live, and not get suspicious of all the extra he had in a lockbox at his bank. "What do you want?" he responded, now looking around the cafe with frantic eyes, trying to search out the one who dared threaten him. Funny. "For you to go to jail where a man named Spike will fuck you in the ass every single night." My response was catty, but I didn't give a fuck because it was true, and, in actuality, that was being nice. "Please, I'll do anything," he pleaded. Aw, wasn't that cute? He thought he had a say-so in this matter. He thought wrong. Nothing he could do right now would appease me. Nothing. The case took on a brand new light for me once I found out what he was doing. It was this urge to see him fall to the depths of hell and never to resurface. He needed to pay and suffer for what he'd done. No penance was too great. I wanted him to feel the scars on his soul, the way those women would forever be changed by his greed. I had everything. The locations of where he did his disgusting deeds, the clients, the money transactions, even some of the girls' names. With this last upload, I was hoping to find anything that could have been missed and get them. Not only was he going down, but his clients were too. $5 million, wired to this account, 8675309. in 5 minutes. His eyes turned crazed as he read the message, and I had the tune of the song playing in my head. The panic was almost laughable. His crime, however, was not. Obviously, he wasn't prepared to get caught. "I can't get you that kind of money that fast." That was the whole point, asshole. I had no intention of him paying me. That shit needed to go to the girls, the ones he hurt. But I knew where he had the money stashed, and I knew how to get it. He stole from them, and now I would steal from him. Put the key to the safe deposit box on the table. It took everything I had inside of me not to smile wide when his hands started to tremble. Then his arms and legs wouldn't stop bouncing. It was almost as if he was having a seizure. Gotcha, asshole. Welcome to Hayden's world, where Hayden always takes down her prey. I knew he had that key on him. It was too important not to. A text came through on my phone saying, "Dispatched out." The timing had to be perfect. Like everything in life, timing was everything. Too early, fuck everything up. Too late, still fuck everything up. It was a balancing act, and one I'd become pretty damn good at. Just then, a tall, very handsome man walked up to Mr. Davidson's table. He had on a white button-down shirt, black pants, and a dark green apron tied around his waist. The man held out his hand to Mr. Davidson and said a few words. Mr. Davidson looked up at him with wide eyes, no doubt trying to figure out who the man was. If he were smart, which Mr. Davidson had yet to show me he was intelligent, he would be memorizing the features of the man. Like the way his nose had this flat spot, indicating it once, or maybe even twice, had been broken but not reset. Or the way he had these crystal blue eyes, deep in color, rich like the ocean of the Caribbean. Those were important details when seeking retaliation. Mr. Davidson, though, right now his mind wasn't on vengeance or even a way out. He was so consumed in his panic, he simply gave in. Mr. Davidson slipped the key off the table and put it in the man's hand. The man walked away, disappearing through the door to the kitchen, and was gone. Just then, the sounds of sirens in the distance could be heard as I watched the final bit of code come through on my computer. I clicked send on the email I had waiting for my client, with an attached zip file of all the shit I had on Mr. Davidson. This case was officially done, but I needed to see one more thing out. The police lights flashed as they came to an abrupt halt by the front door. Mr. Davidson got spooked, jumped up from the table, and barreled toward the back exit. He was coming at full speed as I stuck my foot out, just enough to trip him up. He went flying down, hitting his face as the cops ran in. I fought to stifle the laugh brewing inside me. Karma was a bitch, and so was I. The cops were on him in a flash, and while Mr. Davidson tried to turn his head to see me, I was packed up, in a fake panic about the situation happening, and out the door. I didn't think he saw me, but he'd be none the wiser if he did. Only when I got in my Camaro did I smile wide. He was going down, and I'd deleted his entire site. Everything was gone in a puff of smoke. Tossing my glasses in my purse, I took a deep breath. A knock on my window had my head whipping around. Rocco, my best friend, was leaning down, the key to the safe deposit box hanging from his finger. He rounded the car as I unlocked the doors. His bulk sat, shifting with him. "That was too easy," he complained. Rocco liked action, chasing people down and beating the shit out of them. This kind of work he found boring. "Shut up and take that shit off your face," I ordered, grabbing the key he picked up from Davidson and inspecting it. Just an ordinary key with a number 707. "Fuck no, I'm going with you to the bank to see how much this shit has." He had on a latex nose to disguise himself, contacts in, a mole drawn on, hair slicked back, and quite honestly, he looked ridiculous. I let out a sigh, knowing he was going to say this. The man had been by my side since I was 14 years old when he found me behind a dumpster, hiding from some asshole who tried to take more than my clothes. Tears streamed out of my eyes, over my cheeks and down to my chin. My entire body was shaking, and I couldn't pull myself together. The knife in my hand was covered in blood, his blood, the man who tried to hurt me. His blows were nothing like my father's. His were half-hearted at best, and I knew from experience I could take a lot when it came to getting hit and kicked. The knife was the only weapon I had. It was only by chance I came upon it, finding it laying in the drainage ditch. I shoved that knife as hard as I could up the man's gut, then ran. Ran like I'd never ran before, through the streets, down the side woods, and into the center part of the city. Stopping because no breath was left in my body. I ended up here behind a dumpster, heaving and crying. "Hey, you okay?" A male voice came from beside me, and I jumped, holding the knife out in front of me. He held up his hands in surrender. "Leave me alone," I tried to growl, but I couldn't disguise the hitch in my voice. Fear snaked down my skin, and the trembling got worse. "Hey, I'm not gonna hurt you." Yeah, right, like I'd believe him. "Go away." "Are you hurt?" he asked, and something about it made me pause. Was I hurt? No, I wasn't, because I defended myself. I shook my head. "I'm Rocco. Been out here long?" He took a drag off of a cigarette. "I'm fine. You need to go," I ordered. "Hey, fine," he said. Slowly, the corner of my lip lifted, and I had no idea why. I mean, he was funny in a way, but he was a stranger. "What do you want?" "Nothing. Fine. Just saw you huddled up here and wanted to see if you're okay." My head shook, not believing him. No one I'd met out here on the streets have given a care about me. Not one. He'd be no different. "I'm good." It was his turn to shake his head. He pointed his finger beyond the dumpster. "I'm over there if you need help." I took him in from top to toe. Dark hair and eyes. Dirt covered his jeans and tee, looking similarly to my clothes. It was when he turned and left me that I rose from my crouch, eyes wild as I looked for him. "Hey, wait!" That was the beginning of our friendship, which grew into him being the only person I could trust for a long time. I'd do anything for Rocco. Anything. "It's best if I go alone." I fired up the car and got the hell out of there, only to pull into a Target and park. There was prep work to do for the next part of my plan. Reaching in the back, I grabbed a blonde wig that, when I put it on, appeared like real hair. It cost a fortune, but was well worth it. So was the red and the light brown and the 5 others I had at home. It was best to keep a low profile with the things I did. "You always get to do the fun shit," he grumbled, as he pulled off the latex nose and chin we worked on to disguise him. YouTube was such a vat of information. Just type in "how to disguise yourself," and bam, instant results. "You wanted in on this, not me," I argued, positioning the wig correctly, looking into my rearview mirror. Blonde wasn't a bad color on me, but I loved my long brown locks. Rocco turned in his seat. "You needed me. Admit it." "I admit nothing." "Ass," he muttered. "Hole," I finished. We both started chuckling. "Let's do this." I needed to get into the bank and get the money out before the cops figured that part of the puzzle out. Not saying Mr. Davidson would freely give that information to them, but it was always possible, especially if he thought it could stop anyone else from getting it. The information sent to the cops and my client didn't lead them to the box. If the cops got their hands on it, they'd seize it and put it through the court systems. From there, it would sit in an evidence room to collect dust. Fuck that. The women in those pictures needed it. "Fine. You got your ID?" Rocco asked, like this was my first rodeo. My head shook slightly. "Yes, Dad, I have my ID and paperwork showing Mr. Davidson gave me access to the box. I am his wife, after all." He hadn't, really. It was all forged. And since it came from the bank system, they should be none the wiser. That didn't mean I couldn't get caught. That was actually a very high probability, especially if the banker dealing with the boxes knew Mr. Davidson personally. From what I could find, he didn't. But some bankers paid close attention to the people coming in and out of their banks. The thoughts of getting caught thrilled me. What could I say? I was a twisted bitch. Not that I wanted to be found out. If it weren't for the girls, I wouldn't give two shits about the money. But they would need it to heal, if that was even possible. At least it would be something. I'd learned the hard way. Something was better than nothing, because nothing was horrible. I reached back and grabbed my laptop, pulling it open and setting it on Rocco's lap. "Once I'm in for 10 minutes, hit this button." I pointed to the F3 key. "It will shut down the cameras in the walkway and in the deposit box room. Set your timer." Rocco forgot shit all the time. This time he couldn't forget, or my ass would be toast. Another layer of shit that could go wrong, and fast. Well, forgetful, he was one of the few people I trusted on this earth. Rocco pulled out his phone and set the timer. "Got it." "Mean it. You don't cut those feeds, I'm fucked, Rocco." He waved his hand. "No, I'm not always on time, but with this I will be." Right. I sure as hell hoped he was. Depending on someone else was hard for me, even if Rocco was like a brother to me. I pulled the car out of the parking lot and headed to the bank. That information wasn't hard to get at all either. They needed to up their security as well. One would think a bank would have top-of-the-line shit, but not this one. Pulling into the lot, Rocco looked at me like I had a screw loose. "Don't worry, they're fake plates." "A deep purple Camaro is not inconspicuous." "Oh, look at you using those big words." "Shut the fuck up. Seriously, though." His voice trailed off while I reached over and grabbed his leg, giving it a squeeze. "It's all good. I've already disabled the outside cameras. They've been done since before we went to the cafe." Well, he brought up a good point in the color choice of my car. I loved it. I could have rented a vehicle for the day, but I love any chance to be in my car. "You sure about this?" My face turned hard. I could feel it tightening. Hell, my body went with it. The women he hurt needed justice. Well, what I was doing was illegal as fuck. They would have something tangible to help them survive. "Yeah, I'm fucking sure. Those girls will get this damn money." "Be safe." 10 minutes, I ordered once again, grabbing a large bag from the back seat and gliding out of the beautiful machine. Damn, I loved this car. One of the many things that I now owned outright. All mine. "Got it," he said, as I slammed the door and watched him hit the go button on his phone. Let's get this shit done. 2. Hayden. My stupid heels clicked on the concrete. Hated wearing the fuckers, but I needed to look like a match to Mr. Davidson in case anyone recognized his name. Even though they were designer, I could feel the damn blisters forming. The shit I did. Entering, I took stock in all the exits. Having already looked everything up online, I was just double-checking. A woman should always know her options of escape, no matter the situation. The best defense was a good offense, another one of life's lessons. Everything was as it seemed, and I made my way up to the front desk. Smiling widely, I asked, "Hello, I'm here to access my safe deposit box." The woman's glasses sat on the very tip of her nose, and when she looked up, it felt as if she was scolding me, like she was some snotty librarian who would smack you with a ruler for talking. I instantly didn't like her, but I wasn't much for people in the first place. "Name?" I dug out the ID and handed it to the woman while giving her my name. "Mrs. Constance Davidson." She didn't take the ID. Hell, didn't even glance at it. Instead, she ordered, "Go sit over there." She pointed her bony finger in the direction of a bunch of chairs where several others were sitting. "And someone will be with you shortly." I read her nameplate, Gladys Brems. She just got scratched on my to-do list. She surely had some skeletons in her closet that needed rattling. Pet peeve? Rudeness. People really just needed to be nice to one another, cordial at the very least. One never knew who they'd spread their joy to. It could be someone who could fuck up their lives with a click of a mouse. I considered this a public service, teaching assholes life lessons. "Thank you," I responded politely, biting back a smart-ass retort for her. If I weren't here to steal a shitload of money, I would have snapped at the woman for being a bitch and told her she was a crone with a cob up her ass. Keeping that in check was difficult but doable because there was a bigger picture here. Making my way over to an area of chairs, I nodded to the other people waiting, sat, and crossed my ankles. The pencil skirt was tight as hell, and my knife holster bit into the skin between my thighs. After readjusting, I looked down to see my blouse was unbuttoned down to my cleavage, giving a very good display for the banker guy I'd come in contact with. At least, if my searches were right, I'd have to meet with the head of the bank or the man below him. Both men. "Mrs. Davidson?" A male voice came from beside me as I rose graciously from the chair, happy to hear the baritone and hoping like hell the man wasn't gay. That would for sure put another wrench in my plan. Heels may not be my thing, but I knew how to work them. Hell, I knew how to work my body. Men were fickle creatures. Money, power, and sex were all they truly cared about. To hell with everything else. 3 things I could work with. He held out his hand, which I took, smiling wide for him. "I'm Mr. Finch. Please come this way." He released me and held out his hand for me to precede him. Mr. Finch entered an office where he motioned me to take a seat while he closed the door. The office was bland, all stark white, dark wood furniture, and nothing on the walls. No pictures lined the shelves, just what appeared to be old books. This guy was super exciting, catch my sarcasm. "I understand you'd like to get into a safe deposit box," he asked, coming around his desk and sitting in the high-backed chair. If nothing else in the room looked comfortable, that, at least, did. "Yes," I answered, taking a seat. One thing I'd learned in my many years was never to give information freely. If someone wanted to know something, you made them work for it, and still only gave them what they asked for, never overindulging. Straight and to the point was the only way to go. Therefore, you were never putting yourself out there, instead using honey to lure them. "May I see your ID?" Without speaking, I dug into the bag and pulled out the wallet, opening it and sliding the plastic out, then handing it to him. He looked it over closely as he typed some keys into his computer. This was taking too long, and I could feel the tension creeping up my spine. He didn't believe me. He was going to find out I was a fake. Something in my bones was telling me this. Keeping my breathing calm, I waited. Well, Mrs. Davidson, Mark never said he had a wife. My face turned puzzled, playing the game I started. Well, that's strange. We've been married for 3 years. Mr. Finch shook his head. He was just in here a couple of weeks ago and never said a word. I shrugged in nonchalance. I don't know what to tell you. Mark usually handles this kind of thing, but he's unavailable at the moment. Are you sure it's not on your computer, my name, or emergency contact, or something? The man's scrutiny was pissing me off, but he was the key to getting what I needed. They say you can get more flies with honey than vinegar. Too bad I was more acidic. There has to be some mistake, Mr. Finch. My husband had me sign documents when he first opened it after our wedding. He said it was for a rainy day. And is there a rainy day? He raised an eyebrow at me. I sighed deeply, coming up with a story on the fly. Yes, the dishwasher leaked all over my hardwood kitchen floors. There was so much water it made the wood bow. It all needs to be ripped out and replaced. Then I have to get a new dishwasher. His eyes focused on mine, and I kept my expression exasperated as I continued. Not only that, the water got under some of the cabinets, and mold is starting to grow. We were away for a long weekend and came back to this mess. Who would think mold grew so fast? Mark told me to come down and handle the box, so I was prepared when the contractors came. He's trying to get it handled, but you know he has work too. My hands flew out like he knew what the fuck I was talking about and could understand my exasperation. What I did know was water warped wood, and it would cost some cake to fix. End of story. I see. That's very unfortunate. He paused. Do you happen to have another form of ID on you? My pulse picked up, but I didn't let it show. Reaching back in my bag, I grabbed the wallet and pulled out 2 credit cards, each with Constance Davidson listed, and placed them on the desk. He scrutinized them for long moments. Fuck, if he got out a damn microscope, I wouldn't be surprised. Give me just a moment. After nodding once, he continued to type on his computer. If he was typing in the credit card numbers, they would show Constance Davidson. I'd already taken care of that when I made them. I simply needed him to get on with the dog and pony show so I could get this shit done. It had been 10 minutes, and Rocco would be shutting down the cameras. I needed to get in there. Immediately. Is there a problem? I asked softly. Mr. Finch didn't look up at me. Instead, he kept typing. Everything was on that account. To be safe, I made sure it was on every account Mark Davidson had, just in case he cross-checked another bank. Documents, marriage certificates, living will. Everything. I made damn sure of it. I can see he added your marriage license on here about 3 years ago. I must have missed that. Yes, you did. I made an exasperated huff, giving a small bounce for my girls. He took the bait and looked. I don't have a lot of time. Fake it till you make it. That had always been my motto and got me through a lot of shit. The more confident you sounded about things, the more seriously people would take you. If you put out to the world that you were the shit, they'd think it. People had a part of their brain that could sense strength and importance. It was also an easy thing to manipulate. Sorry about that. Do you have the key? Digging inside the bag, I pulled the medal out and held it in one hand, showing it to him as he handed my IDs back. Great. He rose from the desk, came around, opened the door, and held out his hand for me to go first. This sigh I had to hold in because it was of relief. He bought it. Thank Christ. He led me through the hallway and into the back room. Mr. Finch nodded at a large security guard who opened the gate with a key. Right through there, ma'am. Thank you for banking with us. Please let me know if you need anything else. A weight lifted off my shoulders when he held his hand out to me, and I shook it. fuck I was good. Now to get the money and get the fuck out of here. One down, a million more assholes to go.
3. Wrong way. What? Warden asked. He hadn't been back to Rebellion in about 13 months, give or take. He was an open-road man, living his life the way he wanted with who he wanted. He tried to go nomad, but our president, Crow, wouldn't allow him to. Therefore, he was stuck to our club. Since Warden didn't push hard on the subject, he was still an active member of the Rebellion Ravage MC. I didn't get into the whys of it all because it wasn't my place. Bottom line, when Warden wanted to hit the open road, he did. When Crow wanted his ass back in Rebellion, he came. It worked. He also found the rat that infiltrated the clubhouse. Warden skinned the man alive. That was his style. It wasn't enough penance for what Lemon did to the club, if I was given a say. But what was done, well, was done. Fuck him. Even now it still burned deep to know we got played from the inside. That we trusted someone with all of our accounting and computers who jacked us around and tried to take the Ravage MC out. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do with this place, Crow, our president, said, hands on hips and looking around at the large warehouse. This was Crow, always thinking, always analyzing, and always trying to stay one step ahead. Ravage acquired this property a few months ago, when Crow's ex tried to take out our club. That was another unexpected betrayal. None of us could have seen that shit coming from her. The ex had a crew, and they were using this place to hack up expensive, boosted cars and selling the parts. They made a hell of a lot of money. Slinging parts had an appeal because any kind of money was good, and the higher end the car, the more money it brought. Except it came with a huge risk. All the equipment was still here, but the people were not, and it would take a lot of hands on deck to make that kind of operation work. It was on a huge property with open fields and trees surrounding them. There used to be a bar, the Purple Pride, near it, but that fucker was blown to bits. Luckily it didn't take out my brothers or damage this building. Potential. I saw all the potential, but I needed to narrow down what would be best. This property needed to find a purpose to make the club money, because in the end, everything needed to make money. Chopping up cars had never been on our radar. Doing that would require a hell of a lot of man-hours, something we didn't have. "What you thinking?" Brewer, our VP, asked, looking around the space. Brewer was even keel and born to be a VP. He had loyalty to Crow, loyalty to Ravage. He understood how to lead, but also when to step in and follow Crow. They balanced each other perfectly. The thing about Ravage, we're family, and we all get a say. That's why we were all trying to throw ideas around for this place. This could be anything, really. It was out of the way of the town and gave an era of privacy. Whatever we decided it needed to make money. The bottom line had to balance out in our favor, always. Crow turned around in a wide circle, taking everything in. I had to hand it to the man. He knew his shit, had an eye for business, and had a great head on his shoulders. While I knew he'd come up with something grand, I had one small problem. "Look, man," Crow stopped, turning to me. "Chopping cars requires a shitload of manpower, and I've got to clean up Lemon's mess of shit. It's going to take me a bit to get everything ironed out. Every business has a weakness right now, and I've got to get them secure. Lemon's gone, but I won't rest until it's all reset. The fucker may have shared something with anyone." I wasn't bitching about the situation, just had a lot thrown on my doorstep since Lemon fucked everything up. I went back and watched the footage of the clubhouse, but Lemon was good. There were several times when the feed went black right where certain things occurred. For instance, when Crow was drugged at the clubhouse. There were 5 cameras on that room and 1 minute and 27 seconds of black screen. Watching it over and over again, I could never find out who exactly drugged Crow. It was either Lemon or his ex, Sophia. Since they are very much dead, that answer may never be found. The computers all had to be recoded and set up on a new secured server. Not only that, the books needed to be entered into the new system, which was a time-consuming endeavor. The video systems all had to be rerouted to the new server. It all had to be handled and extra protections put in place. Computers had always been my thing. I excel at the way they worked. Got that. Just want you all to get some thoughts and ideas about this place. One thing we don't need is pansy-ass kids thinking they can come up here and party. That shit we won't tolerate. Did I mention all the new security systems as well? Everything from the clubhouse, the convenience stores, gas stations, the cave, and the brothers' houses had to be updated, rewired, and signals buried. And I wasn't done. Nowhere close. The betrayal from Lemon cut me deeper than I would ever let on. Ravage was everything to me. My job, my position within the club, while Lemon attacked that and exposed our weaknesses, my failures. I won't fuck shit up again. Thinking, that I could do. Time, ideas, concepts, I could manage. This club was my life. My chin lifted in answer. Crow knew the lengths I was going to protect the club. Our shit would be like Fort Knox, trying to get in or out. Ethan, one of the prospects, had been helping me with it, but not all because he wasn't patched. After the chaos that happened a few months ago, we decided to wait on the patch-in, but it needed to be done so he could help me with everything and not bits and pieces. While I found trust to be a challenge, Ethan has shown his loyalty and drive to the club. He was smart as hell and good at what he did. He would be a huge asset to the club, and fuck, we needed those after Lemon. Lemon's betrayal was a blow. One we hadn't even suspected of taking place. When a man patched into the club, that trust was so great, and it was exactly why he got through our radar. We had loyalty to him, and thought he had it for us. It was all a ruse, and Lemon paid the price with his life. Never again. That shit would never happen again on my watch. Just thinking about it still wound me up inside. Fuck that, and fuck him. We could make it a brothel, Phoenix, one of my brothers, said, making me smile. He was crazy, certifiably. Man loved playing with knives and was up for anything. His sexual tastes were bold, to say the least. The brothel would be his own candy store to pick and choose from. We already have the ladies. We sure as shit aren't going to set up a full-blown fuck house, Crow said, with a smile on his face, knowing Phoenix like we all did. Fuck. Even the way we do it, the cops find it, we're all fucked. Phoenix was right about that one. We had a stable of 35 women who Tex was in charge of, and we got 25% of their earnings for our protection. It was all cash and all done through Bear's old lady, Goldie. She ran the girls. She made sure they kept their business tight without cutting corners. We provided the muscle. Ravage kept a tight lock on the girls and men we let in. The girls could go with whomever they wanted, but we did checks on them first. It all worked. Putting together a brothel in one central location would be too much heat. One word and the cops would raid. In one fell swoop they would be able to shut down an entire operation for us. While we had some locals on payroll, and my brother, the sheriff, to ignore most of our activities, there was always overturn and federal agents that could come out of anywhere. At least the way we had it right now, the girls met the men where they wanted, and it was scattered throughout Rebellion. One could go down, but not all at the same time. Phoenix rubbed his hands together. Wouldn't that be fucking perfect, though? A one-stop shop. Tex hit him upside the head. I'm not sharing a cell with you, brother. Oh, come on. The two of them bickered, and we all had a good laugh. Yeah, this place needed to be something, and I had to start thinking about what. One thing it wouldn't be was Phoenix's personal fuck house. "It's been 3 weeks since you've come to see me," the voice I knew far too well said into the phone. "Graham, got shit going on. I'm working." I pulled my boot off, tossing it to the ground, pulled off my sock, and repeated the process. Sleeping at the clubhouse was fine, but it was time for me to be in my bed at home. Exhausted wasn't even half of it. My body fell to the bed, and I groaned. "You always have time for your grandma, Reed Bowden Maxwell." Shit, she was pissed. Grams always pulled out the full name when she was serious, which wasn't often for her. It was true, though. Putting in the long hours, getting all our security up and going, was all I'd been doing for months. It was beginning to weigh heavily on my shoulders. "I'll come by soon." I could hear the smile in her voice. "That's my boy. See you tomorrow." Later. I hung up the phone and tossed it to the bed, knowing she wanted me there tomorrow, but it may have to wait a couple of days. I said soon, and I meant soon. I loved my Grams, but she didn't always understand my life. Right now there was too much shit going on. With her, she said tomorrow, and she expected it. She was old, but her mind was still young. Fatigue made my eyelids burn. Every blink was agony. Too much screen time and not enough downtime. Lemon was gone, but the lingering anger still nagged at me. Betrayal was like an acid burn. It bubbled and settled, not to be washed away. We got too comfortable. I got too comfortable. That wouldn't happen again. Ever. Before the truth came out about Lemon, I let shit slip. I let my club down. I did not let people down. Not ever again. "This thing called love," my father sang from the front seat of his Chevy Impala. His exaggerated movements and lip curl were copied from the king himself, Elvis. My father loved the man and would not for the life of us stop singing in the car, no matter how much we complained. "Seriously?" I asked, then punched my brother in the seat next to me. There was no other reason but being bored. "What the hell?" he barked, punching me right back. Kenny was 2 years older than me and a pain in my ass. He could do no wrong. Ever. Grades? A's. Sports? Every single one he could do. Behavior? Perfect. Always. Me? I always did wrong. It was part of my charm. A charm that my parents did not appreciate in the slightest. "Nothing. Just bored." "Knock it off," my mother chimed from the passenger seat, turning around to look at us, giving us the mom glare. You know, that one that makes you stop and take notice? Yeah, that one. "We only have another 30 minutes, then we'll be there." 30 minutes more in this car might just kill me. Loved my family, but being stuck in a car for 4 hours, going on 5, was too much. Add in my father drove so slow, cars were passing us. My dad's cousin lived up north, and we were heading there to see him. The only thing I was looking forward to was something in the snow. Snowboarding, or hell, even sledding. Supposedly, they have a hell of a lot of snow, and in Alabama, we don't get that often. Therefore, I was going to take serious advantage of it. At 9, of course, it would be a priority. "What the?" my father yelled as the car started to skid across the road. My father was turning the wheel, trying to get it under control. He wasn't turning with the fishtail. He wasn't going to get the traction back. He'd taught both my brother and I this, wanting us to have experience. Panic filled me. The fear took a tight hold on my body, but my mind was in overdrive. I unbuckled my belt and reached up to help Dad get control of the car. Kenny tried to pull me back, and we started wrestling. I was too late. That day I lost my mother and father because of ice. Black ice, they called it up north. You couldn't see it, but it was there waiting to take its next victims. There were only 2 survivors. my brother, and myself. The only reason I thought we survived was because we had unlatched our belts and were thrown from the car before it went into the icy water that the small bridge was taking us over. The screams from my throat still haunted me. I had never known what it was to be helpless until that day. I came to after the car was already submerged. My brother was floating in the water, and I took the plunge into the river, swimming with everything I had in me. The water was so cold, but I didn't care. By the time I got to him and flipped him over, there was another truck on the side of the bridge. A tall man jumped out and helped me get my brother to the shore. Kenny wasn't breathing, and the man started CPR. Mom and Dad. I couldn't save them. Even going back into the icy water and trying to find the car, I couldn't. It was too dark, and I had to come up for air. Every time I came up gasping, it was just more time I was losing with my parents. I shouldn't have survived the accident, but I was grateful my brother did. That feeling, though, of being helpless and not being able to help those around me felt as though I was a failure. Now, I wouldn't ever fail the people I cared about again. I refused to let down my club. Lemon got me this time, but no one would get that second chance.
4. Hayden. The sleek metal was weighted in my hand as I flipped it open, revealing the blade inside. It was always with me, in the front pocket of my jeans. It was the one constant in my life. It sounded weird that an inanimate object would be a constant, but it was the truth and had been the only thing I could count on for more years than I cared to admit. Knife in my left hand, my focus went to the carved wood in front of me. A smile came to my lips. In front of me was an ass. Literally, a carved-out drawing of a person bent over and their ass up in the air. The actual target was the asshole. Years this had been here, and each and every time laughter wanted to bubble out of me. Rocco said, "You need a better target." At the time, the only thing I had was a paper silhouette cut out and tacked to a board. It worked just as good as anything else, except since it had been used so much, there wasn't much left of it. The entire thing became a joke, and then, one day, Rocco showed up at my house carrying an ass. "Here you go," he cheered as I burst out laughing, looking at the carved piece of wood. "You could have at least made it a guy," Rocco chuckled. "Fuck no, gives me something to look at." Over the years, I made it a goal to chip away at the vagina, and it paid off because it was now gone. Rocco didn't like it, but it was mine, and I didn't give a fuck. No woman who liked dick wanted to stare at a vajayjay all the damn time. Arm back, I steadied myself, exhaling and letting my sole focus be the target. Or asshole, whatever you wanted to call it. Using my arm and wrist, I geared up, and the metal knife flew out of my hand and landed directly in the asshole with a piercing sound. As much as I loved the target, it was time to find something else. While I was able to get rid of the girl bits, the asshole was pretty much gone as well. It had sentimental value, though, and I'd have to figure out what to do with it. No way could I throw it away. Maybe shellac it and make a table. Reaching over to the side table in the grass I used to hold my weapons, I grabbed 3 more blades, throwing them in quick succession, one after another, the breeze sweeping my hair around my face. Each one cut through the wood like butter, only millimeters from the original knife. Alternating, I used both my arms and hands equally. Too many people relied solely on their dominant hand to lead with. Never put all your cards in one deck. "You just keep getting better and better at that," Ms. M said from her back porch patio. Our yards, while fenced in, connected with a gate in the middle. She sat at a round glass table with these rockers that were the most comfortable things to sit in. I'd known because I sat in them many times over the years. Once I fell asleep in one, only to wake up with Ms. M screaming at the top of her lungs, making me jump a mile. Her sense of humor wasn't lacking. I turned with a smile on my lips. Lots and lots of practice. Now, you ain't going off to cut some man's balls off, are ya? That had me bursting out laughing. Ms. M was 88 years old and didn't give two shits if you liked what she said or not. She told it like it was, and to hell with everyone around her. You didn't like it? Leave her be. It was why I liked her so damn much. It was refreshing to have someone be straight and to the point, not sugarcoating shit to soften the blow. The blow would always be there. Being up front was the best way to go. Ms. M was that. Luna, my yellow lab, barked as Ms. M turned to her. Now shush. Luna listened but whined, looking over and wanting to bound over to me. My dog stayed with Ms. M while I practiced. No need for my pup to get hurt, and with the way she always had to be into everything I was, it wasn't a good combination. Plus, Ms. M loved her like her own, and Luna loved her too. When she gave her doggy treats, which was all the time. I'm done, I replied after catching my breath. Ms. M pointed her finger to me, and Luna bounded off through her yard, the gate, and right up to me. Down, I ordered, as she tried to jump up on me. She had a knack for that, and sometimes knocked me off balance right to my ass. She was a free spirit and very energetic, but that went along with the breed of dog. And no, Ms. M, no balls will be cut off, unless they deserve it. Making my way over to Ms. M, I climbed up the 3 short stairs and took a seat next to her. The Alabama sun shone down through the canopy, making us melt. She patted my hand. That's right, child. You don't let no man give you shit. Don't care how good he is in bed. Vibrators can do the same thing a man can do. Her humor was uncanny, and I loved coming over and talking to her. We'd built this special bond over the last 6 years, since I moved next door to her. She'd lived here for 45. Sorry, but you've been with the wrong men. She reached out and grabbed her sweet tea, put it to her wrinkly lips, and took a swallow. Back in my day, some could get it going, while others were flounders. You got yourself a good man? I did, but it was casual. No promises, no expectations. Easy, simple, controlled. Just the way I liked things. Nothing solid. Her head shook. A woman that looks like you, acts like you, no way you don't have men busting down your door. A chuckle escaped me as I nodded to my house. See, nobody's busting down anything. Anyway, men aren't my thing. Ms. M's eyes widened. You mean to tell me you're a lesbian? Luna took that moment to come under my feet and handed me an old tennis ball. I knelt, mostly from laughter, but also to pick up the ball. I tossed it out into the grass, and Luna took off, chasing it. Not that I know of, but I've never tried it. I shrugged, because I wasn't the kind of woman to knock it until I tried it, but I wasn't seeking that out either. That's a shame, she responded, making me pause a second and tilt my head. You have? Her smile widened, and her long red-tipped nails ticked on the table. When I was young, experimentation they called it, but I loved her for many years. Then I fell in love with my husband, and back then, that was what women did. They married men and had families. She reached for her glass and took another swallow. Don't get me wrong, I loved my Jack until his dying breath. But there was always a special place for her. You gonna tell me who it was? Truth be told, I could find out with the click of a few buttons on my keyboard, but having her tell me meant more. Her head shook. Nope. And don't you go looking on one of them computer things. Swear those things should have never been invented. People tracking your every movement. Back in my day, you wanted to steal something, you went and did it. If the owner didn't catch ya, there weren't no cameras to tattle on ya. True, Ms. M, so very true. People these days had digital footprints everywhere. Nothing was hidden. There was always a way to find out what you needed. Each step led you to somewhere else until what you were looking for was in the palm of your hand. Now, you gonna throw those things some more? Nope, I'm done. I have work to do. She twisted in her seat. Then I'm gonna go in and get out of this heat. I rose, then helped her as she batted my hands away from her. Stop that! I don't need no help! Lifting my hands in surrender, I said, I know. You're perfectly fine doing everything. But your driving is a bit rough, Ms. M. Saw the new dents. Kenny's gonna be fit to be tied when he sees them. Kenny was her grandson, and also the sheriff of Rebellion. She turned to me. I did no such thing. Those were there before. And Kenny knows better than to get on his Graham's case about a few scratches on a car. My boys know to hold on to things that matter, and otherwise not sweat the small stuff. Them scratches have been there, and we're just gonna say that my old caddy has character, child. Arguing with her was futile. She loved getting into battles of the mind, saying it kept her young. Me? I just thought she liked arguing, period. She had a steady social life, full of her 2 grandsons and their friends. The whole town of Rebellion loved Ms. M, me and Luna included. On that note, I'm out. Instead of holding the door open for her as she walked in, I took off down the steps and into my yard, going to my wooden ass. 5. Hayden. Pulling out the knives, I talked to Luna. How you doing, girl? She let out a little whine. Luna loved to run, full out, full throttle. It was why I took her to the local park often. It was wide and open for her to run and play. But today we couldn't go. One yank of the last knife, I responded. I know, not today. I have work to do. And if my client doesn't get her shit, she'll be on my ass about it. Luna whined once more as we walked into the house. I slid the sliding glass door behind me, then pushed the code for the alarm, then reset it and locked the doors. One could never be too careful these days. Home. It had always been a foreign word to me, something coveted. So close, yet so far away. There, but never close enough to grasp onto. Almost a figment of my imagination. Most would think the word meant having a roof over your head, somewhere that would keep you dry from the elements. That just wasn't true. Home, to me, was safety and security, a place where I could close my eyes and be given a small reprieve from the uncertainty of life and know not one person would come at me. It could be under a bridge or in an actual structure with doors and windows that locked. It didn't have to be a house. Safety was the ultimate goal, always the goal. It was something I never had as a child, and something I would always have for the rest of my life, no matter the cost. I made this place a home, and it was perfect for me. A ranch-style house built in the 1950s, made of solid brick, sturdy and strong. Replacing the windows was a must, and the first improvement made to the place. Over time, plants and shrubbery were added, along with the sidewalk that went from the front door all the way to connect with the one by the street. The neighborhood around me was safe. Growing up how I did, and learning what areas of Rebellion, Alabama to stay away from, I made sure not to be in any of those places. The 3-bedroom, 2-bath home was the perfect size. The house needed serious updating when I bought it, which was why I got it for a steal. Flooring, paint, trim refinishing, new bathroom and kitchen fixtures, including a sink, was all completed by me. YouTube was the best teacher. Old episodes of This Old House helped tremendously. I was able to put in the new kitchen sink and not have one plumbing leak. The tube wasn't just for disguising one's face. I owned this home outright, and for a girl who grew up on the streets, that in and of itself was a luxury. It was all I wanted growing up. Somewhere to sleep that was safe and secure. This little piece of life that no one could take from me. A place where I didn't have to watch my back every second of the day because someone wanted to hurt me or take something I had. Every day a battle. I just needed peace. For the first few months, I didn't have any furniture, no bed, and the appliances were so out of date, only the fridge worked, sometimes. It was just a shell of a place that I knew could be made into a home. When I went to buy everything needed for the home, I was sure the salesman thought I was gawking like a felon just released from prison and given a winning lottery ticket. Everything was new and clean. After crawling up from the filth of my life, everything was officially clean, like the dirt was all left behind in another life. Nothing was flashy, but everything was comfortable. If I wanted to curl up on the fluffy L-shaped couch with a blanket and watch television or a movie, it was there for the taking. The life I'd built was for me, and me only. Well, and Luna, too. Everyone deserved their piece of happy. This was mine. Luna raced over to her water bowl, lapping up some much-needed refreshments. I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, making my way down the hallway and shuffling through my keys once again. Unlocking the door's 2 deadbolts, the smell of pine sol hit me. Loved that smell. This room held everything inside that earned me money to live the life I had now. Nothing was going to fuck that up. It took me years to get here, and every damn day I'd fight to keep it. Giving out a whistle, Luna came down the hallway and into the room. Closing the door, I locked it up and set the keys on the desk. There were 2 banks of 3 computers, each across the wall, and one on the left side that sat on the desk itself. Each screen had something different on them. To the normal eye, anyone coming in would have no clue what was on each of them. But to me, I knew it all. Knew its purpose and the power it put in my hands. After so many years of not having any power, inside these walls, I had it tenfold. My haven. I was the master pulling the strings of life, plain and simple. I remembered the first computer I got my hands on. "How does it work?" I asked Rocco as he set the large boxed computer down on the ground. It appeared heavy by the strain in his arms. His wide smile was contagious. No matter how down we'd been over the years, his smile made things better, even if they were horrible. "The wave of the future." "Huh?" I asked, as he started plugging wires into one another. "Do you know what you're doing?" "Nope." That made me chuckle as I watched him try to match the different cords with their sockets. We'd found this place a couple of months ago and had lived here since. It used to be an old train car, but now it was empty, besides our meager belongings. It was one of the best places we'd found so far. Safe, at least as safe as it could be while living on the streets. There was always a threat, and that was why Rocco had a bat by the opening. Another reason the place worked was because we were able to get power. That was something so very hard to get, but Rocco managed to tap into a line. It wasn't much, but it was our home. He was the only person I trusted, the only person I could count on. Here we were safe, but now he was bringing us treasures. "I'm not sure if it works, but let's give it a shot." We worked on that thing for hours trying to get it to work. When it finally did, it made me curious to know more about them. That was when I learned them from the inside out. We had no internet connection, but I knew the mechanicals, and it grew from there. Luna took to her dog bed and laid her head down. Today wore her out. Sitting, the chair started to roll, but I was able to stop it by putting my feet down. On the left screen, on the desk, a message chimed. Hand on the mouse, I clicked and pulled up the bottom middle screen with a private message. The name was Wonder Woman. Alias much? My client was always paranoid, even though time after time I told her that no one could break through my privacy walls. Fuck, the FBI or the Pentagon couldn't. That was the dark web. But still, that kind of screen name was complete bullshit, because Wonder Woman wouldn't need to hire me. Whatever, though. Every message was a billable hour. She never believed me about my setup, but that was just costing her more money, not me. Never knew how she ran her own company with being such a worrier all the damn time. She probably had regular ulcers. Update was scrawled out in the box. She wasn't one for minced words either. That was something I respected about her. I began to type. Status quo. Bird flies next week. It was one thing I hated. The damn vague code words she wanted me to use. It was stupid as fuck. If we were on a public server and had no control over who saw what, I would understand. But this shit was just bringing paranoia to another level. I coded everything myself, step by step, not skimping on anything. But she paid good, and that was the bottom line of everything. Money. It was the root of all evil in this world. Too little, you starve. Too much, you think you're invincible. Lucky for me, I was the latter, but had a good head on my shoulders where the money didn't run me. For me, it was keeping it for a rainy day. One never knew when the rug would be pulled out from under your feet and send you spiraling down. I wasn't going down, ever. Therefore, I had a few nest eggs just in case. Earlier, she replied. Her patience was that of a gnat as well. The program she wanted me to make had all kinds of stupid shit in it for her to track her employees. A lot of it was completely illegal, at least the stuff when the people were not at work, and their family lives. But whatever. She would pay and get it sent to her in a cryptic file that had 0 digital footprint of me on it. Win-win. Nope, Bird needs to learn, I responded, feeling like a fucking moron. She had a thing for birds. Me? I hated them. Living under an interstate with pigeons everywhere turns a woman off to the feathered beasts. Later, she responded, and the chat window closed. Goodbye to you too, I muttered, swinging to the top left computer and checking out the scan. Numbers, letters, and symbols flashed before me. This job, for another client, would take a few days to complete. Even with high speed, the system the information was being pulled from was massive. There were so many hoops to jump through and conquer. It was time to get down to creating the code for Ms. Wonder Woman, one symbol at a time.
6. Wrong way. Bottle up, I took a slug of beer, feeling the coldness down my throat. Overindulgence wasn't my thing, but a few beers here and there I could do, and with the last couple of weeks, I needed them. It was a personal choice, one that my Grams helped with. Being an out-of-control teenager, booze and drugs were all I could think about. It became a problem for me. The booze. Grams got me sorted out, but I never forgot being out of control. A feeling I never wanted again. It was hard to call myself a recovering alcoholic because I was so young, but in a way, I was. Therefore, a few beers, but I stayed away from the hard shit. Now, it was for pleasure, not a way to check out. The club was abuzz tonight, everyone in the mood to let loose a little from the chaos. The music was loud, booze aplenty, and women everywhere. A hard hand slapped on my shoulder, giving it a squeeze. "Nice of you to join us," Crow said, sitting in the chair next to me. We were in the bar area of the clubhouse that had circle tables and chairs. It was where we had most of the parties, but they normally spilled throughout the clubhouse by the end of the night. "Yeah," I replied, taking another pull and blinking a few times. All the screen time was kicking my ass. Everyone in the club knew the long hours I was putting in to get our shit secure once more. Everything had to be restructured and aligned. It wasn't a small job by any stretch of the imagination. Not only time-consuming, but it was a mind-fuck. When doing many different things at once, all the letters, numbers, and symbols seemed to melt together. Fuck, I was seeing it in my sleep. But I did it because I loved this club and would protect it until my dying breath. Painful eyes, fatigue, lack of pretty much everything didn't bother me because it was for my brothers, my club. No shit's hard right now, brother. I'm gonna call for church and get Ethan and Jimmy patched in. Jimmy was another prospect. He wasn't as knowledgeable about computers as Ethan. Still, though, the man had integrity, commitment, and was fearless. I was Ethan's handler, meaning I kept him in line and made sure he was doing the shit he needed to. In playing that role, I was 100% sure he was ready to become a Ravage member. Crow continued. With everything going ass backward, it keeps getting pushed back, but I'm gonna make a point to get that shit done this week. Appreciate that. Using my index finger and thumb, I rubbed my eyes. The damn things were killing me, itchy, burning, and just damn tired. I needed to adjust my screen settings ASAP. Whatever they were set on now wasn't working. You all right? He asked, concern filling his tone. It was one of the many things that made him my best friend and the perfect president for our club. Yeah, just fucking tired. I took another swig of my beer, and with that, I was making myself even sleepier. Not a good mix. Take a day off, wrong way, Crow ordered. You burn out, we got nothing. Rather you take a day to recoup than drive yourself into the ground. I nodded once, him still knowing I would do what needed to be done. While I appreciated it, having all of our businesses up in the air wasn't an option. But I felt like the end was near, or at least closer than it was yesterday. Hornet and Rooster are working on all the cameras and wiring. That's helping tremendously. Phoenix and Tex are looking after the properties and getting them secured. All of that's helping. But having Ethan to take some of the load off for coding would be good. I was man enough to admit that I needed help. It had nothing to do with me not being able to accomplish the job, but everything to do with time. The longer our businesses went unprotected, the bigger the risk of something going wrong. We almost lost millions when Lemon tried to steal from us. That wouldn't happen ever again. Being tired was a result of working around the clock trying to finish. This week we get Ethan in, but brother, you're off for the next 24 hours. Get some sleep. Get laid. Whatever the fuck you need to do to recharge. Crow respected me being upfront with him, which was good because I couldn't be another way. Not in my makeup. Fine, but I have a couple of things to do before that. Crow eyed me, the lines around his eye getting tight, and I knew it was coming. When he got in this mode, it was best to listen to what he said and move on. He was the president, after all. You have 1 hour, then done. While I knew deep down Crow wouldn't do anything to me, he was right. I needed a day to pull my shit together and get back on track. One to recharge and not look at a screen. I'd do no one any good wearing myself down to the bone, and I was getting there. So close to there. This would be good. Got it, I said, finishing the last of my beer. Hey! Rylan, Crow's old lady, came up to the table, wrapping her arms around Crow's neck, who pulled her down to sit on his lap. Hey to you, Crow murmured to Rylan's huge smile. Are you drunk? Rylan tapped her finger to her chin, appearing to be thinking. Nope, only half a bottle, nowhere near it. The woman had a tolerance of a 300-pound man when it came to alcohol, being able to drink a bottle of Jack, and only that would get her drunk. She told me she didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. She almost died a few months ago when she was stranded out in the woods, surviving on drops of water from leaves on trees. It all came from Crow's ex and her scheme to take down the Ravage MC. Rylan just got caught up in the middle of it. Rylan was a fighter and one of the strongest women I knew. Crow carried some guilt about causing her pain, but he had no control over the situation. She'd been letting loose a little more than usual, but she'd been through a lot. She needed a break, and she was taking it. I needed to take my cue from her. Looking at the happy couple and the way they looked at each other, something inside of me wanted that. Someone who knew me so well that we connected on so many different levels. But that was for the future. No way was that right now. Crow may be sidled up, but that didn't mean I was going to be. I knocked my knuckles on the table, standing. "I'm out." Crow nodded to me as Rylan said, "Night, party pooper." My head shook. Only a woman like Rylan would get away with calling me that shit. Now to finish up the preliminary stuff, so when I took tomorrow off, Ravage would have some coverage. While my good setup was at the clubhouse, I did have a computer system at my house for nights like this. Ones where I needed to make sure shit was good before I could settle down. The preliminary security system was up and going, but it took longer than an hour at the clubhouse. I wasn't leaving until at least that was complete, because I wouldn't be able to let loose tomorrow, always thinking of what could happen. Before Lemon tried to take down our club, going to a party, letting loose, and getting laid always cleared my head. The party didn't do that. I'd be the first to admit that what Lemon had done to the club, right under our noses, hit me hard. I kept replaying conversations with him and his actions, but up until the end there, the signs were nowhere to be found. He was just Lemon. And I kept it on repeat, trying to figure out what was missed and how it slipped through my fingers. Being unable to find anything was frustrating. Being attuned to my club and putting that much trust in them, this was a blow. There were no secrets, and in Ravage we trusted everyone implicitly. That was the underlying code for the club. This, though, put a huge kink in that armor we had around us. Getting it back was a priority. The underlying betrayal from him was full force on me, but with everything I had going on, there wasn't time for me to fully let it out. Time. That was what I needed. Grabbing my eye drops, I put a few in each eye, hoping to give me at least an hour more. The main security code for everything was almost complete. With everything else branching off of that, this would be a huge task done. Even with the preliminary up and going, the main one would be tougher and stronger. Once this was completed, I'd have a small bit of the weight off my shoulders. If I got this part done, and not wanting to party, I could sleep, then focus on the getting laid portion. And I knew just who to go to.
7. Hayden. A wide smile came over my face as I looked at my tablet, seeing the man at the door through the camera. Tall, so damn tall. Even standing on my tiptoes at 5'11", he had to dip his head down to kiss me. He made me feel tiny and protected by his size, which wasn't a small feat. Not to mention how unbelievably sexy the man was. Just looking at him, I could cream my panties. No joke. Add in that level of confidence you didn't see in a lot of men these days, and he was a recipe for disaster. But it was always a good one. Setting the tablet down on the countertop and moving to the security panel, I punched in the code, and it beeped twice, telling me it was disarmed. Anticipation filled me as I took the few steps to the door, unlocked it, and opened it wide. The sexiest grin came to his lips as our eyes locked. My pulse quickened, and below the belt, quivered. "Haven't seen you in a while," I said, leaning a shoulder on the frame of the door, looking cool and content, like I had all the time in the world. Somehow, when we were together, he made time stand still for a brief moment. We could get lost in each other and forget the world around us. Forget the lives we led, problems we had, or envisions for our lives to disappear and just focus on the two of us. Had shit going on, he said in his gravelly voice, sending chills down my spine. Damn, I loved his voice. He had one of those deep tones that could be a radio jockey or an audiobook reader. It pulled you in, wanting nothing more for him to continue to talk, even if it were reading the damn dictionary. His face was a work of art, chiseled and defined. Even the 2 small scars under his eye were hot as hell. It was the eyes, though. Deep brown with a golden ring around the iris, reminding me of a lion. Unique, gorgeous, deep. Wrong Way wasn't like most men, not only in the looks department, but in the brains as well. He was so damn smart, and I craved his intelligence, craved him going toe-to-toe with me in discussions. Most men, Rocco included, couldn't hold an entire conversation about the ways of the world. But Wrong Way could, and had on many occasions. While we shared many similar views, I always had to challenge him, which he met any time. You gonna come in, or just doing a drive-by? His grin turned wicked as his arms wrapped around my waist, lifting me clean in the air. My legs wrapped around his hips as he came in and kicked the door shut. His lips came to mine as I heard the deadbolt lock into place. When I heard the beeps of my alarm, immediately I stilled. My head lifted as I watched Wrong Way put in my code to secure the house. How did you know that? See, smart. But this made him dangerous in a way I knew he possessed, but I wasn't exactly comfortable with. But dangerous was part of the appeal. His teeth nipped at my bottom lip. Babe, your system is damn good, but I can still get it. This blew some of the wind out of my sails, because I thought it was foolproof. Fuck, now I'm going to be spending the night securing it, and don't do that. He still held me easily, as if he didn't have a care in the world. Do what? Fuck you, he teased, carrying me through the living room and toward my bedroom. No, you must fuck me. That isn't an option. I mean, hack into my shit, I warned. While I really liked this man, no one cut into my business. No one. If he could get into my security system, no telling if he could get into my computers. Getting that deep into my life, well, it wasn't an option. We had a good thing going between us, and I wasn't ready for any kind of change. Another thing to scratch on the to-do list. Then make it more secure, he challenged, just as his lips came back to mine. The taste of sexy man filled my mouth, and my body instantly relaxed into him completely, forgetting what we were talking about. Hell, forgetting my damn name. This was the way things were with us. When he was here, every thought disappeared. The next thing I knew, my back was to the bed, and Wrong Way was tearing at my clothes. I joined in the fun and began to tear his off as well. It was a flurry of passion, desire, and lust, all rolled up into 2 people who counted on each other for this one thing. Escape. Release. Reprieve from the thoughts that plagued us both. There was no preamble, no making sure I was ready for him. But truthfully, I always was. The moment his pants were off, he was inside of me to the hilt. My back arched off the bed, neck going with it, and I gasped out, releasing him from the kiss. His bulk on top of me was warm and hard as my nails scraped up his back through the muscled ridges and into his silky hair. His thrusts were punishing, moving in and out so rapidly the headboard began to bang on the wall in a steady pace, the sound only turning me on more. I was so close to my climax, right on the edge. He pulled out, leaving me whimpering and wanting, flipping me over quickly to my stomach, my breasts pressing into the mattress. He was in charge. His hand came down hard on my ass, the sound echoing through the room. 3 more came in rapid succession. My ass was warm, and a slow burn came to the cheeks, sending a zing of pleasure to my pussy. Getting spanked was one of my kinks in the bedroom. I moaned, then yelled, "Get inside me!" To that, he smacked my ass 3 more times and pushed my legs together. He straddled me and spread my ass cheeks wide, finding my slick entrance as he slid back inside. Fuck, that was good. I could feel him so deep inside me as he used his hands on my shoulders to pull me down further. My cries came out jumbled as his grunts became sexier. In and out, over and over again, he thrust. Sticking my head in the mattress, I screamed out, loud enough that Ms. M could probably hear me next door. The orgasm hit hard, my entire body shooting off like a rocket and my mind closing down. All I could do was feel. Wrong Way continued to thrust hard and fast, the mattress banging and bouncing. "One more," he said, moving so he was now between my legs, still inside me. He gripped my hair and pulled my back flush with his front, his other hand coming to my clit. There, he moved his fingers quickly as his thrusts continued. The combination of the two had me humming. The build came hard and fast. He could work my body like no man before. I'd never once had better, ever. "Milk me," he ordered, and something about those sexy words sent me flying off into another round of pleasure. My body jolted as it came over me completely, robbing me of everything. I could only open my mouth, letting air out. He joined me after 3 more deep thrusts, up, spilling inside me. We sat in this position for long moments, both needing to catch our breaths. If Wrong Way's arm wasn't around me, I would have fallen face down on the bed. He wrung me dry, sating my body beautifully. As he pulled out of me, he flipped me around, and we laid face to face on the bed, our eyes finally opening and connected with each other's. "Wow," he chuckled. "Yeah, wow." My hand lifted and brushed the hair away from his face. His eyes opened, and a grin played on his lips. "That's a hell of a hello," I teased. "Anytime I'm round you, all I can think about is that tight, wet pussy." I rolled my eyes. "It's always about the pussy. Why not my brain?" "Can't fuck your brain." "True." We sat in silence for a bit, just looking at one another. This game we'd been playing for the past 10 months was fun and thrilling. I never knew when he'd show up, and it would be at the most random times. But each time he did, he always made it a good time. The first time I saw Wrong Way, he was under the hood of Ms. M's Cadillac. He was saying something about her getting a new car, and she was telling him that wasn't happening. If he couldn't fix it, then she'd find someone who could. "Cram, seriously, this beast needs to be put out of its misery." Ms. M smacked him on the shoulder. "It's a classic, and I'm not getting rid of it. Fix it." I couldn't help but chuckle at their back-and-forth banter. He didn't see me watching him, but even then, he captivated me. It was still months before we spoke, other than hi, and years of me living here before we ended up in a tryst. As I stared in those dark eyes with golden flecks, I tried to read the depths, but something was closing him off from me. While I hated that, I also understood it. Connecting with each other in that way wasn't in the cards, or at least hadn't been. He and I knew the score here. We'd always been up front, and that was exactly what this was, sex. Sure, we'd talk over food or drinks, but nothing more, and I was good with that. We were casual. It worked, for the most part. "You staying around?" I asked curiously, not wanting our time to be over just yet. Just a little while longer, so I could get my fix of him, because who knew when he'd be back? The light touches of his rough fingers caressed my face so damn lovingly, as if he were memorizing me with each brush. "For a bit." I smiled, wanting our time together to continue. It was selfish, but the times we were together were priceless to me. "Hungry?" His hand smacked my ass, and he pulled my hips to his, the semi pressing against me. "Always around you." This made my insides do funny things that I shut down immediately. Instead, I reminded him. Food. He kissed me quickly. "That chicken and dumpling stuff." I lifted up on my elbow to look down on the man. "Now you're bossy. Maybe I should just feed you chicken noodle soup out of a can." His arms came around me and pulled me on top of him. "Am who I am, babe. There's no change in that." "I know," I said, pulling my hair to the side so it dangled over my shoulder. "That's one thing I can always count on you for, telling it to me straight." That was the honest truth. Never would I want to change him. "Always. Let's eat, 'cause we have a few more rounds to go before I have to head out." "So bossy," I teased, crawling off the bed, moving to the bathroom, and taking my robe off the hook on the back door. Slipping the soft fabric over my shoulders, I tied it tight, then threw my hair up in a messy bun on the top of my head. This was another thing I loved about Wrong Way. I could just be myself. Hell, if I had to fart, then I would. We were comfortable together. It was a small-known fact that I loved cooking. Growing up the way I did, where eating out of dumpsters was gourmet, I vowed to myself I'd learn to cook. I wasn't the best, but I wasn't the worst either. Looking over my shoulder, he was laying sprawled out on my bed, his legs opened wide. His cock was already semi-hard, and I knew from experience he could go again right now. But something in his eyes was off. He was tired or stressed. Something. If making him his favorite meal of mine would help kick him out of whatever funk he was in, so be it. "You gonna lay around while I slave in the kitchen?" "Be there in a sec," he said with a wink as I moved through the house. I heard the clawing on the door of my office. Fuck, Luna. I'd forgotten her. Grabbing my keys from the kitchen, I unlocked the door from my office, and Luna came barreling out. She paid zero attention to me, sniffing the air, and went on the hunt for the man in my bed. Typical woman, fawning all over the sexy man. Luna loved Wrong Way. Loved him. Every time he came to the house, she forgot I existed for a few hours, which I couldn't blame her. Bet that was how everyone was with the man. On a sigh, I pulled out all the ingredients and got to work. With a lack of time, I had to take a few shortcuts, but he wouldn't be able to tell in the end. A while later, I heard Luna's dog tags jingling first. Turning my head, a smile lifted my lips. Luna was right next to Wrong Way, trotting in, her head looking up at him, then to me. "She likes you." "I'm a likable man." I turned back to the stove. "Yeah, you are that. So, what brings you around?" "Wanted to see ya." This made me smile. While I was nowhere near a priority in his life, he at least thought about me from time to time. "You been doing okay?" Wrong Way was in the Ravage MC Rebellion chapter. I had no idea exactly what he did, and even curious, it wasn't my business. He sometimes talked about his brothers, in the sense of they were together that day, but mostly he was tight-lipped with it. I respected that. That level of loyalty was hard to find these days. Finding people you could really trust and count on were far and few between. He took a step back. Yeah, just got shit going down. You? Well, he didn't tell me about the club. I didn't tell him about my jobs either. We each had our own lives, and that was the way it would stay. It was a mutual respect. Same old, practicing throwing my knives and walking Luna. See, the truth, but I left out the other stuff I'd been doing. Lying was something I used often, growing up to survive. Now, I only did it when it was necessary. This wasn't. Therefore, I was vague, yet honest. Not everyone understood what I did, but it wasn't for them. It was for me, for my control, for myself. At least the part no one but Rocco knew about. But I had no doubt the man knew what I did for a living. He was too damn smart not to. And a man like him wouldn't just give himself to someone repeatedly and not look them up in the process. Hell, he knew my passcode for the alarm. No doubt he probably checked me out as soon as I moved into this place. Knives? He asked, and I shrugged, turning around to him with a smile on my devious face. Yeah, you'd better be nice to me. His smile widened. Oh, baby, I'm always nice to you. Turning back to the stove, I smiled like a giddy schoolgirl to the pot below me. Damn, when he said shit like that, it always got my belly fluttering. I lost a brother, he said out of the blue, shocking the shit out of me and wiping away my smile. After picking my mouth up off the floor from his candid statement and moving to him, I responded, Sorry to hear that. He was a piece of shit, but still, hard losing one of us. My hand went to his arm in a comforting gesture. On rare occasions, he would open up, telling me about something significant that happened in his life. I could count on one hand how many times it was. Each time, I treasured it like gold. It was precious and needed to be treated with care. It was a slippery slope, though. While I loved when he did, it also made my heart feel. Something it wasn't allowed to do when it came to wrong way. It would do neither of us any favors. But damn, it was hard not to. Each time we talked like this, it cracked a small part of me. He was the only one who'd ever done it, and it would only set me up for a broken heart in the end. Wrong Way wasn't the staying man. He liked to come and go as he pleased, and it had worked out great for both of us. Him at a distance, because giving him my body was much easier than giving him anything inside of me. Moving back to the cutting board, I chopped up the carrots and tossed them in the pot, needing to be able to listen to him, yet not. You ever lose someone? He asked. A weight hit my gut. I'd lost so many things in my life, over and over again. It was something I didn't like talking about. All the pain that I'd lived through, only to make it out on the other side a better woman. That was what my focus had always been. But this was Wrong Way. The man who just gave me a small part of him. He wouldn't judge me. That didn't mean I wanted to crack myself open wide for him, or anyone else. But a small tidbit wouldn't hurt. I wrestled around with it in my head and decided to say, yeah. Somehow it was easier to talk to the pot than to him directly. It was true. I had Janie to talk to about anything and everything. There were only a few things that I kept from her. She may have been my social worker back in the day, but now she was family. The very small amount I had. His hip rested on the counter next to me, his arms crossed over each other. I've lost those I cared about, and those I hated. Both have stayed with me long afterward. This one, though, just pisses me off. While I knew I shouldn't, for the first time, I was too curious and asked, "Did he do something to your brothers?" He sighed deep, then surprisingly answered, "Yeah, to all of us. Almost got me killed. Crow's old lady, she took the brunt of the damage that lay in his aftermath. It's been hell." This had my gut pitching, as a fear I hadn't felt for a long time threatened to take me over. The world wouldn't be the same without Wrongway in it. That just wasn't an option. There were always rumors about the Ravage MC and how dangerous they were. But this brought it home in a very personal way. He couldn't get hurt. Then I'm glad he's gone. It came out with a venom I didn't quite get at the time, but would understand later. He reached over and pulled my head to his lips and kissed my forehead. "Me too. Glad to know you feel that way." My body got a bit flustered. We were only friends with benefits, and sometimes those lines got a little blurry. Like right now. Because for me, it was difficult to talk about my past. But sometimes I felt like I could with him, and only him. But I would never tell him specifics. This was the part of me that was hidden from the world. No one got in. Not Rocco, not Ms. M, not even Janie, and she knew more than anyone. I couldn't crack that part of me open. For the first time, though, scarily, I wanted to. Instead of saying anything, I joked, "Yeah, who else would come over for a booty call?" If I kept him compartmentalized in my head, this would continue to work. It was how I survived on the streets, putting everyone in their own groups to remember their places in my life. There were the ones I couldn't trust, the ones I could, which were few. Each person had a separate spot, and for my own sanity, it needed to stay that way. He barked out a laugh, but his words were a bit harder than before. There'd better not be anyone. This comment did two things to me. One, made my insides melt. Two, scared the shit out of me. Once again, I brushed it off. "Nope, just you. Better be." He took a step back. "Do you have someone to talk to?" he asked bizarrely. Well, I did. I wouldn't talk to them. "Yeah." "You need to talk? I'm here." He let me go, and I felt raw for a moment. Exposed. A feeling that I didn't like one bit. Instead of answering, I stirred the pot. "I know what you did." My body stilled at his tone. This could mean so many things, none of them good. I'd done lots in my years. Not all of it I was proud of. Hell, most of it I wasn't. But lately I had been. It didn't mean I wanted others to know. My focus in life had always been to survive. At the time, I didn't know why. Then as I got older and became established with money, I understood. This was the life intended for me. This was what I should be doing, using my skills to help others who were like me before. While it was risky, it needed to be done. It didn't stop the anxiety from rising, but doing everything to protect myself helped ease it. Masking my thoughts, my emotions, I carried on with my task. "What was that?" I asked, reaching into the cabinet to pull down 2 bowls and began to dish up the food. Thoughts swirled in my head of what this could be. Was it my latest conquest with Mr. Davidson? Did he know that I was able to get the money to each of the women anonymously? There had been so many instances lately that it could be anything. Word around town is Alice Bernard got a huge settlement against the asshole who hit her. I shrugged again, letting the tension leave my body. This was nothing. "That's good," I replied. His smile widened at my evasion. Alice says you were the reason for it. Shit. I didn't think Alice would go around to everyone and tell them, but if this was the worst he heard about me, I'd take it. Just helped her get some information on the asshole. She had 2 kids in the car and was rear-ended. The asshole's insurance wasn't going to give them shit. Are you a detective now? Kinda. There are lots of shit people in the world. If I can help one of those wronged by the shit people, then I do my bit. That might have been a bit too much information, but it was out there and ready to roll. Truth at its finest. Don't get yourself in with the wrong crowd, he warned, my eyes snapping to his intense ones. Know what you do, Hayden. Known for a while. Just don't get involved in shit that will bring you down. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, still had many battles, and not all of them were won. Don't get in so deep you can't see the light out. His words felt like daggers as they came out. I could feel myself in pain with each one. He knew what I did. But how deep did he know? What exactly did he know? Hell, did I want him to tell me? I won't. The words were a whisper. He never came out and said if he knew one way or the other. I still didn't know if this included the jobs I didn't get paid for. Hell, the ones I did get cash for were confidential. Told you the man was smart. And Alice running her mouth didn't help the situation. That was done as a favor to Ms. M, who was beside herself. I'd do just about anything for Ms. M, and this wasn't a hardship. I motioned to the table. Have a seat. I'll bring it. His head shook as he reached out and grabbed the bowls from me, taking them to the table. It was another thing that piqued my interest in the man. He was kind and gentle with me, always. Sure, there were rumors out there of what the Ravage MC could do to people, but he'd never shown me that side of him. It was there, that was for certain. But he made me feel safe, and not from just being in my house, but from everything in the world. I wasn't a scaredy pants by any stretch of the imagination. I just didn't trust. Didn't trust that people would have my back. Hell, that anything would. I'd been let down too many times in my life. When I closed my eyes, I wanted peace. When my eyes were open, they were wide. It was why I hadn't connected with a man. No one but Wrong Way, and I didn't want him at first either. It may be pathetic, but it was the truth. Men had a large compartmentalized part of me. There was one I trusted completely, Rocco. Wrong Way was in the middle. While I trusted him with my body, that didn't mean I'd trust him with anything else. There was just part of me that stayed shut off to everyone and everything. I grabbed the bread and moved to the table, sitting in the seat opposite Wrong Way. Keep things surface, Hayden, or we'll all get burned.
8. Wrong Way. Hayden was an excellent cook, and I ate her dumplings like they were going to run out in the next 5 minutes. Home-cooked meals didn't really apply to me often, but she always filled the bill for me. It wasn't just her skill in the kitchen. Hell, not by a long shot. Hayden was like no woman I'd known before. She was so damn smart when it came to computers and life in general. She had book smarts and street smarts down to a T. Not many women I'd run across had them both. Her brain was something I'd love to dig into and pick, just to learn exactly the way she ticked. While I'd learned a lot after researching her, nothing compared to when a woman openly talked to a man, letting him in. Given our arrangement, it was understandable. We both held secrets and weren't looking for anything more than a good time. "Was it good?" she asked, with only a slight hesitation, which was sexy as all hell. The woman knew she could damn well cook, but she gave a shit what I thought. Loved that. Fuck yeah. Her smile was wide as my cock grew harder. Her beauty put every other woman to utter shame. The curves of her body were unprecedented and all naturally hers. Between her tits and ass, there wasn't just one thing I loved about her. It was how her curves dipped from each feature to the next, creating a silhouette that no man could resist. She had meat and lots of it, perfect for grabbing onto and fucking hard. She grabbed the band from her hair and pulled it out. I watched as the long chestnut tresses fell in waves down her back. When I first met her, I thought for sure she had hair extensions, but from grabbing a hold of it, I knew it was all real. Everything on her was real. Come here. I reached around the table and grabbed her arm, pulling her to me. Her long legs straddled me, opening her robe so her pussy rested on my jeans. The tattoos on them called to me to lick every single detail of them. Cheshire cat with a very sly grin. A rose with a large pocket watch. A sugar skull on her thigh and a broken heart on her chest. She had so many that I just wanted to lick them all. Every single damn one of them telling the story of her life through art. Each illustration perfectly fitting with each dip and curve of her figure, like they were made to be exactly where they were on her body. On the inside of her thighs, my cum had dried, fueling the desire for her by 10. When we started, she would always clean herself after, but once I told her to wait, and she did. Later, seeing my seed dry on her lit me up. She must have liked what happened after, because she always let me dry on her afterward. Wrapping my hand around her hair, I pulled her head to me and took her lips in a deep, possessive kiss. She gave, and I took. She took, and I gave. It was a dance we played with each other until I was done and took every damn thing I could from her. Lifting up, everything went flying off the table in one full sweep of my arm. The crash of the dishes scattering echoed through the room. It didn't faze Hayden as her legs wrapped around my hips, and I undid my jeans and let them fall to the floor. One swift thrust, and my cock found heaven. So damn tight and wet, just for me. All for me. The table shook with each of my thrusts. Her hair cascaded in a large sheet, falling off the sides and dangling down. Fuck, it was a sight. Her throaty moans had my hips pistoning harder, deeper, faster. Nowhere with Hayden was deep enough, would never be deep enough. As she screamed out her release, I watched in awe, the way her back arched, the way her eyes rolled, then her lids shut, the way she clenched around my cock so hard I could feel her everywhere. She felt perfect. Fucking perfect. Mine followed right behind, my cock jerking and draining itself into her tight, warm cunt. Fuck, she was something. It took me a few moments to catch my breath. When my eyes opened, she was looking into them. Fuck, they were an unbelievable shade of gray-blue. Add those into her dazzling smile, and I was spent. Falling back in the chair, Hayden started to pull up and close her legs. I stopped her instantly, with a hand to each of her thighs. "What are you—" she started, but I wasn't looking at her anymore. No, my focus was on her core, where slowly my cum was falling out of her body, down her ass, and hitting the floor. Fuck me, that was hot. Not giving her a minute, I picked her body up and planted her on my cock once more. She cried out, and her head flew back. I could feel her hair tickling my hands at her ass as I squeezed. Her feet went to the rungs of the chair as she helped me lift her body up and down on my cock. Her hands came to the back of my neck, her nails digging in, no doubt slicing my flesh. As our climaxes hit once again, she sagged into my body, limp and sated. Her breathing was labored, matching my own. We sat like that for long moments, just letting the feel of one another sink into our memories. She felt so fucking good. Better than anything I'd ever felt before. Her heat lifted, and soft lips came to mine. One more passionate kiss before I needed to head out. If I stayed, I'd fuck her all night. That really wouldn't be so bad, would it? My lips fucking tingled as I made my way across Hayden's yard, heading to the front door. It opened before I got there, the little old lady beaming up at me like I was the best thing she'd seen in her whole damn life. "There's my boy," Grams cheered, grabbing my cheeks and pulling me down to her, kissing my forehead. She didn't release me. Instead, she peered deep into my eyes. It was as if she could look inside my soul and pick out all the shit I'd done in my years on this planet. It was also that she didn't give two shits about any of that and loved me for me. Always had. It didn't mean she didn't want the best for me, though. She made that point often. "Hey, Graham," I said, wrapping my arms around her and pulling her into my body. Only then did her hands release my face and go around my waist. Or try to go around it. She didn't make it. She was a little thing, but don't let that shit fool you. Firecracker wasn't even the best word to describe her. Spitfire. Hellraiser. No nonsense. It was what made her the best. We parted, but her hands grabbed mine and held them tight. "It's about time you got your ass here." A grin tipped my lips. Loved this woman with everything inside of me. For her, I'd do anything. Yeah. What's on the huge-ass to-do list?" Grams laughed, and it was a great sound, always had been. I'd come to live with Grams at 9 years old when my parents died. She raised me into the man I became. I thought she did a damn good job. Grams took a small step back and held her index and thumb apart an inch. "There may be a few things I need help on." She always did, and more times than not, it was more than just a few things. "You know you can call Ethan or Kenny." Ethan, being a prospect and having to do what I said, I'd given him the task of making sure Grams was good, even had him checking in on her periodically. My brother was busy with his job keeping the streets of Rebellion clean. I almost chuckled at that. Not too clean. He knew the club and helped us on more than one occasion. It was good to have the sheriff as blood. But he always made time for Grams, too. From the sound of it, though, he hadn't been around in a while. Grams shook her head. "Ethan's a good one, Reed, but he ain't you. Don't you go pawning stuff on him that you should be doing. And Kenny's been dealing with work." If she only knew all the shit swirling around the club and the time and energy I'd been putting into protecting them, she might have given me a little slack. But she'd never know. It was one part of my life that I kept from her at all costs. Her house was watched all the time, and cameras were everywhere. I could even check that shit on my phone if I needed to. There were too many crazy fucks in the world not to have eyes on the ones I loved. If she knew it, though, she'd raise holy hell and give every drop of it to me. "Stop giving me shit." Her bony hands went to her hips. Rylan, Crow's old lady, would call it bitch stance. "Stop giving me reason to." "I'm here now. What you need worked on?" She looked me up and down, appraising me again. I felt that twinge when she was digging deep into my soul once again. I'd always wondered what exactly she saw inside of me, but never asked. There were too many dark holes in my soul, and the less she knew, the better. Grams said, "Follow me," turned around, and made her way into the kitchen. 2 years ago, the guys and I redid a lot of her house. The woman still had green avocado appliances in the kitchen that were on their last leg, but according to her, they still had life in them. We came in, gutted the place, painted, redid the floors, then fixed up the kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms. It took a while to complete, being no small feat. When I tried to make her stay in a hotel for 3 weeks while we worked, she raised a holy fit and left the hotel as soon as I dropped her off. She called a damn Uber to come and get her. She showed up at the house, and the living room and kitchen were completely destroyed. She was pissed after seeing the mess and the fact she couldn't walk around because of the debris, and she gave in, only giving us 2 weeks to finish. We ended up working around her that last week, but the work got done, and she was safe in her house now.
"You gonna tell me?"
Graham said, sitting at the kitchen table while I changed the light bulbs in her ceiling. She had recessed lighting that looked kick-ass, but no way she could replace the bulbs. Hell, even I had to use a long pole with a special attachment to go around the bulb and put it into place. It was one feature I regretted changing on the house. "Tell you what?" I asked, screwing in the light. She cleared her throat.
"Don't you think for 1 second I didn't see where you came from and the way you smell?"
"And," I said, lowering my arm and grabbing another bulb, rather liking the fact that I smelled of Hayden and sex.
"And?"
she mocked, and I swore if she could reach my head, she would have smacked me upside it. She never took any crap from me. Still didn't. One of the few women in my life who got this kind of leeway.
"Do I need to go get a switch?"
To this, I barked out laughing. 1, because it was true. She'd break her neck trying to cut the branch off the tree, but she would do it just to prove a point. 2, because I was twice the size of her, literally, and her beating me with a stick would end up being on some funniest video shit. Her face twisted as she turned around and headed to the door. Quickly, I raced in front of her, still chuckling. "Stop! I'm just kidding."
"You're a pain in my ass,"
she growled. "And we're even because you're a pain in mine." To this, her frustration lifted, and a ghost of a smile tipped her wrinkly lips.
"You're not getting out of that question, Reed Bowden Maxwell. What's going on with my neighbor?"
My trips over to Hayden's place weren't exactly secret. I just didn't tell everyone my business. No social media or any of that shit, posting pictures of the food I was eating or the chick I was fucking. In fact, I didn't have social media at all. Tweeting, posting, sharing, I didn't do any of it. Going around telling my brothers who I fucked wasn't my thing either. I wasn't like Phoenix, who spread his shit far and wide. That side of me was for me alone. My brothers knew everything that was important. That was all that mattered. Graham's was different, though. She loved me through everything, and I gave her a shitload to go through. That wasn't something I took lightly, because she never once gave up on me. Even at my worst, when the booze took over my life, she was by my side. It was the most precious thing I had, and I would protect it with everything inside of me. It was irreplaceable. Hayden may not be a secret, but she wasn't something I shared either. She was different from the women who hung around the club. There were no hidden agendas from Hayden. No wanting to coerce me into a relationship. No calling me every 5 fucking minutes to get my attention. No walking around all my brothers with her ass hanging out or an open invitation in her eyes, hoping on the off chance I'd get jealous and take her as mine. While that was good for a quick fuck, she was different. Hayden didn't have to try one bit. The thing with her was her intelligence was unprecedented, yet she didn't flaunt it in any way. She could hold a conversation with ease, going toe-to-toe with me, even when we argued. The other thing was, she didn't realize how beautiful she truly was. While on the outside she had this confidence that bled from her pores, inside she didn't see herself as most would. Every time we'd spent together, she'd do something like tuck her hair behind her ear in a bashful way, or bite her bottom lip, drawing my eyes to the erotic sight. While I knew she saw herself in the mirror every day, that didn't mean she saw what I did. Fuck, what most of the men saw when they looked at her. "We fuck, Grams. No harm, no foul." Grams burst out laughing.
"That's what I love about you, boy. You tell it straight, even if I gotta pry it out of you."
My Grams was a tough cookie. She never took shit from me or my brother. She said raising our dad taught her about boys, and just like him, we wouldn't be going around getting into trouble. She may not like the decisions I'd made in life, but I never once held back from her. It was how our family worked. I screwed in the last 2 light bulbs, turning the pole. Grams and I were rock solid. Never told her a single lie in my life, and I wasn't about to start lying to her now. No other way.
You do not screw her over, young man. She's a good kid.
Young man? Kid? Pretty damn positive that would never change in her eyes. Yet, I'm anything but a young man. That was for damn sure. Know that. Even though Hayden wasn't a kid either. Oh no. She was all woman from head to toe. There wasn't an inch of skin on her that wasn't female.
I'm not moving, so you treat her bad and she doesn't come to see me anymore, that's on your head,
Grams threatened, letting me know exactly where she stood in this scenario. Damn, I loved her. Hayden will do what she wants when she wants. What we have going on isn't going to change anything for you. She shook her head.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Believe me, I know.
What, is she going to go all fatal attraction on me? It was a joke, but at Grams's pause, I looked to her serious face.
Gotcha, she said, on a huge smile. Nah, except she may cut your balls off. You know she's a very good shot with a knife.
Grams loved to tease me. So I hear. Just the thought of it had my balls shrinking up. What's next?
Smoke detector. I hit it with the broom handle until it stopped making that loud-as-hell noise.
I shook my head. This was how she was growing up. Always told me what she thought and the ways she saw things. It was where I got my level head from. Beating it with a stick isn't fixing the problem. Grams crooked her finger at me, not saying a word, but her message was clear. I bent to her, and bam. Her hand came out and swiped the back of my head. The laugh burst out as her wagging finger pointed at me.
It fixed it just fine. You hear it making noise? No, you don't, because Grams took care of it. Now, Kenny's going to be on my ass about it not working and being safe, so you got to get it done before he decides to visit. Fix the battery.
I did as she asked, making quick work of the other odd and end jobs she needed done. Missed you, Gram.
I ain't gone nowhere, Reed. You come around whenever you want. My door's always open.
We sat at her kitchen table with glasses of sweet tea. It was the table I did my homework at and where I ate meals as a kid. When we redid the house, I asked her if she wanted a new table. She slapped me upside the head to give me the answer.
This table will be here long after I'm gone. You keep it for your family.
While it was a nice gesture, having a family wasn't on the agenda right now. But the worn dings in the wood and the carvings I made when I was bored would give a great history lesson for future generations. Maybe not for me, because I didn't know that a family was in my future, but Kenny would like it. He for sure would get hitched once he got done playing the field. Coming here always brought me back to those days when I didn't know the ways of the world. How dark it could be. How it could twist and turn at every corner. Now I knew better, but it was nice for a brief moment in time to feel closed off.
You need to come by more often. I'm sure Hayden over there would like to see you, she jabbed, wanting more information.
Grams wasn't one to give up that easily. She'd keep fishing and fishing. Gram, I'll get over here more to see ya. Got shit going on, and once it simmers down, I'm here. That may be a while at the rate we were going, but there had to be an end.
You in trouble?
Her eyes narrowed into small slits, and with her wrinkly eyelids, I couldn't see her eyes at all. I held in my laugh, knowing she'd smack me again if I brought it up. I'm good. How about you? Her head shook.
Oh, no, you don't. That's twice you've dodged my questions. Not happening. Are you in trouble?
My head shook automatically. It was a dance we'd played for years. While she knew about me and the club, she didn't need to know the ins and outs. No, I'm fine. Just busy hooking up new security systems at the clubhouse.
Why you need those?
They're old. This was the truth. The ones we had obviously weren't working before, since Lemon was running them. Fuck, who knew what information he gave out? Bringing them up to par was easy, just time-consuming.
Back to Hayden.
While I was happy she stopped asking about the club, answering about Hayden wasn't something I could do. Our relationship was fun and uncomplicated. Anything more could lead to her getting hurt, and that was never in my plan. Graham, she's great. We both know where we stand and are happy with it. When one of us isn't, we'll tell the other. She lifted the glass to her lips and took a sip. Swear the damn glasses were heavier than weights. She'd had them for over 50 years, and not a single day went by without her using at least one.
Get that, Reed. But she's a beauty and doesn't even know it. She thinks she's plain.
Graham's brows scrunch.
Hayden? Plain? Not a chance in hell. I'm surprised there aren't men putting up tents in her front yard to get with her. You let that one slip through your fingers, someone else will be right behind you.
It was true. Hayden was something else, and I loved that she didn't know that about herself. Or she did, but she kept herself humble. Fuck that woman. My cock liked the idea of her. He always did. We'd never talked about us being anything more. We liked our setup. It worked well for both of us. But the thought of other men staking their claim to her created a small fire deep inside my gut. A place I'd never unlocked. It wasn't exactly jealousy, but more of possession. I'd have to cut their throats. The words were out before I could stop them. I was so lost in the thought of another man touching her, my subconscious just took over. Grams cleared her throat, pulling me out of my thoughts, and smiled wide.
Exactly. That's why you need to pull your head out of your ass and nail that woman down.
I smirked. While I love to nail her, we're on the same page here. At least I thought we were. She'd given me no signs we were going a different direction. There'd never been a deep discussion about the future. We stayed in the here and now.
You let her go, you're a fool.
Grams had never been this fired up about any woman I had been with before. Granted, none of them had been her neighbor, and none of them were really worth the time. Time I gave Hayden. How about you let me handle my shit? She shook her head.
Mark my words, you'll see. She's the kind of woman you don't let go of. No, you don't do relationships, but Hayden's special, Reed.
I sighed. I didn't do relationships. I didn't like attachments. Everyone who mattered that wasn't part of Ravage I could count on one hand. To say I kept my circle small was an understatement. While she was creeping into that count, I wasn't there yet. Was I? An alert from my phone went off, and I pulled it out of my pocket. So much for my downtime. The words "unauthorized attempt detected" were written on the screen, glaring back at me in warning. Fuck. That meant someone had hacked or was trying to get into our computer system. Graham, I gotta go. Leaning down, I kissed her cheek as she grabbed my arm.
Be safe.
There wasn't a time I hadn't left her since the day our lives changed that she didn't let me leave without those 2 words. While some people believed angels watched over us from heaven, I believed my Grams was my angel on earth. With that, I took off to the clubhouse to find out who had the balls to try to tap into our computers. Hell hath no fury like a Ravage MC man being crossed. Whoever was trying this shit was about to be found the fuck out, and the shitstorm would ensue once I figured out who I was dealing with. Fuck them.
9. Hayden. One of these days, I'm going to kill you in your sleep. My threat was not without merit, and it was strongly being considered at this moment. Rocco, God love him, was wearing on my last piece of thread. It's just a bar, Hayden. Live a little. My head fell back to the couch as I looked up at the ceiling. Luna came and sat on my feet. She meant to be a comfort, but it didn't help much. While Rocco still found this carefree way to live given all we'd endured on the streets, I hadn't quite mastered it. Don't get me wrong, my dumpster diving days were behind me, but relaxing really wasn't my thing. To me, relaxing was throwing knives, reworking my security system, investing money. Everything about my life was also in preparation, keeping each aspect of my life secure in a way that would never land me flat on my ass again. Bars, dating, or socializing in general wasn't part of securing my future. I'll live just fine once Dickhead isn't coming with us. That was the honest truth, too. This going out thing wouldn't be so bad if it didn't include him, the dreaded ex. He didn't deserve a name besides that one. It wasn't an amicable breakup, and it was a long time ago, but that didn't mean I wanted to spend time with him. Ever. He was a dick, the epitome of epic asshole. The moment his true colors came out, when he showed me he was a dick, well, that was the end of it. The sex wasn't horrible. Half the time he couldn't tell if I'd come or not. The other half I faked it just to get it over with. Never had I faked it with wrong way. There was never a reason to. He knew how to work my body like no man before. He's my buddy. We're just going out for a few beers to kick back. You're coming, Rocco demanded, and my eyes rolled. Loved Rocco, but spending time with my ex wasn't a good night for me. Why? You go out with them all the time. Why me? He sighed deeply. Because you need to get out more, find a man, get laid, have fun. You're not 100 years old sitting in front of a television watching Wheel of Fortune. I smacked his arm. Hey, that's a good show. It's all about solving a code, therefore my specialty. Rocco burst out laughing, his body shaking with it. It isn't. Dancing with the Stars? I questioned as he shook his head. The Bachelor, that's a good one. Yeah, with all that fun going on, no wonder you don't want to come out for a drink. My head lifted as I looked at Rocco. Don't diss my shows. I'll put a virus on your phone. To this, he stopped laughing. That shit's not funny. Once was enough. Inside, I smiled at the thought. He pissed me off years ago, and I crashed his phone and pretty much blew it up to the point it was destroyed. Later, when he told me he lost his pictures, I'd felt bad for his anger. Pictures were memories, good or bad. Sometimes they were the only thing left when it came to those you loved. I didn't have many of them. Lucky for Rocco and myself, I'd uploaded all his information to a backup, and we were able to get it corrected and get his pictures back. Sometimes when the world was at your fingertips, one forgot the consequences. He had to know I wouldn't do that to him again, but I said nothing. It's just drinks. Why do you want me to go so bad? Is Dickhead behind this? If he was, I was going to kill him or wipe out Dickhead's shit and not think twice about it, fucker. No, just come. My head fell back again. I'd gotten 2 new clients this week and got paid by Wonder Woman. On top of the new ones, I found something suspicious that required more of my attention. That was what I was working on before Rocco showed up at my house. You're not going to give this up, are you? Nope. He patted my leg, then gave it a squeeze. Up and at 'em. Get dressed and we're out. I looked down at my jeans and t-shirt. I am dressed. While your tits are sexy as hell, I can see your nipples. Looking down, in fact, one could see my nipples through the white fabric. Fuck me. Sorry, not going there, he fired back. I smacked his arm, rising from the couch. No nip show for me. Groaning, I made my way into my bedroom, Luna following. If I was going, I'd make the best of it, like always. The Wharf was a bar on the edge of town. People came from several counties around to go there, just to drink and hang. I didn't mind the bar, but it was always crowded with people. If they'd open the back room, it would relieve some of the confinement, helping to not feel some of the pinch. Entering, Rocco was in front of me and grabbed my hand, pulling me through the crowd. It was a crush and loud. This wasn't the place to sit and have a deep and meaningful conversation. More like get drunk, dance, and find someone to take home for the night. Hell, even in the bathroom, which I'd seen on occasions. Not pretty. Rocco's other hand went up as he waved to Stormy, the owner of the place. I followed suit, except adding a smile the man's way. Stormy was a good and honest man. He held a very special place in my heart because he took care of Rocco, giving him a roof over his head. Not many people would have taken a chance on the likes of Rocco or me, but Stormy did. Rocco and I lived in the local shelter together for many years. When we turned 18, it was time for us to go. I went with our social worker, Janie, and Rocco went with Stormy, who he developed a relationship with while working as a cleaner for the bar. At first, it was difficult to be apart after relying heavily on one another for safety and comfort. We had to find a new normal, and it was a hard adjustment. I'd only ever had the shelter be my safe place, but truly it wasn't, because I always slept with an eye open. When I went to Janie's, sleeping became a bit easier, meaning I only slept with one eye half open. Rocco, though, took to living with Stormy with ease, trusting him immediately. I envied that for a very long time. The ability to still believe the good inside people. I just didn't have it. Warm bodies bumped and shifted into mine as Rocco led me to the other side of the bar where a few tables were. Stormy showed up on cue. Out, he ordered, and the people sitting at the table looked up but didn't move. This made me chuckle. Don't make me repeat myself. His glare might even put wrong way in his place. Might. The 3 men and 1 woman got up quickly and scurried away. I pulled my hand from Rocco's and moved to Stormy, wrapping my arms around his bulk. He was a brute of a man, at over 6 feet tall and broad shoulders. How's my beautiful girl doing? He asked in my ear, making a smile grace my face. I wasn't sure at the time if Stormy knew he was getting 2 teens for the price of 1, but he treated me like his own from the beginning. It took me a few years to get to this point with him, where I could feel like he was real, but now he was on a very short list of people I trusted in this world. Not bad. Looks like business is good. He pulled away and held me at arm's length. Really good. Then he looked at Rocco, taking on the authoritative stare, as I liked to call it. It was the one where we listened. You keep your eye on this one. Place is getting rowdy. I can handle myself, Stormy, I told him, something he already knew because he showed me. He taught me the exact spot to insert a knife to make a man bleed out. Great times. His stern look came to me. Know that. Just don't want you getting hurt or me having to get out my shotgun and put a bullet in some asshole trying to get in your pants. I rolled my eyes. No one is getting in my pants. There was only one man I allowed there. Would only be him, at least for now. There was no interest in anyone else. Stormy looked out into the mass of people, leaning down to my ear. These men are rowdy tonight. Watch your back." "Don't worry so much," I told him, patting his arm. If he only knew what I really did, that would put me in a hell of a lot more danger than being in a bar with a bunch of men. He didn't, though, and I was keeping it that way. He looked me up and down. "You look like you do. You're fresh fucking meat to these boys." "I'm not fresh meat. I'm here all the time." "Well, not all the time, but regularly enough." "Woman, you know what I mean." He stared me down and didn't even flinch when I gave him my smile that usually melted the ice off any man. Damn it. "I know, I'll be careful. Just gonna have a few drinks and get this guy," I pointed my thumb over at Rocco, "to take my ass home." "Tiny'll be around to get your order." "I can just go up to the bar." Why did I feel like I was on repeat tonight? I took care of myself for a long damn time. But I had to admit, in a place deep inside where I'd locked up, I felt the happiness of having this. My child me craved it, and Stormy gave it freely. "You'll sit your ass down," Stormy demanded. "Did Jody piss in your Cheerios this morning?" I asked him teasingly. Jody was his woman. This got me a tip of the lip. "She does every fucking morning." To this, Rocco and I laughed. "One good thing is at least we'll sell more booze tonight," Stormy said, eyeing me. "What?" Stormy looked around the room. "They're itching to buy you a drink. Wolves circling." He faced Rocco. "Anything happens to her, you're responsible." Stormy turned around and took off to go behind the bar. We sat, our backs to the wall and eyes among the crowd. It didn't take long for Tiny to be over and take our drink orders, in which we ordered 2 each, just because it was so packed. Tiny was the only waitress. When she came back with several shots on the tray, Rocco said, "We didn't order this." Tiny shook her head. "I can't remember all the guys who sent these over." She sat them one by one on the table. "They're for Ms. Beauty Queen here." Tiny set the last of 13 shots down, then threw her arm out. "Guys bought them for ya." "Great, thanks." This meant we'd have a steady stream of men coming over to the table. I wasn't in the mood to deal with it, but whatever. I didn't touch the shots. Drinking heavily when I knew I would have to face Dickhead, it wasn't a smart idea. It wasn't long before Rocco's friends arrived. Sleazy, Dopey, and Dickhead. Okay, so that wasn't their real names, but they may as well be. Sleazy, also known as Nick, was a sleazeball, always hitting on me, trying to wrap his arms around me like I was some kind of possession. Needless to say, this never ended well. Him touching me was a no-go, and his balls had been handed to him several times because of it. Dopey, also known as Kale, was the epitome of Kurt Cobain in looks. Add in he was high all the damn time, it suited him well. He was mellow and easy to talk to. Him I didn't mind so much. The thing with Dopey was he was quite intelligent and knew more when he was high than when he was sober. Strange, but very true. Dickhead was my ex. Oh no, don't let the dark hair, bright blue eyes, and rough exterior make you think he was a bad boy, because he wasn't. At all. Not even a little bad in the bedroom. Straight missionary. With his looks, one would think he'd have it going on. He didn't. True, he could hold a conversation, but sex was a huge part of a relationship, and no way in hell was I spending time with a man who lacked. There was no spark. It was as if it disappeared once I let him inside my body. That was a 1.5 years ago. Dickhead still texted me. Regularly. I never responded. And he was cheating on me on a dating website. The lucky skills of a tech woman. I kept in my seat, giving them a small smile and wave, hoping I wouldn't have to stab one of them in the thigh. Sleazy, the asshole, wrapped his arms around me and pulled me up from the chair. He smelled of stale beer and sex. Not a good combination. Hand out, I pressed my thumb into his leg right where his sciatic nerve was located and pressed in hard. He let me go immediately as I smiled sweetly, yet deadly, and sat. "Damn, woman," he groaned. No worries, he'd get his feeling back quick enough. It was one move I learned to get away from assholes trying to hurt me. Men always thought they could overpower a woman. Yet women had the power. We just had to learn what it was and how to use it. Eyes, jaw, and groin were the top defenders. But the sciatic nerve worked perfect when your hands were at your sides and you couldn't move them. I wasn't adverse to using the top 3, but a woman must go with the moment. "You're an idiot," Rocco said, laughing his ass off while they all sat at the table with us. Dickhead grabbed the chair next to me and leaned over into my space. Everything inside of me wanted to punch him in the nose. He'd apologized 1,000 times, but it never worked with me. He said he never met the girl he was sexting. I called bullshit. Fuck him. "Can we talk?" he asked with pleading eyes. "No." I waved my hand at all the shots on the table. "Drink and leave me alone." Reaching out, I grabbed Rocco. "Switch." He took one look at the two of us, got up, and let me in his spot. No way I needed to sit next to Dickhead all damn night and listen to his whining. He had a chance at something not a lot of men got with me. I'd fully admit at being picky. When you grow up not trusting anyone, trusting a man was even harder. The one example I had in my early years taught me men were egomaniacs who couldn't handle inferiority to anyone. Even as close as Rocco and I were, I still stayed hyper-aware. Some things just couldn't be shaken or retrained. Rocco had my back when no one else did, and I would forever be loyal to him. But that didn't mean I didn't keep my wits about me, even trusting him to take care of me. One thing positive about all the guys around me, not many of the others who bought me drinks had the balls to come up and talk to me. This was funny to me. No way did I want a man who'd be scared off by the Three Stooges and Rocco. "Where's Stella?" Dopey asked, finally coming into the conversation and out of his fog. I had no clue what he was on, but whatever it was did its job. It was as if he beckoned her because she walked right through the crowd. I gave a small squee, jumped up, and wrapped my arms around her. Now she was able to hug me. Stella was beautiful from the tip of her toes to the top of her head. Her blonde hair fell down in sheets of layers, and her makeup was done to perfection. She always had a presence. Tonight, though, she was going for broke. Short as hell skirt and a barely there top was getting every man and woman's attention in the place. "So happy you could come," I said into her ear as she squeezed me back. I shot her a text when I went to change my shirt. I didn't check to see if she'd replied, but her being here made my night. "Yeah, well, work's shit," she said, pulling away and coming over to the table where she was greeted emphatically by the guys. Rocco was the only one she didn't want to kill by the end of the hellos. Stella grabbed Sleazy's chair and sat her round ass in it. I sure as hell hoped that skirt was made of stretchy fabric, or we were all in for a show. "Tell me about it." Stella rolled her eyes. "Same shit, different day. 2 guys today while I'm checking out their shit hit on me. Now normally I'm cool with it. But one of them reached over the conveyor belt and grabbed my apron, trying to pull me over. Fucker. Please, tell me you hurt him." She shook her head. "Punched him in the nose. Why do people think they can touch you without permission?" "Idiots." "You're telling me?" Now, here at the bar, I'm dancing. I'm cool with a little touching. But at work, I'm at the fucking grocery store. She'd worked at the corner mart for years now as the manager. Every once in a while, she had to work the register. That never ended well. "Get yourself some," I said, on a smile and wink. Her hand rested on my arm. "You and me both. We need to let loose and have fun." "No, I'm just drinking tonight." "You gotta dance with me." "Nope, you know I don't like that shit." More like I hated that shit. It drew too much attention, something I stayed away from. Life on the streets taught me not to be seen or heard. The state didn't have a great system for teens, and foster care was a nightmare I wouldn't go back to. Before the shelter, I went from one bad place to the next. Then at the shelter, drawing attention could get you kicked out. I wasn't trying to do that either. Nope, the less I could be noticed, the better, even now. After talking for a while, Stella had to get her groove on, leaving me with the guys. I kept my eye on her, but as she danced, the smile was wide on her face. The air in the bar changed. Like an electric current buzzed through every soul inside, taking all their energy and attention, sucking the life out of the room. Christ, who the hell came in? Music still played, but as the crowds parted, I knew instantly who it was. The Ravage MC. There were 7 of them, and as they entered, several shook their hands, and women flocked to them. One, with a reddish tinge to his hair, veered directly to Stella, wrapping her up tight. That was interesting. She was going to need to spill. My breath caught at the sight of Wrong Way. In the 10 months we'd been seeing each other, our paths had never crossed in public before. I really didn't know how he would react. If he'd pretend he didn't know me, or if I should stay away. It was different than an actual relationship. Fuck buddies didn't invade anyone's space. A woman with beautiful light hair came up and punched Wrong Way in the shoulder. A gasp left me. What woman would just walk up to him and hit a man like him? Wrong Way smiled at the woman, wrapped his beefy arm around her shoulders, and kissed the top of her head. Jealousy hit me hard and unwanted. Wrong Way was my other secret, one that no one knew but him. Not even Rocco or Stella knew. Not seeing him out in public with others, I could imagine he was just mine. He didn't have other women in the outside world. It was just him and me. With everyone around us laughing and having fun, I felt as if I was in a bubble away from it all, looking from the outside in. It was strange, and I didn't like it. The thought of Wrong Way being with another woman was a punch in the gut. While I knew it was there, not seeing it firsthand, I could pretend it didn't exist. Crow, the president of the Ravage MC, grabbed the woman, pulled her to him, and kissed her on the lips, hard and deep. Wrong Way smiled as he watched them, and relief hit me. That wasn't his woman. It didn't mean he didn't have one, at least at the moment. Fuck, this was why I stayed home. Did I mention that trust was a hard thing for me? He and I had an arrangement, nothing more, and he owed me nothing. But the thought of someone else touching him, it burned. He didn't owe me loyalty, exclusivity. He didn't owe me shit. I repeated those words a few times in my head, and the coil inside me began to loosen, letting me breathe again. Never said I wasn't fucked up. Several women approached the men, giving them smiles and come-hither looks. He returned many of them, but he didn't leave his perch at the bar. If I went up and cut them, I wonder if Stormy would call the cops on me. Dickhead nudged my arm, pulling me away from staring at the man, sidled up to the bar. Wrong Way tipped his beer back, and I watched his Adam's apple bob. Damn, why was that hot? I felt a nudge on my arm again. What? It came out clipped. Dickhead's eyes went from me to the bar back and forth. I didn't give two shits what he thought, but I learned it was better for him to get out with it and be done. "What's up with you and them?" My head shook. "Nothing. Mind your own damn business." His eyes narrowed. This was a side of him that I didn't learn about until after we started dating. He was seriously jealous and didn't hide it. "You'd better not be—" My finger went up. "First, do not tell me what I'd better not be doing. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Secondly, I'm not anything to you, so don't make it seem like I am. Lastly, leave me alone. We didn't work out. I will never want another shot with you." "You do." My head fell back against the wall, and I closed my eyes. Why did men have to be so stupid sometimes? This was why I didn't people. Peopling meant I had to interact. Interacting meant I said shit that pissed other people off. Pissing people off meant a fight. I didn't have the energy or inclination to fight with Dickhead tonight. "Stop right there," I growled, leaning into the table and allowing the anger to bubble through me. "I'm not some little wallflower you can push around. I told you I wasn't interested. If you don't heed those warnings, I will kill you." "Kill me?" His brow raised, and I leaned in even closer, my boobs knocking over a few of the empty shot glasses where Sleazy and Dopey indulged. "Yes, make no mistake, I'll play it right. It will be self-defense, but I will take you out. I'm not the woman for you to try to throw your weight around and think for one fucking second I'll tolerate it." A hand came in front of my face, waving rapidly. It was Rocco. "What?" I barked, turning my anger from Dickhead onto him. Shit. "What's going on here?" "Dickhead thinks I still want him, says I'm his. Now, Rocco, can you tell him how I love to cut shit up? I will gut him like a fish if he comes at me." "I was just talking," Dickhead started, as Rocco's angry eyes went to him. Rocco stood, his voice angry. "You fucking said what?" Rocco reached over and pulled Dickhead out of his seat by the shirt and held him up. The entire bar turned its eyes to our table. Peeking around, Wrong Way's eyes locked with mine. First, surprise hit him. Then his brows knit together, either in confusion or anger, I couldn't be for sure. Rocco shook Dickhead, rocking the table as our drinks began to fall one by one. Leaping up, I was able to save myself from smelling like a whore who'd been up all night. Rocco's temper flared. I loved that man with everything inside of me, but not even me, the one who'd been with him the longest, could calm him once he got to this part of his rage. He was a ticking time bomb ready to explode. It didn't mean I couldn't try, though. That was what friends did. Moving up beside him, my hand rested on his forearm. "Rocco, stop. He's not worth it." "Fuck you," Dickhead spat. "You thought I was when I was banging your brains out." That was when a very familiar, gravelly voice came from behind me. One I thought about daily. One that sent chills down my spine and caused my core to clench in anticipation. "That's a damn lie. I have fucked her brains out, and she's had me back. Whatever you had didn't make her come back," Wrong Way said to the group. Maybe I should have felt embarrassment, but I didn't. If anything, my panties were wet just from hearing his voice. Add in the declaration, and I was surprised I didn't come on the spot. "She did not," Dickhead spat at Wrong Way as Rocco pushed him away from the table. "Get the fuck out of here," Rocco demanded. But Dickhead's attention was on Wrong Way. "She didn't fuck you." Wrong Way smirked and set his beer on the table. He then proceeded to take off his cut, then pulled his shirt over his head with one hand. Fuck, that was a sexy move. Wrong Way turned around, and there were my marks over the ink covering his back. cuts from my nails and bruises from my grip covered his back. Instantly, I moved to him, my hand going to the marks. "Didn't realize they got that deep. Are you okay?" I asked breathily. "Am now." Fuck. This was going to be bad.
10. Wrong way. While I loved seeing Hayden makeup-free and comfortable at her house, seeing her like this was taking every ounce of control I had not to punch this asshole out, throw her over my shoulder, and take her home. Her eyes were dark, sultry, and her hair was curled more than she normally wore. The clothes hit all the right places, exploiting her sensuous curves. No one could wear jeans like her. No one. Fuck, she was beautiful. Beyond beautiful. She gave me a soft smile, then turned to the asshole calling her his. Fuck that, and fuck him. He'd be lucky if he walked out of here alive.
"You need to knock this shit off. I'm over this. You can't go around acting crazy and saying stupid shit."
Hayden's set face told me she was more than over this guy.
"We've been over forever. Buy a fucking clue."
"But I love you," he said, using the most pathetic expression to persuade her. Hayden made some low gurgling sound in her throat. She didn't believe a word the asshole was saying either. Good. Hands on hips, she retaliated sharply.
"The only person you love is yourself. If you cared at all about me, you wouldn't have cheated."
Anger burned in my blood. What fucker in his right mind would cheat on a woman like Hayden? No fucking buddy. If he had her in his bed, he was a moron for giving it up. My arm cocked back as I landed a vicious blow to the asshole's nose. Hayden didn't even jump or scream. Hell, some girls would even cling to my arm if I'd done this. Not Hayden. Instead, she looked down at the ground, the man covering his nose and getting bloody in the process like she couldn't care less. I stepped forward, glaring down at him. "You're one fucked up motherfucker. You cheated on her." My arm went out as I pointed to Hayden. Her eyes went wide just for a moment, but I caught it. She'd never shared this with me, but I was glad I now knew. "You stay away from her. I hear you text her, call her, get in the same airspace as her, I'll fucking take you out. You got me?" The asshole's eyes flashed back and forth between Hayden and me. He wasn't taking me seriously, or he really was a moron. "Are you two dating?" he asked, as if it was unfathomable. Fuck him. I was much better for her than he ever would be. Instead of answering, I hit him hard in the temple, knocking him fully out. He wasn't worth another second of my time. Stormy was there, shaking his head at Hayden. "Told you there'd be trouble." "What'd you mean?" I asked, turning away from the limp body to face the owner of the bar. "Look at her. Yeah, my liquor sales are through the roof, but fuck, it always ends in this." Hayden sidled up next to Stormy, and he draped his arm around her. I felt my blood start to heat once more. She didn't have something going on with the old man. His woman wouldn't stand for it, but they were close. That was obvious. I'd known Stormy for years. He'd helped us out at the club numerous times, but I didn't know he had a connection to Hayden.
"Sorry, I'll head out,"
she said to him with a smile. Stormy shook his head. "Nah. At least with one down, the others know what'll happen if they come near you." She quirked her brow, and her sassy mouth opened.
"Sorry about the liquor sales."
Stormy burst out laughing, Hayden following. Stormy pulled her in tight and kissed the top of her head, then released her. It was more of a father-daughter type thing, and that allowed my blood to cool once again. "They'll still buy 'em, thinking you'll pick them to go home with," Stormy told her. This sudden feeling snaked around my insides. The possessiveness of the entire situation was foreign to me, but it was too intense to stop. Gripping Hayden, I pulled her to me, dropped my head, and took her mouth. Hard. She melted into me instantly as I deepened it, her body flush with mine and her arms going around my neck. Fuck, this woman could kiss a man into coming in his damn pants. After long moments, I pulled away to see Hayden's eyes still closed, the euphoria feeling flowing through her. That was my girl. Yeah, my girl. I thought it and realized I felt it to my fucking core. Now she has the Ravage MC protection. Anyone fucks with her, they fuck with us. End of story. What's going on here? A man with dark hair and eyes asked, looking between me and Hayden, who just opened her eyes and came back to the reality she was in a large group of people. I knew him right away because I'd checked up on her and in turn checked up on him. But I didn't like her best friend being a man. In my experience, men and women as friends always ended with them fucking. Some were able to stay friends, while others got together, but there were some who never spoke to each other afterward. I sure as hell hoped that Hayden wasn't interested in Rocco, because I'd have to beat the shit out of him. It was cute how she shook her head, trying to get the muddling out. Fucking loved I did that to her.
Rocco, this is wrong way. Wrong way? My best friend, Rocco.
Rocco held out his hand to me, and I took it. Not hard, but firm. His smile widened, and I knew I made my point. Nice to meet you. How do you know Hayden? Rocco asked me, but it was Hayden who answered, obviously never telling her best friend about our fucking.
We're just friends,
she said, a little too quickly for my liking. When our eyes connected, I lifted my brow in question. The fuck we were just friends? She turned back to Rocco.
He's Ms. M's grandson.
And fucking, I added. Hayden's head whipped up to me, but I didn't give a fuck. He wanted to put his balls on the table, he needed to man up. Rocco got our situation. I could see it on his face. I could also see he didn't like it all that much. Well, fuck him too. Right. Didn't know you two were cozy, Rocco accused, as Hayden got into his space.
Knock it off. I don't tell you who to fuck or spend time with, so you don't give me that shit.
Rocco stared at Hayden. He's in with Ravage. This is completely different. Hayden shook her head.
No, it's not.
Rocco wasn't done, but I was over the dog and pony show. Hayden, I have some people I want you to meet. Hayden's eyes flickered up to mine with uncertainty. Did she think I would keep her a secret? While we didn't date, we fucked. She wasn't some side piece no one could know about. Why the hell would I? I'd rather every man in this bar know Hayden was mine, and if they touched what was mine, I'd end them. I wasn't sure what was coming over me, but I didn't care. No one was touching Hayden but me. Her attention went back to her friend.
I'm good, Rocco. Don't worry about me.
I'll always worry about you until my dying breath, he declared, and it rang perfectly clear to me. He would lay down his life for her, no questions asked.
Same,
she responded, and it was a shot to the chest. How close were these two? She said her best friend, but were they lovers at one time? They could have been by the way they were acting. There was something there that needed to be solved as well. Maybe they were the option where they stayed friends after a roll in the sheets. Fuck.
I'm good. Wrong way is good people.
How long has this been going on? Rocco asked, but I answered. Those are questions to ask later. Preferably not in a crazy bar with all eyes on us. Now can I take Hayden to meet my brothers? It wasn't really a question. I was taking her no matter what. But without knowing the man or the basics to what he shared with Hayden, I figured I'd be nice. For now. Rocco gave Hayden a look, and she nodded in response. Whatever secret words they shared unspoken, I wasn't privy to. All I wanted to do was get her as far away from that table as I could, preferably in my bed.
11. Hayden. Wrongway pulled me to him and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. I had no other option but to wrap around his waist. He moved us away from the table, but we weren't near his friends either. We needed to talk, so my feet stopped. Wrongway did as well. When he looked down, he must have seen it in my expression, because he pulled us off to the side, away from others. It was loud and nowhere to have this type of conversation. But fuck me, what the hell just happened? "Hey, beautiful," he said, making my insides melt. Who the hell was this woman inside of me? I'd really like to beat the shit out of her. Hey, what was all of that? His devilish smirk came out. His hand gripped my hip, and that connection made the air around us heat up more. Sweat trickled down my back. "Call it like I see it, Hayden." That really didn't answer shit. I get that, but kissing me in front of everyone, I thought we... My voice trailed off, and I wanted to kick myself. See, peopling equaled bad things. He leaned in close to me. "You're not a secret, Hayden." "Yeah, Wrongway, we were. You knew that just as I did." His eyes flashed, and I tried to get a lock on it, but failed. "You ashamed to fuck me?" His question shocked the shit out of me. Hell no. I just thought since you only come to my place every now and then, we just had an arrangement. I sounded stupid as all hell, like some damn teenager trying to figure out what this relationship was or putting a damn label on it. Wrongway leaned in close. "Yeah, we do. But baby, make no mistake, now the arrangement has changed." His lips took mine once again, and I grasped onto him, needing to hold on for my life. Things had changed? What things? Fuck. I was in for it now. Change. I dealt with enough of that growing up. I didn't like it now. He pulled away. "We'll talk about that shit later. Let's meet Ravage." His hand threaded through mine, and he led me over to the bar where several of his brothers were sitting and standing. Women were all over them, but it was the one wrapped in Crow's arm which caught my attention. She was the real deal. Her eyes were sharp and posture erect. While her attention was on her man, she didn't miss a single detail going on around them. She wasn't a woman to mess with, that was clear. Wrongway introduced me to the president of his club, Crow. He was very easy on the eyes and completely infatuated with the beautiful blonde woman. She was young, but there was something in her eyes that screamed she had a keen sense and an old soul. "This is Rylan, Crow's old lady," Wrongway said, and Rylan held out her hand. I took it. Her grip was hard and firm. I gave it right back to her. "Hayden." Rylan took a few minutes, sizing me up, or at least it felt like it. With a straight face, I couldn't read her. When her hand released mine, a smile lifted her lips. "Nice to meet ya." "Same." "How long you been with this guy?" Her thumb pointed to Wrongway. Before I could answer, Wrongway did. "None of your fucking business, woman. Stay out of my shit." "I'll always be in your shit. Gotta make sure you get a good one." She must think this relationship was beyond sex, but it wasn't, was it? "Things changed," rang in my head. I shook it off and shrugged. "He can be a pain in the ass. Good thing he has you to look out for him." The comment wasn't meant to be a barb at her, but by the look on her face, she took it as one. I stood there, waiting to see if she saw where I was going with it. It was a few tense moments before she burst out laughing. Relief hit that I didn't even know I was waiting for. True. All these men need to be looked after. It's a full-time job. Rylin rolled her eyes, but smiled the entire time. Yes, I could really like this woman. Rongwei introduced me to his other brothers, Brewer, Phoenix, Hornet, Rooster, and then Tex. Stella was still at his side, but her brow was raised in question. "What the fuck?" I asked her over the noise. "What the fuck what? Looks like you've been hiding something." She pulled me in and whisper yelled in my ear, "Fuck, I bet he's fucking great in bed." It was my turn to burst out laughing. She had no idea. At all. The night was a bit strange for me. Since I didn't get out much, being with a man like Rongwei was a different experience. Dickhead and Rongwei were on two completely different playing fields. While Rongwei had me in his sights the entire time, he gave me space. Dickhead was always in my business, so afraid I'd run off on him. It was stupid, since he was the one who cheated. With Rongwei, though, I didn't feel like an object. I felt like his. Tiny came up to me, holding a tray of 3 shots. "Seriously?" I asked, knowing this wouldn't be good. Rongwei wasn't the kind of man who would let others buy the woman he was with drinks. No damn way. I was not wrong. His face turned stony as he grabbed a chair and stood on it. He whistled loudly, the room going quiet and music off. My pulse quickened. I didn't like attention, and he was drawing it all on him, on us. This was Rongwei, full of confidence. While I was confident in myself, I still wasn't okay with being noticed. "Any of you fuckers buy her another drink, you'll be meeting me and Ravage outside. Got me?" He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he jumped down and came directly to me, pulling me in for another kiss. I didn't feel like a possession to him, but I felt like his. It was completely illogical, but that was exactly how I felt. I liked it. Maybe a bit too much. While the music played, we had a good time together. The rest of the night went off without another incident. Thank goodness. I wasn't sure Stormy would have me back in his bar after tonight. Who was I kidding? He would. Rocco came over to check on me, and we were able to chat while I introduced him to Rongwei's people. I could tell Rongwei didn't like Rocco, but what I couldn't tell was if it was because he was a man or just a man around me. As the night came to an end, I was feeling good. Not drunk, but not sober either. Rongwei went from not having his hands on me to having one hand on me at all times. It was different than Dickhead's, though. It was nice, and I appreciated it. It made me feel wanted. He leaned down to my ear. "I'm taking you home." A smile widened my face. Yes, you are," I responded. He grabbed my hand and pulled me from the bar. I had just enough time to wave to everyone and give Rocco a nod before I was out the door with the man. Well, this was an interesting turn of events.
12. Wrong way. Every man that bought her a drink, I wanted to hang up by his balls and take a bat to him. It was why I called attention to us. Normally I wouldn't do that shit, but having other men buy drinks for the woman I was with was a no-go. It stopped after my announcement, which was good, or me and my brothers were going to have to close off the back room for a while. The ride to her house was too fucking short. Having her wrapped around me on the back of my bike was a feeling I'd never experienced with another woman. It was as if I could ride forever and never stop as long as she was with me. There'd been other women on the back of my bike, but not a single one held a candle to Hayden. Pulling into her driveway, I killed the bike, knowing Grams would see it here in the morning and not give that first fuck. Hayden got off the bike, and I gripped her arm because her legs were a bit like jelly. A laugh escaped me. "We're gonna have to work on your sea legs." She smiled, then rolled her eyes as she straightened. How could a woman rolling her eyes at me be such a fucking turn-on?
You're coming in?
The teasing tone had me wanting to spank her ass. Maybe that would be in the cards for tonight. Fuck yeah. I bum-rushed her, flinging her over my shoulder. She cried out and started laughing. My hand hit her ass, and she moaned. Yes, she was definitely getting her ass spanked tonight. Kicking the door shut, locking it, and setting the alarm, I carried Hayden to her bedroom with Luna on our heels.
It's okay, Luna,
Hayden called out to her pup, but she kept up the pace with us. Tossing her on the bed, she bounced twice, laughing the entire time. Her long hair fell around her like she was in a cyclone. It was hot as hell. Luna gave a bark. Quiet now. I need to fuck Mommy. The dog gave a low whine, then went to the corner of the room and curled up. She'd get her attention from me in a bit. Clothes off. Now, I ordered as Hayden scooted up the bed.
What, you think you can just throw me on a bed and I'll do your bidding?
She teased, with that sexy as fuck smirk. I pulled off my cut shirt and unbuckled my jeans, letting them fall to my feet along with my underwear. My hard cock was ready to roll. She licked her lip, crawling to me on all fours. The look in her eyes was carnal. She opened her mouth, stuck out her tongue, and licked up my cock from root to tip. Hayden licked off the drop of pre-cum, swirling her tongue around the head over and over again. Having enough and wanting to be buried inside of her, my hips jerked back, my cock falling from her lips. Clothes, I ordered again as I sat to take off my boots. She tapped her index finger on her chin, thinking and not doing. I'm telling you, your clothes aren't off that smoking hot body by the time I get my boots off, your ass goes from pink to red.
You're such a sweet talker.
I kicked off my final boot, watching it and my clothes fly toward the door. When I turned back around, her shirt was in the air, sailing toward her dresser. Wrapping my arms around her waist, I made quick work of the rest of her clothes. Hearing her laugh during the entire process only had my dick getting harder. Loved that damn sound. We wrestled around, her trying to get one up on me, but not getting far whatsoever. After her jeans were torn from her legs, exposing a red lace thong, a deep groan left me. This woman's ass was like a fucking bubble, perfect, round, and oh so delectable. Pulling her across my lap, I held her down with my arm. Still.
Seriously? You're going to spank me?
Her smile told me she was completely down for it. As my hand came down hard on her cheek, she cried out. After the third one, she was groaning, and her ass was turning a beautiful shade of hot pink. The way it moved with each slap was a dying man's last fucking wish. Flipping her over and throwing her down on the bed, my weight came on top of her as she wiggled around. My cock lined up with her slick pussy, and I thrust hard inside her, our lips connecting in a frenzied kiss. Her moans coming up her throat spurred me on, faster and faster. Yeah, I could spend the rest of my life planted inside this woman.
13. Hayden. The morning light came in the room, waking me from a deep slumber. My head laid on a strong chest that was rising and falling in even motions. Wrong way. The night before flooded my brain, sending snapshots of the time at the bar, his bike, and here in bed. God, this man was something else. His warmth surrounded me, his arm and legs locking me in next to him. There was no way for me to move without him knowing. Hell, I wasn't even sure if I breathed it wouldn't wake him. We'd never had this, waking up in each other's arms. Never once had he stayed the night with me. At the time, I didn't find it strange at all. Now, though, I wondered if there was a reason for him not staying with me. I wondered if this was a step in our relationship, or if I was reading too much into something that wasn't there. The latter was more than likely the case. Whatever it was, I liked waking up to him and feeling him in peace beside me. He slept so soundly, and it made me wonder if he'd been getting a good night's rest lately. The sheet was tented by his cock, making my mouth water. Knowing I wouldn't get far without him waking up, I reached down and wrapped my fingers around his wide shaft. Slowly at first, I began to pump him. His dick twitched and pulsed, just as his body jolted. Looking up at him, I smiled at his surprise. "Morning." Not letting him get another word in, I untangled my body from his and moved down, taking his cock fully inside my mouth. Licking the mushroom top, a drop of pre-cum escaped, and I sucked it up. Hands, mouth, and tongue, I engulfed him, letting the silkiness of his length guide my way. His groans and body jolts turned me on. Knowing I could bring this man to the brink of pleasure was a powerful thing. "All right," he groaned, but I didn't stop. Wrong Way twisted my body so my pussy was in line with his mouth, and he didn't waste a second. With each bob or pump, he licked, sucked, and fingered my slick pussy. We went at each other with no abandon, taking and giving, playing each other's bodies like we'd never tasted one another before this moment. "I'll see you tonight." His words took a moment to process. "Tonight?" "Yeah." "Why?" It wasn't intended to be bitchy, but it might have come out that way. He'd never come to me 2 nights in a row, ever. That wasn't our thing. He would come when he came, and that was it. He gripped my ass, pulling me flush with his body, my hands going to his hard chest. "Like waking up with you." Wrong Way kissed me hard, then he was gone. I turned around back to the door, breathing hard. "What in the ever-loving hell was that?" I asked Luna, who just lolled her tongue at me. She had no answers. The slimy ball felt heavy in my hand as I turned and threw it as far as I could into the grassy field, wiping my hand on my jeans after. Loved my dog Luna, but the slobber I could do without. She chased after the bright yellow tennis ball with a force to be reckoned with. Her strong legs carried her directly to the round object, where she picked it up, brought it back, and we'd do it all over again, and again, and again. She was a mutt, just like me. One look at her at the pound, and I was in love. Luna and I came to this dog park regularly. It was the closest one to our house, and Luna loved to run. Not run in a fenced small square that was our yard, but run like a rocket as far and fast as she could, with a wide open space in her path. The sun shone down, warming my skin and causing prickles to dance on my arms. A cold front had moved in, making the temperature absolutely perfect. The park was busy and quite vast. We were in the bottom section, where a 2-acre field had a fence around it, and dogs could run free. Normally, we came early in the morning, giving us the area all to ourselves. But since it was later in the afternoon, others thought to bring their dogs, too. The fence was because a children's playground was on the other side, and in here, dogs didn't need to be on leashes. "Hey there, good girl," I cooed at Luna as she dropped the ball at my feet. Then gave her a rub down. Hands in her fur, all I could think about was Wrong Way and touching him this morning. Fuck. My cell rang as I threw the ball out once again, watching Luna run, and I pulled it from my back pocket, seeing the display. Ms. Janey calling. A smile came to my lips. Trust wasn't in my vocabulary growing up. If anything, the word was used as a weapon against me, a tool to make me fall in line and do what others wanted me to do. You trust me, right? Those words rolled around in my head over and over again. I hated them. Whenever someone used them, it was always a game, a puzzle piece where I had no choice to play. No matter if it hurt me in the process, there was no other option. It wasn't until Ms. Janey, and many years later, that I learned what the true meaning was. The first time I met her, hate, distrust, and fear were the only emotions I allowed myself to feel. A girl could live off the adrenaline of hate alone for years. It was a fact because I was the proof of it. It was the best motivator out there. This is Ms. Janey. She's one of our social workers. The woman who had her hand on my arm gave it a squeeze to the point of pain, making a statement. It was either I talked with Ms. Janey or she was going to call the cops. Which meant juvie, and that wasn't happening. There was no way I was going back to that hellhole again. Reformed. That was what my court-appointed lawyer called juvie. Bullshit. More like keeping us contained. Except within that confinement of hoodlums, it only gave us a chance to compare notes. Like the perfect storm, we could share information to one day be better on our track in the wrong way. Except that was the only benefit. Nothing else was good about it. With a small nod, the bitch let me go and darted from the room like her ass was on fire. She's a pain in the ass. Ms. Janey's first words to me immediately brought a small tip to my lips. Not a full smile, but it was something. From that moment on, us having a common thread, she had been the staple in my life. While it didn't happen overnight, that was for certain. Eventually it did. Our road together was rocky, like a steep mountain that had rocks flowing down from it all the time, but somehow managed to come out on the other end. "Lo," I answered. Hearing her chuckle on the other end made a smile tip my lips. Luna brought the ball back, and I tossed it again. You know, if you actually said hello, maybe when you got a call back for a job, they'd take you seriously. It was my turn to chuckle. Miss Janey, you know I have a job. What? I couldn't hear you. You said that you're waiting on a call for a job? Right, that's a good thing. My smile stretched so far across my face, my cheeks actually started to hurt. Right. I drew out the word, emphasizing the T. What's up? Dinner. We haven't seen each other in 2 weeks, and you know that's my limit. This I loved about her. She never, not once with all the shit I fed her, gave up on me. The more I tried pushing her away, the more steadfast she stood, strong and confident. I'd never had anyone care like that before, Ms. Janey. Never. She was the first person to really make me feel like my life wasn't some twisted, fucked-up game that the world was trying to play on me. She gave me the one thing I didn't know existed. Hope. Tomorrow night at 6? I asked as Luna came charging back. At Clyde's, she said. Of course. We never went anywhere else. It was our place. 1, because the food was good, and 2, because it was the first restaurant Ms. Janey took me to, saying I needed to learn table manners. While she had done her best, sometimes you couldn't teach an old dog new tricks. My manners still sucked. See you tomorrow, child. Shaking my head at the word child, I replied, tomorrow. She disconnected the line without another word. Slipping my phone in my pocket, a smile stayed plastered on my lips as I bent down and threw the ball once more. At 28 years old, I wasn't a child, but to Ms. Janey, the age didn't matter. She was like an eagle that swooped down, put me under her wing, and taught me how to fly. That bitch, I growled at my computers as they rolled. Gladys Brems, the woman from the bank when I stole the money from Mr. Davidson, stared back at me on the screen. Something about her rubbed me the wrong way after meeting her snooty ass. Unfortunately, I wasn't wrong. Every frame that crossed my screen, I wanted to throw my computer. But really, I wanted to throw her under a damn bus and watch her scream in pain. Punch, yelp, shut the hell up. Punch, yelp. The dog looked like a terrier and bulldog mix, maybe. Gladys's fist came up and slammed into the puppy's face, causing him to whimper and cry. The little animal stumbled back and appeared in a daze. Locked in a kennel, it didn't have very far to retreat, but he tried. Gladys grabbed the dog once more by the front legs and shook it so hard that when she let go, it fell to the ground outside the house. It was the only dog out there, tied to a very short chain. My eyes threatened to leak as I breathed in deep, trying to keep my cool but failing miserably. The anger was right there next to the sadness. Over the past few days, she had taken 4 different dogs into her home, all looking disheveled, with variations of matted hair, dirty and malnourished, making me wonder if they were all street dogs. They didn't look well cared for in the first place, but coming here was worse. Those dogs never came out, not even to go to the bathroom. The video was grainy, and it needed to get in closer because something was going on in that house. One thing about doing what I did, I made it a point to know all the information I could get before reacting. Drones were awesome inventions. The even better part was when the developer created very small drones that were super quiet, therefore undetected for the most part. They looked like little bugs instead of an electronic device and blended in well. No one, as of yet, had discovered the use of them. I'd thought about showing up there, but my luck, she'd have booby traps around her 3-acre property. It's no wonder no one had caught the woman. There was no one around her for miles. She was able to do her dirty deeds right under everyone's noses, and no one was the wiser. She'd fucked with the wrong woman, and it was time to confirm my suspicions. Using the controls on my computer, I dove the drone down to the basement window, letting it record the entire time. The picture was pretty clear, and I had mad respect for the developer. Sometimes these things were all talk and no bite. This one, though, hit the nail on the head. My stomach twisted, and my hands went clammy at the vision before me. Bile started to creep up my esophagus. Yes, I wanted to see this woman locked in a cage and do what she was inflicting on these defenseless animals. Stacks of wired crates were along the right side of the wall. Each crate, 13 of them, had a smaller-sized dog in them. They were very malnourished, dirty, and looked like they were on their last leg. Yes, I wanted to watch this woman die, slowly, painfully. That currently wasn't an option, but she was going down. Gladys walked into the room with the same scowl on her face she had at the bank. The puppies scooted to the back of their cages in fear. I recognized that fear clearly. When first on the streets, fear was the only thing that kept me going at times. Fear that someone would beat me, rape me, or Lord knew what else. Each day was a challenge to find shelter, food, and water. The biggest fear was safety. It was the same for these defenseless creatures. They had no one to help them. What I saw next had me turning away from the screen. That woman was a sadistic bitch. Luna barked, and I patted my leg, needing her comfort as much as she needed mine. She came directly to me, and I sank to the floor, rubbing her down. Kissing her head, I told her, "I'll get her. First call the cops and get the dogs out, but she's gonna pay for hurting those dogs." Luna whined, and I felt the same way. That bitch would hurt.
14. Wrong way. Tracking the IP addresses led me nowhere. The programmer was smart and knew how to disguise their activity very well. It sent me on a loop, bouncing from one server to the next, never landing where I needed it. As I sat in the office at the convenience store Ravage owned, my mind kept going back to those damn addresses. There had to be a way to figure out who tried to get into Ravage's systems, a way to break the loop. A knock came to the door. "Come in," I called out, and Tony, the manager, came inside. "How they lookin'?" he asked, sitting in the chair in front of me. A few months back, we had some trouble with an employee taking money from us. He was no longer around, and Tony took his place. Crow was very straight with him taking this job. He fucked up, that would be the end. Therefore, he'd been on his toes. "Good. Everything looks accounted for." I swear I saw his shoulders actually sag in relief. This was good, and made it so I didn't have to worry about getting fucked over again. People with fear inside of them would do anything to make sure whatever they feared didn't actually happen. Carlo, the previous guy, had lost that fear, and it got him dead. Tony had proved to be an asset to the store and club. "Anything I can do for you?" he asked, eyes wide, wanting to please. Good and bad. The bad was because no one wanted a kiss ass. Man up. But on the flip side of that, it was good. For us. The Ravage MC owned quite a few properties. The gas stations and convenience stores brought in a lot of clean money to the business. It was my job to keep those numbers correct with no room for error. As the secretary of the club, every drop of money that came in or went out of Ravage MC was my responsibility. That used to be my only job, but after getting fucked over by Lemon, all of his tech responsibilities fell into my lap, because I knew how to work computers. When Crow took over, he wanted me on numbers. That was where I stayed. While I loved numbers, the computers were a change of pace, and getting back into the swing of things, I liked them as well. "Nope, I'll finish up here and go down to the basement for a while." He nodded and left the room quickly. Downstairs, the basement, as we called it, was where we kept our stock that needed to be sold. It was breached thanks to Lemon, and now had thumbprint detectors in place to access the room, along with some serious locks. We got lucky and got our shit back, but it was close. We continued keeping a close eye on the basement, making sure no one else dared attempt to take our shit. What Lemon did spread like wildfire, and Ravage had some enemies. Those who would try. We hadn't had a problem, at least not yet, and we weren't going to start. The Ravage MC didn't know how to play nice. Closing up shop and heading down to the basement, I pulled out my tablet and began counting, opening heavy crates, then putting them back together. Nothing appeared touched, and all stock was accounted for. At least we had that going for us. We were taking the positives every chance we got. Nodding to Tony and Gus, the guy who ran the register, I headed out to my bike, a one-of-a-kind candy apple red Harley-Davidson Fat Boy, with a slight drop to the frame and custom exhaust that made sure I was heard long before I was seen. Climbing on the beast, I settled in comfortably and started it up. The breeze felt good, but my head wouldn't clear. The damn loop still plagued me. I needed to dig further. I needed to crack this code and tell my brothers what the hell was going on. Entering the clubhouse, the place was already busy. There was never a short supply of willing women and booze. It made the world go around. Sex, I meant. Always sex. It brought up visions of Hayden laying on her bed, naked and hot as all hell. My cock started to harden. "What's up, man?" Crow asked, taking my hand, then slapping my back, my cock deflating. "Everything adds up at the stores. Tony's doing a good job so far. Stock is all good as well, but we need to talk." I nodded to go downstairs to Crow's office. "Office." Crow nodded, turned, walked down the hall and then the stairs. I followed, and Brewer came up behind. Not that I wanted to have this conversation, but they needed to be kept up to date. "You sure as shit got laid, because you're mellow as fuck," Brewer joked as he shut the door to the office. He was right. There was a calm over me that hadn't been there since before all this shit with Lemon happened. "Hayden." "You saw her," I commented, remembering how fucking hot she looked at the bar. Crow's office was on one side of the basement, while a large room for church was on the other. Off to the corner was a room that housed all of our books, the legal and not-so-legal ones. They were all down to a T when it came to lining up. I knew because I did them all. Everything for the tax man was lined up step by step, just in case. There was always a chance they wanted to fuck with us, and pulling the taxes would be a good go. But they would have a serious dead end. We had filing cabinets for days with all the shit I kept for them. On the other side was a safe room. It didn't have much, a bed and urinal. We had to lock Crow down once when he was drunk and tried to get on his bike to chase after Rylan. That wasn't the best night. Crow's office was large. It had a large sofa, and covering the wall above it was a black and white image that read, "Welcome to Rebellion." A bathroom was accessible as well. The desk was the original from when Crow's father used it more than 30 years ago. 3 chairs sat in front of the desk. "Yeah, I fucking saw her. Where the fuck you hiding her at?" Brewer shut the door as we took seats. Crow sat at his desk, and we sat in 2 of the 3 chairs in front of the desk. "Somewhere where you can't get your hands on her." Brewer chuckled. "I'd keep her hidden too. That woman is fine." "Gotta admit, she is," Crow added in. Oh, how I'd love to hear him say that in front of his woman. She would probably cut off his dick. "Don't I fucking know it?" "What's going on?" Crow asked, sitting back in his chair and getting down to business. He was never one for procrastination. "The main program for our security is up and running. I've tested it and am confident with it. Now I'm branching off of it and adding the clubhouse, stores, basement, warehouse, and the land up by the old Purple Pride. It's very close to being fully complete." There were only a few more things I needed to complete. I'd worked on it all night last night before going into the store. It would be a huge weight off of my shoulders. "It should be done here in a couple of hours." Crow nodded as I continued. "Hornet and Rooster got all the cameras up and wired. They're linked to the computers in my room, the office, and the tower. As soon as I finish, it'll be good." The tower was literally a tower at our front gate, where whoever was on duty would check people out before they could enter Ravage property. It was armed as well. Never knew when someone would try to break in. "This is good, man," Crow said from his desk. "We got all the money back, right?" Millions. Yes, millions were almost stolen from us. They were in cyber limbo there for a while, ready to be transferred into an offshore account. I was able to find it and intercept it before it got to its destination. If it had, it would have taken me years to get it handled. "Yep, I've distributed it through several different accounts. At least what I could, without getting flagged by the cops." "All that money is legit," Brewer added, and he was right. That was income from the shops and rental properties. All taxable. We always paid our fair share to the tax man. "Yeah, but because it was so much at once, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't in the same pots. It makes it harder for someone to access if they have to acquire different information on each." Crow rubbed his chin. So what's the problem? While I was setting shit up, there was an instance where someone tried to hack into Ravage. I held up my hand, knowing Crow was going to blow. I know. I'm on it. They haven't tried again, but that doesn't mean they won't. With the computers down, how did they not get what they needed? Or do we not know? Brewer asked, his hand going through his hair. No way to know for sure, but what they tried to get into was our money. It was always about the damn money. Sex, money, and power, the root of all evil in this world. But those were the first things I locked down. I've run some programs through the accounts to see if anything had been tampered with, and there's nothing there, and all the numbers are flush. So we're sure they didn't get shit, Crow stated, his eyes boring into mine. I'm 99.9% sure. Crow let out a deep breath. All right, how do we find the fuckers? That's the tricky part. The IP addresses led me nowhere, sending me into a never-ending loop. But if they try again, I set it up so I'll be able to track them. I can't believe this shit is happening again. Crow ran his hands through his hair, a clear sign of his frustration. I leaned back in my chair, answering Crow. It's not like it was with Lemon, though, because I'm on it before it turns into anything. The way the world is right now, everything is linked to a computer. There could be some kid out in bumfuck Iowa playing on a computer, not knowing exactly what they're doing. It's a stretch, but as long as we keep on top of shit, we'll be good. I'll let you handle it, Crow said, then looked to the both of us. Now, stores and stations are booming. I nodded to this fact, because I gave it to him. We need to figure out what to do with the land by the Purple Pride. It's just sitting there, not making any money. Leaning forward, my elbows went to my knees. I was thinking about that. What about some poker tables? High stakes, invite only. We'd need some kind of front, Brewer put in. Cops would be on our ass like flies on shit. This was terribly true. In Alabama, gambling was very much illegal. Fuck, old ladies couldn't even do bingo in these parts without the cops putting an end to it. True, it would have to be completely under the radar. The first people we'd invite would be the mayor and a few of the local big shots. Get them under our wing, so, along with Kenny, we could keep everyone off our asses. Crow listened intently, weighing everything before speaking. It would be lucrative. Some of these assholes are just itching to gamble. Fuck, they'd even gamble the shirts off their back. We could rake in some serious cash. But, I smirked at the but as he continued, the heat for it could get hot if we don't get who we need under our control. Kenny can't cover feds. Not only that, but we can't run the tables all the time. What would the face be? It'd have to be something where people come in and out often. Times like these were exciting for us, trying new things and developing new ways to make money. We excelled in this shit. But we also had to look out for what was best for the club and us. We have the equipment from the old chop shop. What if... I drew out a moment as the vision in my head placed the last puzzle pieces. What if we bought old cars from the impound and chopped their parts? We could resell them and everything would be on the table. They wouldn't be high-end parts, but how many people need to fix shit around here? Lots. Or we could make it a legit parts place where we get shit from the factory. That would cut down on man-hours chopping the cars. That was the issue before, Brewer added. Well, we're not deciding shit today. Keep thinking, and we'll come up with something. All right, I'm out. I have a woman to fuck. A chuckle escaped me. Me too. Brewer shook his head. I'm going upstairs to find mine. Lucky bastards, he scoffed as we chuckled. It was good to be in the Ravage MC.
15. Hayden. The roar of the pipes could be heard throughout the house. flipping back the curtain, Wrong Way had pulled into my driveway. What a damn sight. The man straddled that steel horse like he was meant to be on it. Controlled, hot, so damn sexy. Even the way he kicked the stand and swung his leg off was hot as hell. With a smile on my face, I flung the door open, but his gaze was next door. Mine followed, and I gasped in a breath. Taking off quickly, Wrong Way made it to Ms. M's house before I did, just in time to catch the short, older woman, Phyllis, from crashing down to the ground. Ms. M came out the door. "Oh, Phyllis, you just saw my grandson and wanted his hands on you." Phyllis gave a small smile, and I burst out laughing. She was a conniving little thing, but who could blame her? Wrong Way was so damn worth it. Wrong Way helped Phyllis to the door, where Ms. M rolled her eyes up at him. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, and I swear my ovaries exploded. There was something about a big, strong man showing his sweet side that turned my insides to mush. "What's my boy doing around these parts?" she asked him, her gaze going between the both of us appraisingly. She didn't need to say a word because I could read it on her face. She approved. "Came to see Hayden. You good?" Ms. M had a mischievous look on her face, but said, "Oh, yes, it's bunco night, and they had to do it here. It's fine, but Mira, she passes so much gas I have to douse the place in Lysol when she leaves." "I heard that," a woman inside the house yelled. "Good. Maybe next time you'll bring me the damn Lysol," Ms. M fired back. "You don't need it," the woman said. "Your damn flatulence needs help," Ms. M fired back. My stomach started to cramp with so much laughter. "Just like your mouth needs a clamp on it," the woman inside yelled back. Ms. M's hands went to her hips. "The day they put a clamp on my mouth is the day they put me 6 feet under." "That can be arranged." Ms. M shook her head. "You see the idiots I have to work with here?" "You have fun with that. We'll catch you later, Grams," Wrong Way told her, and I gave her a smile. There was nothing to say. But I did have something for Wrong Way as we walked back to my house. "Is it me, or is your grandma the shit?" He laughed, draping his arm over my shoulders and pulling me in tight to his warm, strong body. "Yeah, she is. I'm pretty positive I want to be her when I grow up." He kissed the top of my head. "I like who you are." My insides fluttered once again. "I like you too." There was silence for only the briefest of moments. "You seem awfully chipper tonight," he said, shutting my front door and locking it. It was true. I did feel good. Not only did Gladys get arrested, but they took all the puppies to the local shelter. It was my mission tomorrow to get down there and see them. Even if I could just hold them for a little while and give them some kind of love. It wouldn't be enough, but I hoped like hell they could find forever homes. The bitch, Gladys, would hopefully get some time. When I searched online for Alabama laws on animal cruelty, it said she could get up to 10 years in prison and fined $15,000. But our justice system was broken, and since it was her first crime, I was sure her attorneys would work something out with the prosecutors. I hoped she would get time behind bars so she'd know what it felt like. But if she did, or if she didn't, I'd have something planned for her when she got back home. She was done playing her games with defenseless creatures. One way or another, those animals would get justice. Just having a good day, I guess. I pushed in the code for the alarm, turned around, and Wrong Way was right there. I jumped and gasped as he wrapped me in his arms, leaned down and took my mouth. Damn, he tasted so good. I could eat him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. His hands were all over me, tugging at my jeans and pulling them, plus my underwear, down my legs. I had to kick my shoes off to let the fabric fall to the floor. My hands unlatched his belt, opening his zipper and pulling his pants down. He tossed my shirt off and got rid of my bra like a pro. He lifted his arms once for me to get his shirt off. We were skin to skin, and I loved that. He lifted me, my legs wrapping around his hips, my back to the door. He slid inside of me. When I gasped, he took more of my mouth, going deeper and harder. His thrusts were quick, rough, and hard, his mouth continuing to devour me. "Yes," I moaned, my head falling back to the door. He didn't let me stay there long. "Give me that fucking mouth," he ordered, and I did. Over and over he thrust, my body stirring, and tingles shot through my legs. He swirled his hips one way and then the other. He hit just the right spot, and I exploded, coming all over his cock. 3 thrusts later, and I was able to watch his face as he came inside of me. The alarm on the oven went off. "Shit! The lasagna! I hope it didn't burn." He chuckled, setting me down with another kiss. Running to the kitchen, I heard Wrong Way laughing. I yelled, "You won't be laughing when our dinner is fried." Getting to the stove in time, I pulled out the cheesy, meaty goodness, thanking the heavens above it didn't burn. Pulling it out, the pan touched the top part of my breast. Fuck! I set the pan down on the stove and rushed over to the water. Wrong Way came bounding in, Luna on his heels. "What's wrong?" The burn throbbed as I let cool water run over my naked flesh that was turning red. "I burned myself getting the pan out of the oven. I normally don't cook naked." My chuckle was a bit lighthearted. All the shit I'd been through and a burn on my chest was killing me. Ironic. "Who would have thought a burn would hurt worse than getting stabbed in the leg?" I grumbled, and Wrong Way stilled next to me. "Stabbed? What the fuck, Hayden?" We'd talked, of course, but I never went into how I grew up or what I had to do to survive. We were fun and playful. There was no need to bring any of that shit up. The heavy just stayed away so we could enjoy ourselves. I removed my boob from the water, and it instantly burned again. Therefore, I put it back under the water. Burns. What to do for burns? Aloe? Limousin? "Let me see," Wrong Way demanded, leaving what he said before hanging in the air. "Just admit you want to touch my boobie," I teased, trying to lighten the mood. We'd had a damn good night, and I didn't want to ruin it. "Babe, I can touch your tits whenever I want. You getting burned is not good with me." I felt my heart melt just a bit more for this man. He touched me tenderly, pulling me out of the water. "No more than 5 minutes. Do you have aloe?" "In the bathroom," I replied, watching him take off down the hall. Fuck, burns hurt. By the time he got back in the kitchen, my hands were clenching from the pain. "Doesn't look like much, but fuck, it hurts." There was only a small strip of red, and while I was thankful it wasn't any worse, it hurt like a mother. Wrong Way took out a glob of aloe and rubbed it on my flesh. Audibly, I sighed in relief, the burn taken down a couple of notches. "Thank you," I whispered, as he put a little bit more on me. "No more cooking naked for you." "Damn," I replied playfully. "Serious, we're gonna get you an apron." A laugh escaped. "Oh, now that sounds kinky." "It is. How does it feel?" He screwed the cap back on the aloe and set it on the countertop. "It stings, but nothing like before. It'll take a while to heal, but I'll be fine." His hand grabbed my hip, pulled me to him, but he didn't crush my breasts between us, for which I was grateful. "Care to tell me how you got stabbed?" I let out a heavy breath. "Let's eat, and we'll talk." He nodded, and I turned around to get the plates. His hand came to my arm, halting my movements. "Sit, and let me do this," he said, And I swear, this man was making my damn teeth hurt. He was so sweet. You sweet like this for everyone? He grabbed the plate and started dishing up the lasagna. His head jerked, telling me to sit at the table. Been called a lot of things, but sweet ain't one of them. He set the plate down in front of me. Then he left the room, only to come back with his t-shirt and boxers. Arms up, he ordered, and slipped the shirt over my body. It smelled just like him. He put on his boxers, made his plate, and sat next to me at the table. Talk, he ordered, taking a bite. Mine was piping hot, and 2 burns in one day, no thank you. I set it to the side to cool off. I figured I should just go straight. You researched me, right? Without skipping a beat, he replied, yeah. This made me smile. True, I didn't like people in my business, but many years of my life were in court documents that anyone could pull up with the Freedom of Information Act. Luckily, I was smarter than all of them and spent years burying my past, but not all of it was gone. But this was wrong way, and even though I was scared of opening up this much, I went on. Left my house when I was 13, couldn't stay there anymore and had to get out. So I ran away. I felt my heart beating just a bit faster. Why? Wasn't that the million-dollar question? Time for the heavy. The heavy I hadn't talked about in years. There was never a need to, and keeping it locked up in the past had worked well for me over the years. You know how you watch TV and see those families all happy, taking their kids to soccer practice and eating dinner at the table together every night? He nodded, waiting for me to continue. Well, that wasn't mine. Not by a long shot. That thought was actually laughable. Babe, that's not many families these days. Giving a chuckle and knowing he was right to a point, I continued. Right. My father hated me, more like detested me, and he made his feelings known every second he was in my presence. If his words didn't cut deep, his fists and feet made up for it. My mother stood there and let him because it meant he wasn't taking it out on her. I could feel the verbal vomit continuing. To the outside world, our family was a typical, stereotypic one. My parents would act like doting parents if anyone was around. It was when the doors closed. That was my greatest fear. There was a point I couldn't take it anymore, and I had to get out. My entire childhood was dark, and living out on the streets, as hard as it was my light. Actually, talking about it with Wrong Way wasn't bad. He didn't judge me and was a great listener. It made me want to tell him more. Hell, Hayden, they let you go? He asked, blowing on his dinner before taking a bite. I shrugged, letting him in further than I'd ever let another man besides Rocco. But with him, we weren't sleeping together. The first time, no. They found me, wanting their perfect family to be intact. The second time, it took them longer to find me. I was still gaining the skills to be unseen, but they found me and brought me back. The third time, they never came looking for me. It shouldn't hurt to be thrown away by assholes, but somehow it did. I was nothing to them, would never be anything to them. Now that I was older, none of that mattered, but to that scared kid who just wanted someone to love her, it did. It made me wonder what they told their friends about where I went, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. Where'd you go? His eyes were so intense, and I found extreme comfort in them. Anywhere away from them? Away from the cops or any type of authority? It actually wasn't as hard as I thought it would be after I learned a few things. It was everyone else I had to be wary of. Under bridges or in the small cave by the lake, friends' houses, I crashed there a few times, but Then parents got involved, and that was a no-go. How the hell did you survive? Picking up my fork, I pulled out a noodle, blowing on it, then put it in my mouth. Damn, it was good. After chewing and swallowing, I answered. When you have nothing, even finding the smallest things is a joy. A leftover pizza tossed out, or day-old baked goods the stores couldn't sell. It wasn't easy, but it was doable. His brows creased like he was deep in thought. What I wouldn't give to be inside his brain and know his thoughts. This part of my life wasn't talked about. This was a huge thing for me, what I was giving him. Doable? How long were you out there? He asked, digging back into his food, yet taking in every word I said. You do what you have to, Wrongway. I paused, this a little more difficult to talk about. Years. But the city opened a shelter for runaway kids. That was where I met Ms. Janey. Ravage donated money to open up that shelter back when Crow's dad was president. This warmed my heart. Then thank you. It changed my life. He reached out and put his hand over mine, giving it a squeeze. Never thought anything about it. Glad it helped you. Rocco, too. He nodded. What's the story with him? Is he a guy from your past love life or what? I'm gonna be honest here, babe. I don't compete for pussy. This made me burst out laughing. I was just happy I hadn't taken a drink from the glass of water in my hand, or it would have been a huge mess. His brow raised, waiting for me. He obviously didn't see my hilarity in the situation. He's my best friend, my brother. The thought of having sex with him seriously grosses me out. I thought you said you didn't have any brothers, he replied as my laughter calmed. Family doesn't need to be blood. I eyed him, gauging his reaction. Not one bit. Ravage is family. Not blood, but family all the same. This what Rocco is to you? He reached over, taking my hand resting on the table. I nodded. As long as he doesn't touch you, we're good. The chuckle came out once again. If he touched me, his balls would be chopped off. I like the way you think. How did the shelter help? He took me in from head to toe. This was wrong way. Observe and ask just enough to open the doors. It was part of his intelligence, street smarts, and books. I met Miss Janey there. She's a social worker and wouldn't give up on me no matter how much I pushed away. And boy, did I give her hell. We became tight, and she took me in when I was 18 and gave me a home, a real one. She set me on a path to who I became today. I owe her everything. You still see her? This time, my face beamed. Yeah, tomorrow, for dinner, actually. Every couple of weeks we get together and catch up. I'm happy for you, Hayden. You deserve that. He was right. I did deserve to be happy. For once in this life, I needed to take life by the horns and take what I wanted. Even if taking wrong way might just be the wrong thing. At least I'd know. If I didn't try, I'd never know, and that was worse than it failing. 16. Hayden. How many times do I have to tell you, Miss Janey? You don't have to buy me groceries. On a deep sigh, I took my seat at the 4-person table, the other 2 chairs with paper bags filled with food. While I loved it that she thought of me, I didn't want her wasting her money on me. Get over it, she said, flat out with a smile. So, how's my girl been? A Diet Coke sat in front of me, and I took a drink. She always knew what I wanted, and more than likely had already ordered for both of us. She told me she didn't want to waste any time she had with me. Sad thing was, she was the busy one all the time. It was hard to pin her down instead of me. Good. Things are real good. I could still feel Wrongway's touch on my skin. Waking up with him was fast becoming my favorite thing. "You know good doesn't cut it. Details," she ordered. I loved this about her, straight and to the point, just like Ms. M. They would get along great. "Work is steady." She shook her head at that. "You'd better not get in trouble." "Never." That was more for her reassurance, because there was always a chance I could get caught up in one of my jobs or my mission. Since I did everything possible to keep myself safe, it was the truth in a way. I'd semi-explained my job to her, saying I worked on computers and giving her a little bit more, but she didn't really know. That kept her safe. She held her index finger and spun it around. It was the universal sign to keep going. "Luna's great, spoiled rotten." "I love that dog," she mused, knowing exactly when I found Luna at a shelter. She was with me. One look, and Luna had me hooked. Me too. The waiter brought our food. 2 cheeseburgers, one with bacon, one with pickles and ketchup, and a heap of fries smothered in yellow cheese. None of it was healthy, but it was so damn good. Conversation flowed as we ate. She told me about some of her kids at the shelter and how they kept her busy. "You should come to the shelter," she said, as I chewed my fries, then swallowed. This was a difficult subject for me. Since I bottled up my past and kept it in a specific place in my head, I didn't think about it all the time. Therefore, going to the shelter would only open those old wounds again. But this time, I felt different. I didn't know if it was talking to Wrong Way about my past, or if I was just different, but I answered, "Sure, I can come by." Judging from the shock and surprise on Ms. Janey's face, she was not expecting it, at all. "Really?" "Yeah, I don't know what I'll say to him, but I can come." "We'll pick a day and time." The excitement beaming off of her made me warm inside. I had no idea where all of these gushy feelings were coming from. Was it because of Wrong Way, or was I just getting to that point in my life? Hell, I had no idea, but it was spinning me around in circles. "Sounds good." "Now, is there someone special in your life, young lady?" She pushed away her food and intertwined her fingers, staring at me with intent. Telling her about Wrong Way would make her get excited. She always wanted me to find someone special, and I wasn't sure Wrong Way was that. Yet. But I also couldn't not tell her. "Yeah, I've been seeing a guy, but it's new and I'm not banking on anything, so don't go getting your hopes up." Her hands clapped together, and a brightness tinged her eyes. "Really? Tell me all about him." I shook my head. "It's new. We're going slow." It came out more like a question than a statement, but I wasn't sure which it was. We'd been seeing each other for months, but really only got together, if that's what you called it, the last few nights. It was all complicated, and why I didn't people. Peopling meant complications. No one liked complications. "Child, I get that. What does he look like, and where does he work?" Prying eyes. I knew this would happen. I should have kept my damn mouth shut. "He's hot, really hot, but that's all you're getting until I figure out what this is." "I want to meet him," she replied quickly. Damn, she was on fire tonight. "We'll see how it goes. I'm not making any promises." The thoughts of mixing Wrong Way up into the few people I held close both excited me and scared me. Could I really let him in? I still didn't understand for myself what we were doing. While we talked, it was never about the future. While Wrong Way struck me as the kind of man to plan, when he was around me, everything was in the moment. Her smile was wide. "I'm happy for you." What about you? It was her turn to blush. Actually, yes. Her name is Laura, and she's wonderful. I can't wait for you to meet her. This made me happy. Ms. Janey, of all the people in the world, deserved her slice of happy. While her kids at the shelter were a priority, she needed her own personal happiness too. That's great. I leaned in, putting my elbows on the table and head on my hands, blinking at her. Now, should I ask what she looks like? Is she hot? Where does she work? Full name and social security number. Well, a lot of that was a joke. It kind of wasn't, considering I would be looking into this Laura when I got home. No one fucked with Ms. Janey. No one. Laura Keener, and please, don't do your... She waved her hands in the air. Thingy you do to find information. Leave her be. I loved Ms. Janey, trusted her, but no way in hell would I follow this order. Not happening. You know I won't, so let's just pretend I'll keep my fingers off the keys. She shook her head. All right, best be going. It's getting late, and I need to get home. These bones are tired. You're only 56. There's no reason for your bones to be so tired. She acted as if she was much younger, as she kept up with the kids easily. Nonsense. After a few more barbs back and forth, we said our goodbyes. Every time I left Ms. Janey, I had this bit of sadness, trepidation. After everything I'd been through, she was the first adult I learned to trust and rely on. While I loved my home, independence, and day-to-day life, I did often miss seeing her every single day, like when I was younger. I dropped the food off at my house and let Luna out. Nerves hit me as I shut and locked my front door. I was supposed to meet Wrong Way tonight at the clubhouse. They were having a party, and he wanted me to be there with him. It was a bombshell he laid on me while heading out the door this morning. Now, in my chest, those little nerves were sparking. This meant more peopling, and this was Wrong Way's crowd. Well, we met each other at the bar. It wasn't on their turf, and I wasn't exactly sure what to expect. In my time on the streets, I didn't meet up with many bikers, which in hindsight was a good thing. I'd driven by the property. Hell, everyone in Rebellion had. And it was a bit daunting with its tall towers on each side of the entryway and a huge walkway of glass above it. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out they liked to keep them and those they cared about safe. That small bit of information warmed me like nothing before. Safe. It had and always would be a priority to me. Parking my car and getting out, the sounds of laughter echoed the area. It felt as if there were acres and acres of land around us. The large brick building was 2 stories tall. Doors were open, and music blared from the inside. There was a huge fire going off to the right, where men and women were scattered around, talking and laughing. People. They were everywhere. Not doing people. I sucked up my big girl panties and made my way over to the crowd, looking for Wrong Way, or hell, even Rylan. She was awesome at the bar. She was someone who could be my people. Men stood around with bottles and cans in their hands, laughing with each other, while women tried getting their attention. It was strange, though, because there was a divide of women, and it was so blatant. There were 2 groups, the ones with clothes and the ones without. A small fraction of the women had on jeans, shirts, and leather on their backs, while the others, which there were many, had very short miniskirts or shorts on, with tops their tits were practically falling out of. Their hair was big, and they were the ones with the come-hither eyes to the men. There was no doubt in my mind that with one crook of a finger, they would be all over whichever man that did it. It seemed strange to me at that moment, how it was so obvious the chasm between them was. But I didn't know this world well, and it wasn't much different than being at the bar. Some women were trying to get their itch scratched, while others already knew they'd have it scratched and didn't have to try. Why this stood out to me, I had no clue, but I liked to know my surroundings and exit routes. Always exit routes. This was a new place, and I only knew a few of these people, but really, I only knew wrong way. Stop it, I chastised myself, walking around the outside of the large congregation of people, searching. Appraising looks came from some of the men, while it was the same with the women, but theirs were more sneers. While the men appeared to be an appreciation, I knew I wasn't all that, but I also knew I looked good. I'd learned over the years how to work my body for my benefit. While I didn't show it off like some of the women here did, the clothes I chose showed off my form, accentuating my ass and tits, but leaving a hell of a lot to the imagination. It was the ink, too. Some men got hard just on that. Well, for others, it was a turnoff. Everyone had different tastes, but my ink was for me. It told the story of my life in some way, shape, or form. There was still more to go. There'd always be more ink to go. Well, look who's here. I turned to see Tex coming up to me, and relief hit that I at least knew one person so far. He was a mountain of a man at over 6 feet tall and built like a tank. He had a beer in his hand and made a move to put his arm around me. I moved quickly out of his grasp. Men only put their hands on me if I allowed it. He was too new in my life to get that. Tex held his hands up. Chill. Was gonna take you the wrong way. Not a fan of being touched. His smile widened. Duly noted. Come on. Tex held his arm out for me to go in front of him, and I did. The crowd began to split as we walked. It had to be because of the big man behind me. The door was wide open, and I walked through. The lighting was dim and alluring. Sounds of music and laughter came through as I scanned the crowds, searching. My steps faltered just a bit when I spotted him. It wasn't because of some stupid, heart-pounding, oh my God. It was more of wanting to stab the bitch with my knife for having her hands on his arms. The woman, of course, was beautiful. Why did this have to be so cliché? It was almost like a bad movie. Woman thinks man was hers, she gets pissed at woman and murders her. It sounded logical. Not. But yes, there was a but there because this felt different to me. There was this possessiveness instantly for him, like I could seriously lay out anyone who got in my way. That had never happened to me before with a man, not even an ex, not even when an ex cheated. I'd never felt like a man was mine and only mine. But that wasn't this, was it? Fuck me. Oh, hang on, girlie. Rylan came into my vision, blocking out the woman touching wrong way. You handle this. I got someone to fuck, Tex said, taking off. Rylan snapped her fingers a couple of times, gaining my attention. Hey, girl, you look like you want to murder someone. Around here, you'll feel like doing it all the time, but looking like you're gonna do it the first time here, not such a good thing. That was not what I wanted anyone to see. Closing my eyes briefly and gathering myself, I opened them, the world becoming a bit clearer, at least for the moment. Rylan laughed while I did this. What's so funny? She shook her head while placing her hand on my arm. I felt my body jolt, but was able to relax it. She felt it too because she gave me a small squeeze before letting me go. Just happy to have another one of us around. What does that mean? I asked, seriously confused. There were a ton of people here, and it didn't make sense. She leaned into my ear. Never mind. Just remember, if you're gonna make your stamp on wrong way, make sure he's down with that. He's not mine, I answered, the words tasting like battery acid. her brow raised. Then chill the fuck out and have fun. She was right, and I needed to pull my head out of my ass. But I also wouldn't be treated like shit. Therefore, if the woman didn't get the hint or he didn't get rid of her, I was out. He could have all the fun he wanted, but never at my expense. I'd learned over the years to know my worth, and if he didn't see that, then this wouldn't work. It was time to figure out what in the hell I was doing here.
17. Wrong way. Carly, one of the club mamas, was standing next to me, her hand on my arm as she looked up at me with those puppy dog eyes. She wanted to fuck, but more than that, she wanted me to choose her to be my old lady. That would never happen. Not only had I been there, done that, but I didn't want to go back. She was becoming a leech in the club, always wanting one of us to take her on. One would think she'd get the hint, but she hadn't. "Let's go to your room," she purred, giving my arm a squeeze. "Tried to tell you many times. It's not going to happen. Move along." Her full lips turned down in a fake pout. "Come on. You know I can make you feel real good." "And you've spread your ass around the place." Ryland's voice came from behind me. When I turned, Hayden came into my vision. And what a fucking vision. Her hair was down, long and wavy. She had 3 small braids starting at her forehead and going to the back of her head on the right side. The rest of the locks were free-flowing. All I wanted to do was wrap that hair in my fist and take her fucking mouth. As I watched her eyes flicker to the woman beside me, the spark of anger resonated in them just for a beat before she put it away. It was sexy to know she had a bit of a jealous nature. But she would learn that no one held a candle to her. The fucking men in this room were salivating to take their shot with her. The leering looks that swept up and down her curvy body built a fire inside of me. A fire of fury. "Wrong way," Carly whined, but I shook her off and moved quickly to Hayden. Not missing a beat, I grabbed her, threaded my fingers in the back of her head, grabbed her hip with my other hand, and kissed her. It only took her a second to melt into me, opening wide and allowing my tongue in. Her hands came to my neck, cupping both sides of me as she kissed me back. Everything around us was lost. The sole focus was our bodies and our lips. "If you're gonna fuck, can I watch?" Phoenix sidled up to us, and Hayden pulled away. "No, go away." My tone was clipped for the cock blocker. Phoenix crossed his arms over his chest. "Then keep going. Gotta get my fill while I can." "Fuck off," I told him, wrapped my arm around her shoulders, and pulled her to me. Anyone fucking touched Hayden, and I'd fuck them up. That I knew for certain. "Come on, let me show you the place." "All right." I pulled her with me through the people. The place was abuzz with action. The entire first floor was being used, from the pool tables to the bar to the television area. As I took her through each of them, she smiled up at me, but didn't say much. Did she not want to be here? Why I thought that was beyond me, but it came to mind, and I needed to know. Pulling her through the house and to my room, I kicked the door shut with my boot, making the loud and crazy party seem to vanish. Hayden took in the room, and I watched her ass as she moved, cupped in jeans that were tight, but not so much she couldn't breathe. Her hands came to the back pockets, and I groaned, seeing her cup her own ass. Fuck, that was hot. "That's a nice setup." She nodded to my banks of computers. I came up behind her and wrapped my arms around her body. She leaned into me. "Just a little something I picked up." Her head fell back to my shoulder, while her eyes looked up at me. "Nerd," she teased. "Right back at you." Hayden's hands moved so they were now touching my forearms. I'm in charge of a lot of shit around here. I bet you are. And with your security alarm-breaking skills, I'm sure you get far. I felt her chuckle against me, and fuck, I loved that. She wasn't pissed that I knew her codes, just that she had to do better. We all had to do better. With new technology coming out every day, it was hard staying up to date. Good thing I knew my shit. Yeah, same as you. How much do you really know about me? She asked, strangely, because the tone made it sound like she had something to hide. We had enough secrets in Ravage. I didn't need them in my bed as well. You've told me a lot of it. She turned in my arms and gazed up at me. Her eyes pulled me in, drew me to her. Yeah, but what I do for a living. Ravage was always in the know about the people in rebellion. If we didn't know something, we found it out. That was how we kept everything around here in check. When I first met her, I started looking into her. Yeah, I knew what she did. You mean create programs for people and they pay you a shitload of money? She stilled and pressed. What else? Babe, I know you have your thing going on. As long as you're safe, I don't give a fuck. When she smiled, it almost knocked me on my ass. Thanks. Want to tell me why you got so quiet out there? Her body flinched in my arms as her eyes shut. Saw that, did ya? Talk. She shook her head. I didn't like her hands on you. Her eyes blazed. Seeing her angry had my cock growing painfully in my jeans. It was such a turn-on. Good, because I fucking didn't like all the guys having their eyes on you. A small smile tilted her lips. Guess we're in the same spot. No man fucking touches you, Hayden. I mean it. The thought had me wanting to murder someone. Then keep the trash off of you, she countered, making me smile. Got it. Had I just agreed to a full-on relationship? Yeah, I fucking did, and I was damn happy about it. She raised on her tiptoes, and our mouths met in a fierce kiss. Lost in her, our kisses turned to petting, and that turned to our clothes coming off and us landing on my bed. She climbed on top of me, lined me up, and sank down on my cock. Her pussy was so wet for me and fit like it was made to be around me. Warmth surrounded me, and she didn't move. Her hands came to my chest, and our eyes connected. Did you know? Once I wanted to be a cowgirl. That had my cock growing thicker. By all means, show me how you ride. A wicked smile lit up her face, and I felt her pussy walls constrict around me. A groan left my lips. That was when Hayden showed me that she could definitely ride. We laid there, sated, Hayden wrapped around me, my cock half-mast. Fuck this woman. Her head turned, and the look of contentment on her face had my cock hardening once again. Fuck, this woman had me always ready to go. My index finger traced her face. Her skin was so soft. Perfect. You're beautiful. An actual blush came to her cheeks. Such a sweet talker. Nah, just call it like I see it. She leaned up and placed a kiss on the underside of my jaw. This was something new, and I found I liked it. You're pretty hot yourself, big guy. A chuckle escaped from down low. Big guy? Baby, you know I'm fucking huge. She laughed. The easy camaraderie we had was unlike anything I'd experienced before. It was like we got each other and didn't even have to try at it. Add in the sex being phenomenal, and she took the cake. What do you say we go out and have some fun? Hayden moved up my body, attaching her lips to mine. I'm good. We were good all fucking night.
18. Hayden. A loud banging woke me from a slumber sleep. Wrong Way's warmth was cocooning me, and I wasn't ready to get up yet. Fuck, Wrong Way groaned. What the fuck do you want? I jumped at the bark, not expecting it. Wrong Way was always so calm and cool, but this had a huge bite to it. He didn't like getting woken up either. Breakfast, then church, a male voice said as he hit the door once more and left. Fuck me, Wrong Way moaned, putting his forearm over his eyes. That was such a hot move. I felt my core clench. Seeing the sheet rise with his erection, my arousal spun out. Yes, please. The grin was wicked as he flipped onto his back and gave me a hell of a good morning. I'd never been a fan of wearing last night's clothes the next day. After living on the streets and only having clean ones on very rare occasions, I'd made a pact to myself not to at least wear the same underwear. But here I was, pulling up yesterday's underwear and clothes. We walked out of his room, and he grabbed my hand. It sent a thrill through me, like a claiming or something. But was it? I wasn't going to evaluate this, not now. The clubhouse was nothing like last night. There were people, but not nearly as many. 2 men had push brooms and were cleaning up the messes on the floor, while some of the women, still in their tight clothes, were helping with the tables. The woman who had her hands on Wrong Way looked up at me and snarled. I smiled, because fuck her. Get your ass in here and help, Rylan yelled, from what I presumed was the kitchen, considering I heard pots and pans crashing around. Guess I'm wanted. You coming? I asked him. He grinned. Nope, you have fun. His lips pressed to mine, and as I walked away, he slapped my ass. My eyes rolled as I entered the kitchen. The space was huge, a chef's dream. Huge industrial stoves that appeared brand new. A small room off to the side that was just the pantry and held a shit ton of food. Rylan smiled. About damn time you woke up. Time to get busy. She tossed me a white apron that I wrapped around my waist. This was serious shit. Let's do intros first and get that shit out of the way, she said, and began pointing. That beautiful woman is Goldie. She runs things around here. Have you met Bear? I shook my head. Well, she's his old lady. She had to be in her late 50s, and her golden hair was gorgeous. When she came up to me and wrapped her arms around me, my body stilled. I hadn't had a lot of love. Miss Janey taught me what that was. It took a beat for me to hug her back, and then she stepped back. Nice to meet ya. Those boys give you shit, you talk to me. Laughter could be heard throughout the room, and Goldie winked at me, going back to whatever she was stirring in a huge pot. Hi, I'm Van, a little girl with pale blonde hair said, coming up beside me. This little one is Crow's daughter. That took me back a bit, but I recovered quickly. Hi, I'm Hayden. Nice to meet ya, she said, smiling and bouncing off. She has a lot of energy, Rylan said, pulling me up to another woman. This is Ashton. She's Texas kid. My mouth dropped as I stared at the woman. She had long red hair that curled at the ends and landed at the curve of her back, with light hints of blonde throughout. Her irises a deep blue and mesmerizing. Tex has probably killed every one of your boyfriends, I said in greeting, to which the kitchen erupted in laughter. When Ashton smiled, her face lit up. I'd thought she couldn't be more stunning, but I was wrong. He's always in my business. Such is a girl with a single father. She held out her hand, and I took it. "Everyone calls me Ash." "Nice to meet ya." I was then introduced to two other women, Callie and Shell, who Goldie just called her girls, so I assumed they were her kids. "Finish getting the sausage cooked up for the gravy," Goldie ordered, and I did as I was told. While I thought I'd feel uncomfortable around Wrong Way's people, I was learning that they were pretty damn cool, and I liked hanging around with them. "Carly told me she's gonna get a ravage man if it kills her," Callie threw in. I had no idea who Carly was, and really didn't give a shit. Listening to gossip had never been my thing, but this was how I learned about the people Wrong Way had so close to him in his life. "She's been saying that shit for years," Callie responded. "She wants her talons in any of the guys." "She's partial to Wrong Way," Ryland said, with a sly grin to me. "Well, she can take a long jump off a short pier with a noose around her neck," I responded, as the room erupted again in laughter. Yes, I could get used to this. We cooked up a hell of a meal and took it all out to the bar area of the clubhouse. I was surprised to see large tables set up for the food and others for people to sit. The guys were busy while we were cooking. I'd thought maybe they'd be sitting around watching television or something, but how wrong I was. They were working right alongside us. Wrong Way came up to me as I set the huge tray of bacon on the table. I loved bacon, and having me carry it was just torture. His arms came around me as he pulled me into his warmth. He leaned down and took my lips. "You have fun?" he asked. I smiled. "Yeah, I really did." "Good, baby. I want you to be comfortable here." All sorts of feeling made their way around my heart, none of which I was ready to express. "Thanks, I am." "Let's eat!" Goldie screamed from the kitchen door as Wrong Way grabbed my hand and led me to the line. I felt like I should wait for the others to get their food, considering I was an outsider, but he was having none of that. He grabbed 2 plates, and when I went to grab one, he shook his head. "This one's yours." He shook his right hand. I went to take it from him, and he shook his head again. "I can take my own plate." He leaned down to my ear and whispered, "I'm taking care of you. Now tell me what you want." This time it was a squeeze around my heart, a twist and pull, something that turned my insides to jelly. I whispered, "See what I mean? Sweet." Then kissed his cheek. He did exactly what he said and filled my plate along with his. Then he set our plates down and nodded to the chair. I took that as my cue and sat while he went and got us some coffee. When he sat, I leaned into him. "Thank you. You're a queen, and you deserve to be treated as such." Fucking hell, this man. Happiness filled me, and the entire time we ate, I felt a goofy smile plaster on my face. "So, Wrong Way ever tell ya how he got his name?" Tex asked me, with Ash sitting next to him. She rolled her eyes. "Seriously, Dad? Don't you think he'll tell her when he's ready?" "Huh?" She mouthed to me, sorry, but I didn't know what for. It was a good question, and one I hadn't learned yet. Ash's eyes went up to the man sitting across from her. Warden, he was introduced as. It was slight, and she quickly turned away. It made me wonder what was going on there. I couldn't imagine Tex allowing his daughter to see one of his brothers. Ryland told me that Warden comes and goes in the club. I guess it was his time to be here. "Tell me," I cut through the commotion. "It's fucking funny." He bent in like this was some secret he was giving me. Wrong Way here was set up to hit California, then drive up the coast into Oregon. The idiot drove 263 miles north instead of heading west. Laughs were spread around. "That was fucking years ago," Wrong Way said, putting an arm over my chair and pulling me close. "What made you realize you were going the wrong way?" I asked him. Wrong Way shook his head. Fucking gas station. The fucker had to have some random guy tell him that California was the other way, Tex added in, laughing his ass off. Wrongway glared at him, but I could see in his eyes it was good-natured, and I couldn't help but laugh. Gotta admit, that's funny as hell. You go the wrong way now? I asked him, knowing he had no troubles finding me. Fuck no, learned my lesson. Tex barked out, 'cause he got a GPS. Fucker, Wrongway grumbled, but again in good fun. These people weren't friends hanging out. No, they were a family. It might not be through blood, but that didn't matter to them. They chose who they wanted in their family, built it, and grew it. I'd done the same thing with my life, building my own family when my biological one was shit. It just made me like these people all the more.
19. Wrong way. All right, let's get down to business, Crow stated as he slammed the gavel down on the ravaged table. It was special to us because it contained the original table that the founders used. Brewer, Crow, Hornet, Rooster, Tex, and I redid it, making it bigger so all of us could sit around it. The middle was rounded solid cherry wood, with the Ravage insignia of a skull with flames coming out of its head, with the name Ravage carved in it. The outside was a rectangle fitting around it. It was now large enough for all of us to fit around it. We've got 3 things to discuss, Crow began. First, we have runs with Xavier and Marcus coming up. Brewer, update. Brewer sat to the left of Crow at the head of the table. 4 crates. Need to pick them up in Illinois and bring them back here. It'll take a few days, so be ready to be on the road. I've got it all set up and should run smooth. We're meeting Xavier and Marcus away from Rebellion to deliver. And that's a go, too? Crow asked. Yep, half the money will be collected before the run, the rest after. Good, Crow responded as he looked around the table at us. That was normal shit. There was no need to talk. Second, I got a call from Senator Gary McCluskey a few days ago. That shocked me, so I sat back in my seat, ready for whatever blow this was coming to us. Senators didn't contact Ravage. We didn't fit in their mold well. He wants to set up a meet. He says he has a proposition for us, and it has to do with Rook. Fuck me. That couldn't be good. Rook was in prison for manslaughter and was due to get out in a few months. The dickhead judge repealed that and wants to keep Rook in for the other 4. We had a lawyer on it who was working on getting Rook out. What do you think that's about? Brewer asked the question we all wanted to be answered. No fucking clue. He said he'd tell more when we met face to face. Hello, asshole. Burner phone. This entire situation didn't feel right. 2 more things, and we can get the fuck out of here. Eyes and ears open. There might be someone trying to infiltrate Ravage, and we will not let that shit happen. We don't know for sure. It's probably a fluke, but after the shit with Lemon, we can't be too careful. Crow went on to explain to the rest of the guys what I already knew, which wasn't much. One final thing, Crow said to the table. Be thinking about what to do with Pride. We're bouncing ideas around, and we want to hear what you think. He slammed the gavel down. I was ready to get back to Hayden and get inside of her. Having her right here kept my mind on her, not anything else. I had never felt like this before, and I wasn't quite sure what to do with it. I'm liking these lazy days, Hayden said, looking into my eyes. She had that just fucked and sated look on her face, the one that made me hard once again because I put it there. Yeah, me too. My finger drew small circles on her soft skin. I've got to do a run, and I'll be ghost for a while. What does that mean exactly? I stared up at her ceiling and watched the ceiling fan go around a few times. Means I have club business, and during the time I'm gone, my phone will be off, so you can't get a hold of me."
"How long will you be gone?"
On a shrug, I answered, "About a week or so, depending on if everything went all right." I'd never gone on a run having someone back in rebellion that I wanted to get back to. This would be a challenge, but a necessary one.
"Okay."
She lifted up and kissed me. Just like that, she accepted me as I came. She was priceless.
20. Hayden. That had to be some kind of mistake. My eyes scanned the screen, reading over the request from a new client. A vague new client, which sent up red flags immediately. He or she had encrypted the message so well that I couldn't trace it back to its sender. Instead, it took me on a ride to bounce around the cyber world. And he or she wanted something there was no way I could do, ever. Not only did Wrong Way mean something to me, I'd met and liked his family. There was no way in hell this request would happen with me. I read the message again, hoping it was my eyes suffering from the blue light of the screen. Infiltrate all Rebellion Ravage MC computer systems. We want full access to everything they own. Contacts, financials, contracts, tax returns, ownership papers, everything. For this, we will give you $1 million, half now, half when the job is complete. Yeah, surely I read that wrong. No one would be stupid enough to take this job. Hell, this person had to have a death wish just for messaging me about it. I screenshot everything and copied the trail the IP led me, putting it all on a flash drive to give to Wrong Way. Whoever this was, he needed to know. The problem was, he had been gone for a week and told me he'd be ghost, which was code for, "You can't get a hold of me for anything." Which was true because I hadn't heard a word from him, not even a text. That was very important, though. He needed to know someone was trying to get in. Even if I got his voicemail, I could leave a message and hope he'd get it. Fuck it. I dialed his number and it went straight to voicemail. Shit. I couldn't leave a message because the damn mailbox was full. Seriously? I texted Wrong Way. "Call me ASAP. Very important." I then replied to the message on my screen from whomever. Me. "No, I will not, nor should you attempt this job. You need to stop your pursuit of this. Please do not contact me again." I hit send before I rethought it. It was a warning, but who knew if the other person that received it would think of it in such a way? Everyone interpreted things differently behind a screen. One may think something meant to put fear in a person and find it funny. One never knew. This person, though, didn't want to mess with Ravage. Those men were serious. Being around them, I knew they wouldn't tolerate this one bit. One thing they all had was loyalty to one another. That was clear as day. Rylan. Could I get a message to Wrong Way through her? She and I hadn't exchanged numbers, though. I didn't know if I would be welcomed at the clubhouse with Wrong Way gone. We didn't discuss these things, and I wasn't sure what I was and wasn't supposed to do exactly. He'd lightly said that there were rules, but he hadn't had time to really talk about them. Sucking in a deep breath, I'd have to wait to tell him when he got back, which he was due either late tonight or tomorrow morning. If I didn't hear from him by then, I'd go to the clubhouse and hope someone was around that could get a hold of him. Until then, I needed to clear some of my cases off my schedule.
21. Wrong Way. The first transport went smooth. Working with Xavier and Marcus before, they knew us and knew how we did things. Yes, we'd had complications with them in the past with a run, but that complication was over. That threat was very much dead. The second leg of the trip was the unknown Senator McCluskey, who just popped up out of the blue. Researching him, he was 57 years old and had been an Alabama senator for 19 of those years. He had a wife, Kelly, and 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. They lived north of Rebellion in a very large home with maids and cooks who lived with them. He had a mistress who was 22 and lived in an apartment that he paid for. She was the nanny, and it was part of the deal. But from what I found, the wife knew and either didn't care or put up with it to keep up appearances of their happy marriage. That reminded me of Hayden. Damn, I'd missed her. While going through his political career, nothing stood out as obviously strange. Looking through everything to do with Rook and his case, I found zero connection with the 2 men. Why he had something to do with Rook, I guessed we were about to find out. Pulling up to the land that used to be the Purple Pride, a sleek Suburban sat at the large outbuilding. 2 men, both in tailored suits, were standing and staring at the metal structure. At the sound of our bikes, they turned around. One was the senator, the other was his right-hand man, Archie Crawley. I'd looked up him as well. He was 32, lived alone, and worked a lot. No significant other that I could find. We swung off our bikes and took our helmets off. Walking up to them, I noticed 2 men sitting in the front seat of the Suburban, but no one else was anywhere around. It appeared clean. I pulled up my phone and checked the cameras around the area. One thing about the new system was the information was always at my fingertips. One by one, I ticked through them, finding no one else in the vicinity. "Senator," Crow greeted, holding out his hand. The senator took it and shook. "Gary, please." He pointed over his shoulder to the younger man. "This is Archie, my assistant." Archie had a shit-ass name, but it went along with his hair. Fuck, there was so much gunk in his hair, I'd be surprised if it would move in a hurricane. Crow introduced us all as I took in the senator. Very clean-cut and brown hair styled. Not like his assistant, but close. His suit fit him like a glove, and his smile was entirely forced. But he was calm and collected, holding his hands together in front of him like he owned the world. "So what do you know about Rook?" Crow asked as we listened and backed him up. "I like that. Straight to the point," the senator responded, looking over at Archie, then back to Crow. I tried to catch if anything other than a look was exchanged, but didn't see one. "Yes, Mr. Morgan. I read over his case, and it appears he's being denied release." "Our lawyers are taking care of that," Brewer threw in. "Yes, saw that too. But unfortunately it will be followed through on." This bit of information pissed me off beyond belief, as I was sure it did my brothers. None of us moved or flinched, giving absolutely nothing away. "Really? And you know this how?" Crow asked, crossing his arms over his chest, legs spread wide apart. It intimidated most men, but not the senator. He just smirked. "I talked to Judge White." "Why are you getting into our business?" Crow's voice had a slight tightness to it. Only those who knew him well would pick up on it. This new bit of information had my mind spinning to Rook's case, going through what I could remember off the top of my head. There was no reason not to let him out, at least that we knew about. "I would like this property." His arms went out wide, signaling the space around us. "How about a trade?" He wanted this. Why? What was his angle here? Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on the exact thing. "A trade?" Crow said, unbelieving. Hell, I couldn't either. "I'll give Mr. Morgan a full governor's pardon for this property." A full governor's pardon. That was a get-out-of-jail-free card, huge, and not many were given out in the state of Alabama. Most pardons had restrictions, including stripping the person of their civil rights. What the senator was offering was a clean slate for Rook. What would make a senator want to trade something that huge that would get press just for this piece of land? The water was smelling fishy. So you, Crow pointed to the man, will get Rook out with a full pardon. No other strings attached? Lord, I hoped he wasn't thinking of doing this shit. It stunk so damn bad we'd all drown in it. But I knew Crow. Knew he would sniff out all the information he could before making a decision. And you sign over this piece of land. He clasped his hands together in front of him again. Why? What are you going to do with it? Crow asked, that ticked-off tone coming off a bit clearer now. The senator smiled. Now that is not your concern. The deal is I get this property and Ravage stays away from it. And your Rook gets out to be free. That's where you're mistaken, Crow said, taking a step forward. We know what happens in rebellion and around it, or it doesn't happen. Hence you leaving this property alone. What, you gonna run strippers and blow out of here? Phoenix piped in. The man had no filter. The senator smiled coyly. Again, that is none of your business, but if it will help this deal go through, a portion of the profits will go to you. We all listened closely to his words, wanting this for Rook, but having no idea what headache it would bring to the club. Rook would want us to think of the club first. Yes, he wanted out, but he wouldn't want us to risk the club for it. It's a new business venture, one I'd been part of for years, that needs a new location. He said nothing more. I ran through some of the businesses that were associated with him. While I remembered some, others I didn't. It would be the first thing to look at when I got back home. That's it? Crow prompted. That's it, he responded. So, do we have a deal? The air of arrogance around the man made me want to punch him. His little lapdog at his side was eating all of this up. I swore his tongue was going to come out, and he was going to start panting. See, we do business as a club. That means we sit and talk about shit before we do anything. So, if it's a decision that has to be made right here and now, no, Crow responded. If we have time to go back to the clubhouse and talk through it, it's a maybe. That's up to you. Really? You wouldn't want to get your brother back home with you? He snapped his finger. Like that? With everything gone? Of course we would, but it's a club decision. The senator's brows knitted, obviously not happy about being told no or given any stipulations. But Crow was right. There had to be something important the senator needed to put this in place. Something we needed to find out before any deals were made. Okay, have it your way, the senator said, turning around. He said something to Archie, who picked up his phone and made a call. They got into their SUV and sped off. What the fuck was that? Tex asked the question we all wanted the answer to. Have no fucking clue, but we need on it now. Crow looked over to me, and I nodded. Back to the clubhouse, everyone. Meet in church. What had we gotten ourselves into now?
22. Hayden. Where in the hell am I? Rocco, I'm going to kill you. This repeated in my head over and over again as I pulled up to the 2-story home on the outside of Rebellion, as my heart began to race. Getting a text from Rocco to come to this address immediately, then not answering my phone calls right after, pissed me right the hell off. He was known to get into trouble, but I've always trusted him to not steer me wrong. Luckily, getting him out of stupid shit was like second nature to me. He hadn't had an episode like this in years, though. Of course, he still lived life and partied a lot, but he kept it in check. But when I got to him, he was going to catch hell. I need you. Rocco said into the phone as I looked at the time. 1:30 in the morning. You've got to be shitting me. Seriously? What have you gotten yourself into now? I tossed the blanket off the bed and sat up. Ms. Janey was only 2 doors down, and if she heard me, I'd be going nowhere. It was cute how she tried to impose rules like curfew. Normally I followed them because I liked having boundaries and control. These Rocco calls, though, not so much. That night, he was in hot water, losing at poker to a bunch of thugs outside of Rebellion. I had to cough up money, which I didn't have, and overdrew my account. He'd better not be playing games this time and better seriously need me. I parked my car, turned off the engine, and sat in the driveway, hoping Rocco would come out of the house and we could get the hell out of there. This was off, though. I felt it in my gut. Fear traced up my spine at the thought of Rocco in that house, possibly hurting or worse. 5 minutes passed, and no sign of Rocco. Getting out of the car, I slid the knife into my hand discreetly. My chest felt tight, and hands felt clammy as I walked up to the front door. I wished I would have listened to my body screaming at me. I wished I would have told Wrong Way about the attacks. I wished I had told anyone where I was going. Except I didn't, and when the door flung open, my breath left me. Dad? It was him. Years since I'd seen him, but I could never forget that hate-filled stare. "You stupid fucking cunt," my father yelled at me. It repeated in my brain over and over again. I could never get it to stop. Whenever I did something he didn't like, he called me a cunt. I didn't even know what a cunt was, just that it was bad. The blow came hard to my cheek, my body flying to the ground. Tears spilled out of my eyes as my hand went to my face. The burn was intense, but Dad didn't have his ring on tonight, so at least there wouldn't be a cut. My mother stared blankly at me, a bunch of white powder on the table in front of her. I hated that powder. It always made her sleepy. Not that she'd help me if she were awake. But I wanted my mom. The one who was talked about at school. She made dinner, read stories, and tucked you in at night. My friends talked about the stuff their mothers did for them. One even did a science project, and the kid got an A. My mom didn't know I existed until my father got in one of his raging fits. She never made dinner. She'd throw me a bag of cheese puffs, but that was as close as I'd ever gotten to a meal. She never read to me. And tuck me in at night? No, never. My parents were of the mind that a child should not be seen or heard, which was why I spent a lot of time upstairs in my room. "Get up, you little brat!" my father screamed, wrenching my arm and pulling me up from the floor. I tried really hard not to cry out, but it hurt. He was so strong. Once he picked me up and threw me across the room and against the wall. The only kind of man who could do that were the Hulk. At least, that was what the boys at school said. I'd never met a Hulk. They told me he was big and green. If he was anything like my father, he was mean. No, thank you. My father dragged me into the kitchen by my arm. I tried to get my feet under me, but he was too fast. Too strong, too fast, too mean. That was my dad. There was a cigarette hanging out of my father's mouth, the smoke billowing up. It was a smell I hated. As he picked me up around my waist, the smell intensified. My father grabbed my head as I looked in front of me. A sink full of water. Dread and tears spilled down my face. "No, Daddy, no!" I cried, and tried to wiggle out of his arms, but his hold was tight. "Shh! "Shut up, you fucking cunt. I told you to have the dishes done," he barked. And I knew what was coming next. I knew it, but I hoped it wouldn't happen. I knew the water would be hot. I knew he was going to dunk my head in it. I knew he wouldn't stop until I stopped moving my arms and legs. I knew he would wait until the very last second when I couldn't get another drop of air in my body, then pull me out. I knew it, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. Nothing. I was alone. He reached out, grabbed my arm, and pulled me in. I was so dazed from seeing him that I didn't pull out my knife. Big mistake. "Good night," my father said, as something hard hit my head, and I collapsed to the ground.
23. Wrong way. "What do you have?" Crow asked, stepping into my room at the clubhouse. I'd been digging since we got back, and we were holding off on church until something came up. "Nothing. I've broke into his bank statements, and nothing showed a business that was floundering and needed to be moved. He has a huge nest egg and money put away for his children's college. In all, he's clean." "No one is ever clean," Crow responded. "I know." Crow moved. "All right, let's get to church and get the two sworn in. Know you have shit to do, but we gotta get this done now." On a nod, we headed down for church. "Any opposed?" Crow said at the front of the table in church. No one said a word. True, we had shit going on, but this was important for all of us. A round of cheers went up as Ethan and Jimmy received their Ravage MC cuts. They earned them and proved their loyalty. It was past time for them to get the leather, but with all the shit Lemon threw at us, we were a little hesitant to give our colors to anyone. We also realized, though, that we couldn't hold others accountable for Lemon's crimes and mistakes. After congratulating the two new members, there was a huge party where we got them both seriously drunk. It wasn't even 8 p.m. yet, but they were hammered. It was a rite of passage, and no matter what was going on, they deserved to have that celebration. I made my way to my bedroom at the clubhouse and fired up the computers. There were two things on my mind. One, the senator. There had to be something. I just wasn't looking in the right spot. Two was the IP address. It was nagging at me, telling me we needed to figure it out. After searching the senator for a while, I changed over to the other, needing a break. This damn loop was killing me. Scrubbing my eyes, I wondered what Hayden was doing, so I pulled out my phone and went through our text string, seeing the last one where she wrote, "Be safe." That was before we left for the run. I texted her, "I'll be over later." We hadn't spent a night apart, except when I went on the run. Waking up with her was the best part of my day. Fucking loved waking up to that beauty. I should be kicking myself in the ass for not seeing it so long ago. It was time wasted, but looking back was pointless. Those months couldn't be redone. We could only look at the future, and my future held Hayden. A loud bang came to the door. "Yeah," I called out, and it swung open wide. Phoenix was holding Ethan up. "Man, can he sleep in here? He's fucking toasted." Ethan didn't have a room yet, but there were other rooms in the clubhouse. But I was his handler, therefore he was my responsibility, at least for tonight. Then I was off duty. "Fine, but I'm locking the door and leaving in a bit." "Whatever. He didn't have that much to drink." Phoenix threw him on the bed, and Ethan moaned. Phoenix darted from the room like his ass was on fire. "You puke in here, I'll have your ass," I warned. He mumbled out some sounds, then clearer said, "Not drunk." "Sure you're not." I went back to work, letting Ethan sleep off the booze. He didn't normally drink much, and he was going to be pissed in the morning that he wasn't waking up with a woman in his arms. An hour and a half later, I hadn't gotten any further. This is hopeless. "What?" I jumped at the sound, turning to see Ethan laying on his side, eyes open, but otherwise not moving. "You good?" I asked him as he moved to sit up, his hand holding one side of his head. "No." I turned back to the computers. "Then go to sleep." "What are you working on?" he asked, coming up beside me. He smelled of bourbon. Lots and lots of it. IP address. I get close to figuring it out, and then everything scrambles and goes into a loop. "They put a 7-9 blocker on it," he responded, and I turned to him. "A what?" He grabbed a chair from the corner, swaying a bit, and sat. His head hung down for a moment, then popped back up. Fuck, I needed him sober. 7-9 blocker. It keeps you moving through the code only to end up doing the same code over and over again. How do I cut it? His head fell back, and I got in his face, tapping the side of it hard. "Talk to me," I demanded, and Ethan shook his head while I moved back. "Find the code with the % symbol. Delete the first 8 symbols after it. Done." "Seriously?" "Yep. I don't feel so good. Woozy. I'm gonna lay back down," Ethan mumbled as he stood up, then fell to the floor and rolled on his back. After checking he was breathing, I did exactly what Ethan said. There it was, staring back at me. My chest tightened, and the ground fell away from my feet. Betrayal burned deep. I knew the physical address of this location. I'd spent nights there. Hayden.
24. Hayden. My head was woozy as I opened my eyes. Blinking rapidly, everything came into focus. A hammer came down with a hard thud as screams filled the air. Looking over through my haze, Rocco was the source of the noise, as my father was taking a hammer to Rocco's hand. His face was pale, his eyes swollen and bloodshot, and his body was tense, preparing for the pain. Rocco, my carefree friend, was falling apart right in front of me. No, no, no. "Stop it!" I screamed, trying to move, finding myself tied to a chair, my hands behind my back, and tape around each leg. Fuck. I rocked a bit, but I couldn't go anywhere. "Just stop! What do you want?" I fought to remember how I got here. Vaguely, my mind said I received a text, but everything was blurry. The outburst took my father's focus off Rocco and directed it solely on me. Those eyes that hated me my entire life were now coming my way. It was a gaze I would never forget. His scrutiny, hatred, and venom were still very much looking at me right now. A cold shiver slithered down my spine as all the old memories of being a child in his home threatened to come forward. 3 other men were in the room, each wearing fitted black suits with black ties. They had blank stares as if they were used to this level of violence on a daily basis. My father, though, looked like he was going golfing with khakis and a polo shirt. The only thing that stood out was that they were now covered in Rocco's blood. Fuck. That cut me deep. My father could hurt me, and I'd take it, but not Rocco. Approaching me, my father smirked with malicious intent. He gripped my hair and pulled my head back hard, my neck straining painfully. A small gasp escaped me, but that was it. I knew better than to give him the satisfaction of my pain. I had to remain focused. I needed to figure out what was going on here and get Rocco out. "All you had to do was break into Ravage's system, and all this could have been avoided," he spat at me. and I was seriously confused. With whatever was banging in my head, the pieces of the puzzle weren't going together as fast as they normally did. It took a bit more focus. My mother died 4 years ago, and my father moved out of state. I looked it up and kept tabs on him. Why in the hell was he back in rebellion? And why did he have these guys with him? And why was he talking about Ravage? None of this made sense. Did he send me that email? Shit. I decided to play stupid, give me a little time to figure out what in the hell was going on. What are you talking about? He pulled my hair back harder, the strands beginning to pull out of my scalp. Then he punched me right across the cheek. My head flung to the side, unable to move far because of his hold on me. I'd been hit before, but this was like nothing I'd ever felt. He had serious power behind his swing, much harder than I remembered. Fuck. The dizziness took over me for a moment. But when my dad changed his grip on my hair to inspect his work, my eyes cleared a bit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That email that came to you, I sent it. And you write back with a no? Fuck you, you little cunt. He released my hair, but not before flinging my head to the side viciously. Bastard. He'd called me that as a child as well. Go get me a beer, you little cunt. Those damn words. I'd thought I'd gotten rid of them, but having him so near had them all coming back in a rush. I felt like a ton of bricks were sitting on my chest as the memories tried to invade. Everything I worked so hard to push down was tumbling around in my head. All the boxes I had compartmentalized my emotions in were bursting at the seams, threatening to send me toppling into a breakdown. Do it, my father ordered, and one of the men went over to Rocco and pulled him up. My best friend groaned in agony. The guilt of causing him pain gnawed at me. If it wasn't for Rocco's association to me, my father wouldn't be torturing him now. Wait, no. I'll do what you want. Just let him go. God, did I just say that? I did. And I couldn't break into Ravage's computers. That would be something none of them would allow me to come back from. The big man's hand flew out, and a long metal stick appeared. He bashed in Rocco's knee, sending him to the ground in a heap. Rocco laughed out loud to hide the pain, and because this was Rocco, he'd never let a soul find his weakness. He was hurting, and I wanted to take that away. Stop it, I yelled, the fear gripping around my throat and sucking the life out of me. You either do it or I'll kill him, and believe me, I'll make it hurt. I didn't doubt that he would. We needed an out, but we were running out of time. My mind raced, but I couldn't think clearly. My father was temperamental at best, so one wrong move and he would end Rocco without a second thought. My insides warred with what to do. Then it hit me. I need a computer. There were none in the room. Maybe I could get them to take me back to my house. Then I could get Ms. M's attention, and she could call Wrong Way. He would help. I knew he would. He cared about me, as I did him. Our bond together was growing each day. 2 of the men came up on either side of me and lifted my chair high in the air and started walking. Put me down! I shifted my body as much as I could, but it was no use. The huge barbarians were too strong, and when they set me down, my stomach fell to my knees. Computers, 3 of them, all up and running. Fuck. That option was out. Hands. I needed hands, and mine were tied behind my back. If he let me go there, I could grab my knife behind my back. I shifted a bit, and I didn't feel it. Then I looked down at my thigh and foot. Nothing. Fuckers took my knives. My head pounded, my vision blurred, and I swore I had what felt like an elephant sitting on my chest. Shit, shit, shit. You're gonna get on here and download everything to this. He set a piece of paper with what looked like an A3 cloud file. He had to know those were easy to trace. What do you want to know? Everything you can get. Now, we're gonna unstrap your arms and hands. You try any fucking thing, and your friend out there gets a bullet between his eyes. Just then, I could hear Rocco's cries of pain. He was breaking, and it was all my fault. Fuck. As if my father could read my mind, he pointed to the brute closest to me. And my guy here knows computers, so don't even try to send out any messages. He'll shoot ya. Think. What in the hell had I gotten myself into now?
25. Wrong way. My bike couldn't get me there fast enough as the adrenaline pumped through my veins. She wouldn't do this. Couldn't. The woman I'd come to know would never shit on a trust she was building with someone. Unless she had an ulterior motive, and it was all a lie. Could it have been? She told me flat out trust was hard for her. So why would she dismiss ours? We were building something good, and she just crushed it. Why? Crow, Brewer, and I parked our bikes and headed for the door. Graham's lights were off in the house. Hopefully she was asleep and didn't hear the bikes. I didn't have time to explain anything to her. Hell, I didn't know what to tell her. Pulling out my kit, I picked the locks. We hadn't gotten to the point where she'd given me a key, but I had her security code. As soon as the door popped open, Luna came barreling to the door, a growl on her lips. As soon as she saw me, her growl turned to excitement. She jumped up on me, and I gave her a quick rub down. Both Crow and Brewer let the dog sniff them before going in. She's not here, I told them, knowing Hayden's habits. One, she always left the light on under the microwave in the kitchen when she was gone. Always. And it was on. Another was, if Luna came barreling out, Hayden would be right behind her. Got that, Crow said, standing up. Get this shit confirmed so we can get her taken care of. It was my turn to growl. Taken care of. Fuck me. We had a way of doing things, and loyalty was everything. My club was everything. But fuck, thinking we may have to take Hayden out, twisted parts inside of me that I thought long died. Her laughter and easiness to talk to, the times we spent lying in bed, just being together, the way she looked at me, telling me with her eyes what her mouth couldn't say. She felt it. I knew she did. We made our way down the hallway and to the huge steel door. It's gotta be in here. She hasn't let me in. I had fucked her in every available space in this house but that room, and I never asked to see it. She never offered. I pulled out my kit and started in on the locks. A loud crunch came to my left as Crow pulled his hand out from the drywall he'd just concaved in. Steel door, but not walls. Reach in and unlock it. Maybe using the pick was a way to delay the inevitable. Maybe it was a way to hold out a small bit of hope that this was all a nightmare, that I'd wake up and everything could go back to the way it was. Entering the room, it was a computer nerd's dream, everything laid out in order. Even in this situation, I could still appreciate her setup. I sat in the chair and began to wake the screens up. Lots of different codes for a program appeared. There was one downloading from a server at a major company. But it was when I saw the third computer to the right. My chest constricted, and a ball of anger took hold. She was hacking into our computers at Ravage. The symbols kept rolling, but the ones that stuck out were RRMC, which was what code I'd set us up with recently. Second after second, it kept going. Fuck. She'd played me. Fucking played me. Had her tight pussy wrapped around me just to lead me by my fucking dick. I didn't hold back as the words left my lips. She's doing it, I told my brothers, feeling red fire rage flow through my veins. The fucking bitch turned rat. All for a paycheck? It didn't matter. No one fucked with Ravage. Not even Hayden.
26. Hayden. What do I do? What do I do? I took my time shaking out my hands, trying to get the blood flow back in place. The big brute behind me so far hadn't balked at my actions. It was only a matter of time, though. They left the door open, and I could hear Rocco in the other room. He was breathing heavy, a moan escaping here and there, but not screaming. I hoped they were staying away from him, but knew they wouldn't if I didn't get busy. Since the guy with me knew computers, I thought I'd see how much I could get out of him with this task. "How far have you gotten?" I asked, flexing my fingers back and forth. The asshole bumped my chair. "Never you mind. Get to work." His accent had me curious as to where he was from. I tried something else. "Were you at least able to get the firewalls partially down?" Really, there was no partially here. It was either up or down, and I needed to know if he really knew what I was doing. "No, that's why you're fucking here." He kicked the chair, sending me forward, my hands coming out to the table to steady myself. "Now get to work, or I call out and have your friend out there gutted." That didn't go as planned either. Fuck. Nerves racked through me. There had to be a solution, or just something to get us out of this damn mess. Placing my fingers on the computer, I could see the slight tremble in them. This was a lose-lose situation. I cracked Ravage, and I'd be dead. I didn't crack it, and Rocco and I were dead. Either way, I was going to die, but Rocco could live. I could at least get him out of here. There was no clear-cut way for me to come out on the other side of this breathing. Wrongway would never forgive me for dipping into his accounts, security footage, and finances, to just name a few. He would die for his club, and I would be the enemy. He'd have no choice but to take me out. And knowing the man he was, he'd do it himself. That would be both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because maybe he'd just put a bullet to my temple and be done. A curse because I'd have to see his face twisted in anger before I took my last breaths. This life hadn't given me much. Everything I had, I'd earned the hard way. I'd like to think I'd made something of my time on Earth. I'd helped lots of people right wrongs that were put on them. It didn't hide the dark side of my life, though, and I was sure karma would be at my doorstep as soon as I was gone. The worst part would be Wrongway thinking I betrayed him, betrayed his club. That would forever haunt me for all of eternity. There was no getting around that. It made me wish I would have told him how I felt about him, how I cared, how he meant more to me than any man in my life, in my bed, how he was something special. But none of those things would be able to cross my lips, because the next time I saw Wrongway, if I did, he'd hate me with everything inside of him, and that would kill me. Tapping on the keys, I started. I could feel the tears well up in my eyes. Even though I tried damn hard to hold them back, I felt a few roll down my cheeks. I wiped my face on my sleeve. Enough of that shit. Thinking this brought back the memories of the first time I tried to leave home. I'd done everything I could think of, and nothing had worked. At school, they told us to talk about what went on at home, if you were scared or didn't feel safe. I did that yesterday. It took me months to get up enough courage to do it, and I'd almost chickened out. I wished I had. When I was in the school counselor's office, she'd smiled at me and made me feel safe. I thought I could trust her with my secret. Instead, she called my father. When he came in, his smile was wide, and no one would know the evil that lurked below. I did. I felt it every night. The sad thing was, the smile was worse than the scowl. It always had been. He talked to the counselor for only a few minutes. Then he marched us out of the school. My father waited until we got into the truck and we were away from the school to backhand me. Even knowing it was coming, I wasn't prepared. He had that damn ring on again, and I could feel my skin tearing at his assault. "You fucking told on me, you little cunt. A fucking rat. My own damn daughter." His blows came repeatedly. I curled myself as close to the door as I could without falling out, but it didn't help. His arms were too long. Each time they connected, the tears became heavier. That night was the worst it had ever been. I had to get Rocco out of here. If I did nothing else, it would be that. Then the fates could do with me what they would.
27. Wrong way. "Well, we didn't need that television anyway," Phoenix taunted me. "Why don't you do that to the pool table? I think we need a new one." My angry eyes met his, and he held up his hands. "I get it. You got played by pussy and are pissed. Tearing up the fucking clubhouse isn't gonna solve shit. So get it out of your system, and let's get to work." Rationally, I knew he was right, but for a moment I wanted to be irrational and take my anger out on something. Since I didn't want to fight with my brothers, tossing around the furniture appealed to me. Fuck. I ripped my hand through my hair, frustration and anger warring with each other. Hayden fucking did it. She hacked into Ravage. As soon as we got to the clubhouse, I pulled all the plugs to the computers and turned the server completely off. I just hoped it was enough to stop whatever in the fuck she had going on there. No telling where she had the information going either. When I tried to get into her computers, error kept coming up. She was too smart for her own fucking good. And she did play me. Like a fucking fool, and all my brothers knew it. Everything that happened now was on my shoulders, and I had to take the hit for it. It was a blow to my pride as a man. Normally, I could smell something wrong with a person easily. Hayden, though, with those long fucking legs and sexy curves, reeled me in. She worked on me for months. Then as soon as I was in her bed waking up in the mornings, she did this shit. Stole from me. From Ravage. From my family. From our business. I had her pegged all wrong. She even snowed over Grams, which was never easy, but she did. Hook, line, and fucking sinker. I'm good. I threw myself into the chair, rested my head back, and tried to think. The guys cleared the place out from the party, and half of them were still pretty drunk. They'd have to sober up, and fast. This was going to be all hands on deck. "What do we do?" Brewer asked, looking down at me, his disapproval all over his face. That shit fucking killed. I shut down everything I could, took the shit on the clouds, downloaded them to an external hard drive, and deleted them. To know exactly how much she got, only she would know that answer. Brewer started pacing. "Where would she be?" "Fuck if I know. She was supposed to be at home," I clipped, getting up and needing to move. Fuck settle. I could do that shit when I was dead. Heaving out a breath, I continued. "Rocco, Stella, or Miss Janey who works down at the shelter. Those were the only ones she seemed close to. Or my Grams." "Then let's roll." Crow held his hand up. Middle of the fucking night, brothers. We need to take the van. No pipes. On a nod, we headed out. For the first time in my entire life, I hoped we wouldn't find her, because killing her may just kill me.
28. Hayden. The code started rolling through the screen, and jackass brute man was looking over my shoulder. His breath was horrendous, and I hated having someone over my shoulder. "Can you please move back? I have herpes, and if I cough, you'll get it too." His eyes widened. "You can get that shit through a cough?" "No, you fucking moron. It's from kissing or sex, neither of which you're getting from me." "Yep," I lied through my teeth. If any situation required me to lie, this would be it. I didn't feel 1 ounce of guilt about it either. When he took a step back, I smiled inside. At least one thing was going my way. I groaned as my father entered the room. Seriously, if this shit could get worse, it obviously would. And I shouldn't have thought that, because it was a recipe for disaster. Except my brain was overloaded, so I didn't really control my thoughts anymore. "Done?" my father barked, and my brows pinched. "It'll take me a while just to break through the security, maybe even days." God, I hoped not. But it was true. Sometimes it took me weeks to get a job done, and the Ravage MC wouldn't skimp on that. This wasn't some simple hack. The code laid out in their systems was no joke. "How about you have 5 hours, he said, growling at me. The air left my body. There was no way in hell I'd have this together in that short of a time. I'd be lucky to break in by then. My head was still hurting. My heart was desperate for my friend Rocco to have relief, and for Wrong Way not to hate me when this was finished. "I need more time." He laughed arrogantly. "Maybe what you need is more incentive." Helplessly, I watched as he pulled out a gun from behind his back and brought it down hard on my cheekbone. I swore I heard a crack, but the pain and throbbing were taking over. My hand flew up to my face, and my father chuckled. "You are worthless. Always have been, always will be. You stupid fucking cunt." He roared the last words, and the demons of them came back to haunt me. I'd thought they were gone, but they weren't. "I told you to pick up your shit, cunt. You're nothing but a cunt like your mother. Cunt, the dishes better be fucking done by the time I get back. No one wants to be friends with a little cunt." That word. I detested that word and vowed never to use it in my life. Now, here he was, once again, belting it out. And I was in a situation where I didn't have any power or control. But I did have the computer. It was the one thing that had never let me down. It wasn't the day to start now. My father put the gun to my temple, but I knew he wouldn't shoot. At least not yet. "Get this shit done, cunt." He moved the gun down and shot at my feet, missing the left by a breath. I screamed and tried to jump, but I was attached to a damn chair. "Like I said, fast." All I could do was nod and get to work. Don't fail me now.
29. Wrong Way. "Clean!" Hornet called out from the back room of Rocco's small apartment on the east side of Rebellion. It was 2 bedrooms, tiny as hell and empty. He didn't have any roommates either. "Fuck!" I growled out, warring inside if I was happy she wasn't here or pissed off she wasn't. I'd never been conflicted like this when it came to the club and someone outside of it. Club was always priority, but something inside of me was screaming, and I couldn't figure out what. Part of me wanted to drain the life from her body for dare taking on Ravage. The other wanted to shield her from the wrath. Everything was twisted. I was so damn conflicted. "Do a search," Brewer said. Rooster responded. For what? Anything, Crow demanded, and we got to work. I grabbed the laptop, sat on the bed, and opened it up. It was password protected, but I was through it in 5 seconds. Searching his files, Dropbox, Google Drive, and trash, not much came up. When I clicked the pictures, though, I felt my chest squeeze. Photo after photo of Rocco and Hayden growing through the years together. Some by themselves, others with people around them. Only a few appeared to be from their teen years, and the older they got, the more photos there were. With this age of phones with cameras, that was to be expected. Her beautiful eyes stared back at me. They were lit with happiness, with small little creases on the outside. 2 of them. Her beautiful face was scrunched up in a huge smile. A cake was in front of her with several burning candles. I counted 19 of them. Part of me wondered how many birthdays she had in her life. With running away and living on the streets, I'd bet that for Hayden, the birthday didn't matter. It was the people around her who did. When I clicked on the next picture, it proved true. An older woman, possibly in her 40s, stood next to Hayden, and Rocco stood on the other. Hayden's eyes were different this time. She looked blessed, thankful, honored to have people around her to trust and count on. I felt a tickle in my throat, and I coughed it back down. My heart hurt. She was a traitor, a rat. She was trying to take down my club. For what reason, I had no idea, but I would find out. Anything that I felt for her didn't matter anymore. It couldn't matter. She would be dealt with, come hell or high water.
30. Hayden. The adrenaline was crashing, and my eyes were beginning to droop. Even working on computers regularly, my eyes needed a break from screen time. Except I couldn't. I didn't have that privilege. It's been 4.5 hours. Should I put a bullet in you or him first? My father asked, appearing cool and calm, just like before. Did anything shake this man? And better yet, who the hell was he now? Thinking fast, I started. They have premium cybersecurity on all their accounts, but they aren't all linked to one main system. He growled, "Fucking talk English. What the hell do you have for me?" I looked over to the brute beside me, who nodded at me, making me think maybe he didn't know what the hell I was doing. That would be a blessing, but I couldn't bank on it. Fuck, I couldn't bank on anything. I was able to get into the security footage from 2 of their convenience stores. My father pulled out his gun and aimed it at my temple. "You know damn well that gives me shit." No shit. Why do you think I went with that first? I thought, but did not say. I'm close to getting into financials. It was a complete and utter lie. I was nowhere close to it. Whoever did their computers was smart as hell, and I'd love to learn from them. My stomach sank because that would never happen. Could never happen. "Like how to get their money?" my father said. Quickly I responded, "Yes." Everyone was always in it for the money. Those things never changed, and if I could dangle this in the air, maybe he'd give me more time. I had a plan, but it wouldn't get done fast by any means. It could take days, but fuck, I was willing to do it. All of it. "How long?" My head shook. "It'll depend on how easy I can break in. A few hours?" More like days, but any little bit counted. "Maybe I need to go play with your boy toy in there. Maybe that'll speed you up." "No, please, I'm doing what you asked. I'll get it, swear." "Fucking cunt," he spat at me, then motioned for the brute to follow him, and they stepped into the threshold of the door. They were talking in low tones, but I tuned them out, needing this brief time without someone breathing down my neck to put into motion what needed to be done. Wrong way. I'm so fucking sorry.
31. Wrong way. Nothing like a 7 a.m. wake-up call to Ms. Janey. We waited as long as we could, and it was only so we didn't make a scene. She lived in a development with several houses on the left and right of her, all able to see exactly what we were doing. Therefore, we were going with the safer approach. Crow and I went up to the door, and I knocked.
"What the heavens?"
we heard from the other side of the door, and heard the turning of locks. It only opened a few inches, and the same woman from the photos at Rocco's house appeared.
"What do you want?"
she said quickly. I was going to take a stab in the dark and hope Hayden brought up my name to her when they had dinner. "I'm wrong way. Hayden's my girl." The words felt foreign on my tongue for 2 reasons. 1, I never had a girl before, at least one that I'd planned on seeing through. 2, because it felt like treachery against the Ravage MC for even calling her my girl. Miss Janey looked me up and down. Lord knew what was going through the woman's head. But I continued to watch her expressions. Maybe she had Hayden here, in hiding. How the hell would I know? The way Hayden talked about her, she was a mother figure. We all knew that mothers did anything for their children, and I had no doubt that Miss Janey would. But her eyes showed a hint of surprise and confusion, making me think Hayden wasn't here. Or she could be a damn fine actress. One never knew.
"My, you sure are a big man. Hayden told me about you."
That was a relief, at least.
"What do you want this early in the morning?"
"Have you seen Hayden? I went to her place last night and then this morning, and she wasn't there." Alarm registered as her mouth dropped open, and she clutched her chest.
"What do you mean? Was Luna there?"
"Yes, ma'am. Heard her barkin'." Her lips perched.
"Hang on a tick."
She shut the door, and I could hear the chain disconnecting from the door just as it opened again. She had a robe on with fluffy bottoms that had rainbows on them.
"Well, get in here."
She ushered us in, and I nodded at Crow. He'd do as much searching as he could to make sure Hayden wasn't here. But I didn't think she was. No way would this woman let us into her home if Hayden was hiding out.
"Do you want some coffee? I just made a pot,"
she said, moving into the kitchen that fed into the living room. The home was small and quaint. Pictures of her and Hayden were all over the walls. It was as if she captured every second she'd known the woman and put them up on the wall to remind herself of each time. "No thanks. Have you seen or heard from her?" She poured herself a cup, splashed some creamer in it, and stirred it around, tapping it twice before setting the spoon on the counter.
"I talked to her the day before yesterday, but haven't since. Do you think something's wrong?"
The last thing we needed was for her to call the cops and get them involved, especially considering the huge hole in Hayden's wall. If they got in the house and saw that, there would be questions. They may not lead to ravage, but questions were never good. Flying under the radar was how we'd stayed alive all these years. Her car was gone, so I'm thinking she went out for something. Does she have a special place to go and think? Her brow raised.
"For someone who's sharing a bed with my girl, you don't know much about her, do you?"
This stung because it was true. I knew her, but the deep, deep stuff, we'd only cracked the surface. She shook her head.
"She thinks all the time. Never stops, that one. No, she doesn't have a place."
Miss Janey grabbed a landline phone from the wall and started punching numbers, then held up a finger. Crow came into my peripheral vision, shaking his head.
"Rocco, you call me when you get this."
She hung up the phone, then picked it back up, dialing again.
"Stormy, know you're sleeping. Call me when you get this."
She then hung up the phone, picked it back up, and dialed again.
"Hayden Marie, where are you, child? Call me."
She hung up, then turned to me.
"Best I can do for right now. I haven't a clue where the woman would be, but I'll find her."
"Will you call me if you hear from her?" She nodded to a pad of paper sitting on the counter with a pen next to it. I picked it up and jotted down my number. "Thanks, ma'am."
"She better be okay,"
Miss Janey warned, and our eyes connected.
"She's a good girl."
That statement punched me in the gut because I couldn't agree with her. As much as I ached to, I couldn't because she stole from me. Us. That killed. "Thank you." She said nothing else as we left the house, hearing the locks click into place behind us. "Stormy?" I asked Crow. "Stormy," he nodded, and we headed to the van. We really needed to stop at the clubhouse and get our bikes. This confinement was doing nothing to settle the war within me.
32. Hayden. The yawn was loud, and I didn't intend it to be. Immediately, I looked over to the brute, who was now sitting on the floor, back against the wall, with a gun in his hand, sound asleep. The man had been snoring for what felt like days. Every exhale of hearing him sleep, I wanted to throw a knife right into his throat. Fatigue was only helping expedite my losing battle and keeping a grip on my sanity. I could hear lone footsteps in the house. With a small surge of adrenaline, my body was back on alert. They were my father's. He decided to come in and out, threatening me each time. The dried blood on my face showed his anger reaching a boiling point. That was never good. I knew how bad it was growing up. Lord only knew now what it could be. I really didn't want to find out. Shaking my head to fend off sleep, I kept going, encrypting as fast as my fingers would move. Coffee would be much appreciated right now, but no way in hell was I asking for shit. I could feel him before he entered. It was just like when I was a child, terrified he would come in and use me as his punching bag. There was nothing I could do then, and nothing I could do at this moment. "How much fucking longer?" he growled. But this time he didn't have his gun out. I could see it, though, in a holster at his side. I sucked in a deep breath and let it out. I was able to get into 2 accounts. The hand came fast and furious, my neck snapping with the force. 2? It's been fucking hours and you only have 2? He raged. "I need those accounts. Their contacts, contracts for the property, fucking phone numbers, where the fuck they keep the guns, all of it." Well, I had no idea what he was talking about when it came to guns. The other shit was all surface. It made me wonder if my father was working alone on this mission, or if he had to answer to a higher power than him. Well, I didn't really know him now. He'd never been a top dog. Like, wrong way, he was a man with responsibilities. No one fucked with him. It was in his presence. My father, though, he only had brute force and fear on his side. It wasn't until that first hit or the painful words did you know the man he was. But I needed time. It was crucial. My father stormed out of the room and dragged Rocco into the space. His face was beaten, fingers dangling useless. His body had blood from the many marks made by a knife, probably the knife they took from me. My heart ached as my father lifted his fist and smashed it into Rocco's face. He gasped and groaned in pain. "Stop it! I'm doing everything you wanted. Just stop!" My father's smile turned menacing. "You see, I need someone to take it, and since you're busy, I'll just do Rocco here." He gave him 2 savage kicks to the chest. Rocco probably had some broken ribs. "Please stop," I cried out, the tears falling down my face. My father pounced on it. "Ah, the little cunt is crying. Such a fucking baby. That's why you left. Couldn't hack it. Tears, tears, tears. You're worthless." Spittle hit my face, but I kept my fingers going. I needed to get this done. Needed to get us the hell out of here. Or at least Rocco. On that, he stomped out of the room, and I heard a door slam hard, rattling the house. Please let that be an outside door. He needed to leave. Really, he needed to die, but I was thinking small at first. "Rocco, open your eyes!" I yelled out, and my hair was yanked back viciously. Fuck, I forgot about the damn brute. "Bitch, get working, or I'll put a bullet in him." With one eye on Rocco, that was what I did, for hours. "Hey." My eyes flicked over to Rocco, then to the brute, who fell back asleep. "I'm right here," I whispered. "Don't do it." His words were broken up, like it hurt to move his lips and jaw. My heart broke for him. I wanted to go to him, hold him, get him to a damn hospital. But if I tried to move, the legs of my chair would scrape the hardwood floor and more than likely wake the brute up. "I have to. They're going to kill you." His head shook as he groaned. "They're... kill us." I only caught about 3 of the words, but understood what he was saying. To him, they were going to kill us both, but I wouldn't let that happen. No, Rocco wasn't going to pay the price for being my friend, my family. They were going to kill me, but not Rocco. He would go on and be happy. One of us was getting out of this forsaken place. "Shh, I'm working on it. I'll get you out of here." "Not without you," he replied, trying to move to sit up. His pain was fierce, but he was able to do it. I could only see the slits of his eyes. "I'm getting you out of here. Swear it." "Hey." He cleared his throat, and his words became easier to understand. "Love you. You can't do what they want you to do." I shook my head. "I have no choice. Both options end up with me dead, but you, I can get you out of here." "No." "Shh." "What the fuck?" the brute man said, coming up and grabbing my hair. Rocco started to say something, but I shook my head emphatically. He couldn't take much more, and brute wouldn't hurt me too much. He needed me. "Bitch, get to work." That was what I did. I'd been awake for 48+ hours straight. If it weren't for the small clock on the laptop, I wouldn't even know the time. The numbers, letters, and symbols on the screen blurred. My eyes stung, my fingers ached, and my head pounded in rhythm with my heartbeat. My body felt it all. Fatigue was hitting me hard. Sitting in my own piss was starting to smell, as hunger and thirst were beginning to take a toll. Getting a few gulps of water and a piece of cheese once since I'd been here wasn't cutting it. But he didn't care. He wanted me for one thing only, and that was the only thing on his mind. I kept looking over at Rocco for strength. Even though he was passed out, just seeing him gave me that small boost of energy to keep fighting. There was only the last bit of code, and I'd be finished. As soon as I typed the final keys, my father entered the room. He'd been gone for quite a while and was eating a cheeseburger. Fucker. My stomach growled, and he smiled. Yeah, he wasn't going to let me live through this. "Done yet?" he asked through a mouthful of burger. "Yeah, just one more line, and it'll be done." My father threw the food down to the ground, and my stomach rumbled again. He was such a pig. "Show me." This I anticipated. Clicking the mouse and opening a new window, the information came flowing on the screen, as much as I could get, was there. My father clapped his hands. "Well, cunt, you were worth something." The flame inside of me burned red hot. "Let Rocco go, and I'll finish it." "It's right there. I can kill you both and still have it." I shook my head. Without the last bit, everything I found will disappear in cyberspace. Let him go, and I'll finish it. He put the gun to my head. Finish it, bitch. Let him go. My voice was calm and steady. During my time here, I'd come to recognize that I wouldn't be leaving. I understood it and found peace in it. There wasn't anything to fear once you knew you were going to die. Now, it was only a matter of time. I would not shed a tear. I would not allow him to have any more power over me than what he already had. He could call me a cunt all he wanted, and it wouldn't affect me. I would not go out a pussy. I would fight, and when I lost, at least I'd die knowing I did everything I could to save the ones I loved. You think you're so smart. He turned to two of the brutes in the room. Get him. I don't give a fuck what you do, but I want to hear him scream. My stomach roiled, but my confidence showed. Then I won't do it. Put a bullet in my head. Go for it. But he screams one bit, I'll make you put a bullet in me. You don't know who you're fucking with. And who would that be? I asked, really wanting to know the answer to it. You haven't lived here in years, and now you come back for this? Who are you? In the other room, I heard Rocco's screams. I'm so sorry. It was hard not to flinch or make any movements every time a noise came from the other room. But I sat there, with my arms crossed, not letting him see the pain he was inflicting. It was a huge gamble, but one I needed to risk. My father leaned over, getting in my face, our eyes locking. You fucking cunt. Fine, he's gone. What the fuck? 15 minutes was all he lasted. Was he on a time constraint? There were so many questions, but for me, they would never be answered. But they would be in time. He left the room, and out the side window, I could see the two assholes putting Rocco in my car. They slapped his face a few times, and I saw him shake his head. He didn't want to leave me, but he had to. One of the brutes leaned in and said something to Rocco. Whatever it was had him turning over the ignition and slowly leaving. A weight lifted from my shoulders. He was going to be okay. He would be safe. That was all that mattered. Now, do it, my father said, entering the room, his gun back on me. Only then did I turn back to the computer and finish up what needed to be done. A peace fell over me as I pressed the last key. I turned to my father, looking up at him with fierceness. It's done. Good. Now you die. He held the gun to my temple, the cool metal against my flesh. But I wasn't done. You can't kill me. The fuck I can't. The gun shook as he pressed it in harder. You'll lose it all if you do, I challenged him. It was time to see what he was made of. I knew my ending. Did he know his? What the fuck do you mean? All three of the brutes were now in the room with us. This was going to be the biggest risk of my life. It was literally life or death. Either way, I was going to die. The options all left me with the same outcome. It was my choice if it was messy or clean. Fuck clean. Their blood would be on my hands before my last breath left my body. That was a vow.
33. Wrong way. No, she wouldn't, Stormy said, with the utmost confidence. No way in hell she would do it. We'd explained everything to him. We'd known him for a long time, and he was an honest man. We trusted him. It's what she does for a living, I informed him, as we all sat around the back room of the bar. It was closed off to everyone except us. His head shook. Don't give a fuck what it looks like on the surface. She didn't steal shit from you. No, she means something to you. Crow stepped in, and Stormy cut in. Fuck yeah, she does. She's my kid. Crow and I exchanged looks, and Stormy sighed. Not biologically, but in every other sense. Have you heard from her or Rocco? We can't seem to find him either. Stormy rubbed his face. Last time I talked to him, he had a date with Maggie, I think. Fuck, the man goes through women. But that was a couple of days ago. A cell went off, and Stormy grabbed his, looking at the screen. He held it up. It said, Hayden calling. Fuck me. Where the hell are you? Stormy answered, like only a father would. Wait, what? Rocco? Listening to a one-sided conversation sucked, and when Stormy put his finger in his ear to help him hear, I knew putting it on speaker wasn't an option. Why ain't you talking right? What? Say it slower, Stormy ordered, and his eyes were flickering between all of us. Then he held his hand up and made a motion as if he was writing. I reached in and handed him a pen. He started to write something on his arm. Did you call the cops? I shook my head. No cops. Stormy's gaze pinpointed me to the spot. Not many men could do that, but he did, and I shut up for a moment. You need to call 911. Stormy lifted the phone from his ear and spoke to us. It's bad. Cops and ambulance need to get there. Don't give a fuck what you gotta do to protect yourselves. My boy needs help, so he's gonna get it. My stomach roiled. If Rocco was injured, what was going on with Hayden? Is she okay? Stormy shook his head, and a fear like I'd never felt gripped itself so hard around my heart, I felt it hard to breathe. Let's fucking go. I took one look at the address and was out the door in a flash, calling my brother on the move.
34. Hayden. My father was beyond pissed, and I knew I was in for it. The beating would be first to intimidate me into doing what he wanted. It would then proceed to him getting his anger out. Then it would continue after I blacked out. It was a well-thought-out system he had. He didn't know, though, that he'd already lost. Every 10 minutes, there's a PIN I have to enter into the laptop. If I don't enter it, the information stops downloading and gets wiped out. His nose flared. You fucking bitch! Even expecting the blow, it still took the wind out of me. So happy you haven't changed in the years I haven't seen you, I said through huffs of breath. I should have killed you as soon as your mother brought you home. I'd never felt wanted. He made sure of it, and my mother was too terrified of him to stand up for me. She was weak, always had been. There were many times when I wished he would have just done it, wiped me out of all the pain and torment. He was a tyrant, and living on the streets was better than being under his hold. Under his rule, I had not a single moment of reprieve. I just wanted it all to end. Then there were times when I was laying in Wrongway's arms, loving being there. It was the only time in my life when I could truly say I was happy and looking forward to something. I knew that was a dangerous game to play with myself, that hope that I could somehow hold on to something good. When I was young, I didn't understand the hate inside my father. Kids had this resilience about them, at least I did. No matter what my father did to me, I still loved him. Why? I had no clue, but I did. Maybe it was the hope that he would change and things at home would be different. Hope was something we all had, and once we lost it, it was a difficult thing to come back from. I didn't anymore. For a while, I simply didn't think of the man. Now, though, I was no longer numb or forgiving. Instead, I despised him. Yeah, you probably should have. You think you're so smart. He nodded at the brute who'd been watching me the entire time. Fix it. The brute looked like a deer in headlights. He had no clue. I wish I would have known that quicker, and I could have taken some of the pressure off of me. The good thing was, no one could stop it. Not that my father would ever get the information, ever. He just didn't know that tidbit. "I don't know how," the brute said, as my father fired the gun, shooting the brute in the head. My breath lodged in my throat. Did that just happen? Yes, I think it did. The man fell to the floor with a thud. My father went through one more of the men and shot him too. "I'm gonna rip your fucking heart out when this is done," my father sneered, grabbing my arm hard and moving me in my chair. This tape/tied-up shit was for the birds. "Sounds good." His brow quirked. "What?" "I'm not stupid. As soon as you get what you want, you're gonna kill me. I'm fine with it, because once you do, all the information will disappear and you won't have it. I stay alive, you have a fighting chance." The computer dinged. "Oops, sorry, I need to enter the code." I turned around and did just that, sending the code rapidly flowing once again. "Now you have 10 more minutes." My father had no idea what to do with this situation. His smarts were lacking. He used brutal force instead. Actually, using that thing in his head, not so much. When he didn't say anything for long moments, I did. "You're probably wondering how this is going to work, correct?" He growled. "I'll take that as a yes, please." He didn't appear pleased, and I didn't care. There wasn't much to lose at this point in the game. "What's going to happen is you're going to give me one of your guys' phones and your number. You're going to leave me here, and in 10 minutes I'll text you the code. It will be the final code to end the check-ins. Then everything is yours." "You think you're gonna live after this?" "Nope. Just don't want you to have the privilege to do the job." 2 blows to the stomach that I tried to evade and 1 to the cheek. My face ached. Bile and acid burned in my throat, and every part of me was in agony. There wasn't an inch of my body not crying out for relief. My abs felt locked tight, as if I had spent the day at the gym. Damn, I'd lost count how many he aimed there. Something was for sure sprained, maybe even broken in my ankle, where he'd tossed the chair I sat in and my foot landed wrong. My cheek throbbed and it puffed up, making my eyes blink rapidly from pressure. He got in a headshot that had me seeing stars like a stupid-ass cartoon. Those damn boots he had on must have been steel-toed. Boots and khakis. Great fashion sense. I wanted to roll my eyes to myself, but the agony was overwhelming. "You little cunt. I'm gonna hunt down Rocco and skin him alive. Then go to Ms. Janey and do the same. Then that old hag who lives next door. Every single person that has been in your life, I'll go through one by one." This made my stomach fall, and bile rose in my throat. I had to fight it back. This wouldn't work if he saw what he said got to me. Not a single tear had fallen during his assault, and I couldn't break now. Shoulders back, our gazes locked. "Did I forget to mention?" "Oh," I tried to chuckle, but it came out ragged. "If you don't put the final code in, all the information goes to the Ravage MC, and they will hunt you down." That was when my father exploded, kicking, punching, throwing anything he could at me, which was stupid on his part because I needed to be conscious to enter the code in a few minutes. My head was dizzy and stars flashed before them, along with bright lights of color. I was actually seeking the reprieve of unconsciousness. Then, no matter what he did, I wouldn't be aware of it. Never had he gone this far with me. No one had. The timer on the computer went off, and I looked up at him with swollen eyes. "What do you want me to do?" "Put the fucking check-in code and finish this." I chuckled, but spat up blood. That couldn't be good. "I don't know the code for it." He kicked again, and my body lifted, flying in the air, the chair fully breaking and coming seriously close to the dead guy and his blood. "The fuck you don't," he raged. "It's true. The code will only be sent to my computer in 25 minutes. The second alarm went off, and my dad swore. He picked me up roughly and placed me in front of the screen. My arms ached, but I entered it, and the scroll continued. Sirens could be heard in the distance, and my father panicked. "Let's go!" He took out a knife, my knife, and began to cut through the bindings at my middle and feet that were still attached to the broken wood. When I started to rise, my body protested, screaming at me to sit my ass back down. "We're gonna go to that shithouse of yours and get this so we're done." In my house, knives and guns were hidden throughout the place. In my house, I had the power. In my house, I would have the upper hand. In my house would be where all of this ended.
35. Wrong way. When we arrived, cops, EMTs, and firefighters were everywhere, along with some nosy-as-fuck neighbors who were standing on their doorsteps, watching with avid curiosity. Why couldn't people just stay out of others' shit? It was annoying as fuck. The EMTs were rolling a gurney out of the house, someone in a black bag. My stomach sank to my knees at the thought of it being Hayden in that bag. No. Just no. "Hayden," I whispered, jumping from the van and running up to them. I wasn't ready for her to go. Fuck. "Sir!" was yelled by several people, but I didn't listen. Instead, I went to the body bag, reaching over to unzip it. "Stop!" the EMT said, gripping my hand. I tore it away as my brother, Kenny, came up. I asked him, "A woman, dark hair and tattoos. Is she in there?" The EMTs looked at each other, and then my brother, as I waited. Fuck me. My brother spoke. "Hayden wasn't in there. Calm down." I felt relief and fear all at the same time. Fuck. Now where in the hell were they? I gripped Kenny's arms, needing to know what was going on, and not wanting to know in the same breath. "What?" I asked, his face looking grim. "2 male bodies inside, blood in several rooms. One had a table and would look like the tech shit that you have. Brace, brother." My gut twisted. There was a chair shattered, laying on the ground. Duct tape attached to the legs, and the smell of urine is strong. Lots of blood around it. Fuck. "Do you know if it was Hayden?" He shook his head. "We've got nothing right now but dead bodies and a crime scene. We'll get it taken care of." Loved my brother, and the way he covered for Ravage was a debt I could never repay. Out of options, I dialed Hayden's cell, hoping like hell Rocco would answer.
36. Hayden. He made me hold the laptop the entire trip and kept his gun trained at me. I wasn't going to jump out. I wanted him at my house. That was the main objective. When one felt like they were going to die, nothing was off the table. All was fair in love and war. This was definitely war. We pulled up to my house, and Ms. M was outside, pulling weeds from her garden bed. Something I had not anticipated. Fuck. I needed her to not make his radar again. I needed her to remain unaware, but Ms. M was clever, and I wasn't sure I could keep her away. "You say one fucking word, and I'll gut her," he warned me, getting out of his SUV and coming over to my side as I jumped down. Making eye contact with Ms. M, her eyes narrowed. I felt like shit and probably looked like it too. No doubt blood everywhere, and it hurt to walk. Instead of ignoring her, I put a smile on my face that felt strange because my skin was pulling in different directions from the dried blood. Lifting my hand, I flicked it her way as my father grasped my arm tight, no doubt leaving more marks on my body. When we entered, the alarm didn't go off, but Luna came running up to us. I made a move to bend down to her, but my father kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her yelping, flying and crashing into my television, shattering it. Luna yelped again, and I tried to go to her, but he held me tight. Her whimpers and whines were torture to my ears. "Luna, it's okay. It's gonna be okay," I told her. "You stupid mutt." My father held out his gun and aimed it at my dog. I elbowed him, sending him off balance. When he came back to me, he took out his anger with his fists, and I heard nothing from Luna. I looked over, and it looked as though she was knocked out. He grabbed me by the hair and dragged me down the hall to my office. How he knew this, I had no idea. But as we approached, I saw a large hole was through the drywall. My body tensed. The security, the safety, everything I built in the four walls of this home felt violated. I wanted to find Ravage and Wrong Way in my office so I could end this. But then again, I didn't. "Oh, didn't I tell ya?" My father pushed open the unlocked door, and my computers stared back at me. The chair was askew. "I made sure if anyone came in here, and I knew Ravage would, that they'd see this." He pointed to a screen where, sure enough, it was sending messages to Ravage via my computer, therefore my IP address, over and over again, spewing. Wrong Way would know it instantly. He would think I betrayed him. They were going to kill me. He was going to kill me. Did I want to die by my father or by Ravage? Because at the moment, all I felt was dying was inevitable, and I just wanted it over with. For a brief second in time, I thought this disaster could be fixed. But this... I'd thought what I did back at that house would make everything good. Judging from the huge hole by the office door, Wrong Way believed it. He thought I'd betrayed him. And his club. He was, without a doubt, hating the very breath I took. My chest hurt, and this time not from the kicks, but from my heart breaking. Before I left this world, I had one more thing to do. This world needed to be safe, something I didn't feel for a very long time. It would be my last act, the final curtain call, or whatever the hell they said. It had to be done. My father pushed me roughly into the seat, holding the gun out at me. My body ached, and I prayed there was enough energy in me to see this through. My father had to come with me. He couldn't be left behind. I'd see him in hell right next to me. Maybe I could set him on fire down there. Who knew? "Get the fucking password or whatever." He pointed to the laptop he made me bring. "Open it and get busy," he barked. I did as he said, opening the laptop and getting my computer to a code page I'd made for a client, and got busy, needing just the right moment. Typing and trying to buy some time. I allowed the anger to bubble up inside me. It was all I had at the moment, and I needed something to grasp onto. Physically, he had me at a disadvantage, being injured and weak, but mentally, I would never break, not by his hands. All of that fed into my anger. This man had taken everything from me growing up. Now, an adult, he was taking it all away again. I hated him, detested him, despised him. And I only wanted one thing, one small last gift to rebellion. A loud sound came from the living room, and my dad looked to the door. Under my desk, I grabbed the blade I kept there. Using every bit of energy I could muster, I kicked the gun out of his hand, and it clattered to the floor. Wasting not a moment of time, I pressed the blade into his carotid artery, slicing it completely open. Blood oozed down my hand, but I didn't let go of the metal. He flailed around, gasping and reaching, but unsuccessful in his attempts to save himself. "Fuck you! See you in hell!" I spat at the man as he fell to the ground. My body, unable to hold itself up any longer, collapsed to my knees, then down to the floor. It was done. He was dead. The world was a better place because of it. I did one last act before my demise. Because as I heard the boots running through my house, I knew my end was near, and for the first time, I welcomed it. The room was spinning. Holding on to the light, I just wanted one more glimpse of him, just to see his face so I could remember it for eternity. The guns came in first, then the bodies followed. It was hard to keep my eyes open. No sleep, screen time, getting the shit beat out of you, and murdering someone would do that to a woman. The adrenaline was crashing. Hell, I wasn't even sure it was there in the first place. Maybe it was iron will. For the briefest of moments, my eyes locked with Wrong Way. This beautiful, hard-as-nails man who made life really special for a period of time, who held me while we slept and made me feel truly safe for once in my life. This man was everything I could have ever wanted in a partner. And it was all over. Everything inside me hurt, but it was my heart that hurt most of all, because he believed I betrayed him. It was written all over his face, the contempt, the anger, the disgust with me. That pain was worse than any physical my father could inflict. It was worse than being called a cunt all my life. My world was spinning, and I'd lost complete control. The one last glimpse of him was a mistake. Never did I want to see those eyes hit me with disdain. It was over, done with, finished. What we had was completely and totally gone. "Kill me," I said softly to Wrong Way, as I felt a tear form in the corner of my eye, then closed them, not wanting to see his face and the hatred he had for me. A loud noise went through the room as my body laid flat on the ground. It was done. All of it was over. There would be no more pain, no more hurt, no more broken hearts, no more anything. My world went black.
37. Wrong Way.
"What the fuck do you mean?"
Phoenix stood toe-to-toe with me. "Take her out," he clipped. I wanted to scream, throw something, shoot someone, and that someone wasn't going to be Hayden. Taking in the scene before me, my gut was tight, telling me my very soul knew she wasn't behind this. Things weren't always what they seemed, and this was a prime example. I just didn't have all the answers yet. "I'm telling you, she didn't do it. I feel it in my bones." I'd been pleading this for the past 5 minutes after checking to make sure she was still breathing. Rooster had knocked over some lamp in the living room, causing a loud noise, and then Hayden's eyes closed, not opening again. Graham's system gave me the first alert, and from the camera in her flower bed, I watched a man half drag Hayden, battered and shaken, into her house. Grams called immediately, and I gave her the clipped answer. I was on it. At that point, I rallied everyone, and we headed here. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought I would find her like this. The woman who had been a warrior, training in her backyard with those knives, was limp on the ground. Her breathing was steady but labored, as if her ribs were confining her lungs. Her ankle was so swollen, I wasn't sure her sock wasn't cutting into her skin. Her face. Her beautiful face with a smile that could stop time was swollen, cut, and covered in dried blood. Her hair was matted, and she looked like she had gotten in a fight with a gorilla at a zoo and lost the battle. No way she did this shit willingly. "Things aren't right," I muttered, trying to sort it all out. "You showed it to me," Crow said. "She's a traitor." My head shook. That was what they wanted us to see, I'm telling you. My body was ready to jump in front of her to save her. "Look at her body," Brewer exclaimed, and I didn't want to because it made the anger so intense that I wanted to hack up the man at her feet. "He beat the shit out of her. You think she wouldn't stop at anything to get the pain to end? Regardless of the why, she fucked the club, brother. His words left a sour taste in my mouth for the first time since getting my final patch. I felt backed against a wall. There was no winning this game I was playing. Yeah, fucking look at her. You think a woman would go through all this shit only to die at our hands? No. We wait. I looked at Crow, and he shook his head, making my heart squeeze. He had the ultimate say. As president of our chapter, I would have to follow any order he gave, and I would have to stand down if he issued the hit. My eyes locked with his. He had to at least hear her out. I couldn't let her die without a chance to tell us what the hell had happened. I had to believe she didn't play me. I had to believe the woman who fell apart time and again under me wasn't some calculating bitch who used pussy to play me. I had to trust the Hayden who shared sweet tea on my Graham's porch loved me the way I loved her. I had to believe the unbelievable right now, so I did the only thing I could think of. I made the vow. If she did it, I'll put a bullet in her myself. But damn it, give her a chance to explain. Crow's eyes went hard. Then he nodded. Grasping Hayden, I picked her up. Let's get her to the hospital. Get rid of the hard drives and only leave the laptop he made her bring. Phoenix wasn't happy, but he nodded, and I could hear the crashing of electronics as I carried her to the van. I yelled back in the house, "Check on Luna!" I heard a grunt from someone. Bending down, I kissed the top of her head. Hang on, Hayden. Just hang on for me.
38. Hayden. My mouth tasted of cotton and bad choices. The smell of antiseptic burned my nostrils, making my stomach roil. Then there was the beeping. So many different pitches, tones, and frequencies pounding in my head. Where the hell was the mute button? Or earplugs? Something besides this damn sound. Every single inch of my body ached, burned, or stung. I was pretty sure that not one spot anywhere felt normal. Trying to move my head, a groan escaped me as I tried to move my neck, then my fingers. I was able to, but not by much. My eyes were crusted and hard to get open. I lifted my hand, but my arms felt like lead, making the task difficult. Something was in my arm. A needle? An IV? Where was I? Dead, right? Without opening my eyes, I inhaled again. I wanted to rub my eyeballs and knock off the offending crust, but I figured it would be too painful to do it. Opening them, I blinked, and then blinked again, and the room finally came into partial focus. A hospital, not a morgue. Hell, who knew? Maybe I was a zombie or some shit, and was on that Netflix zombie whatever show. Eating brains did not sound appealing, and the chick in that show worked at a morgue. Yeah, not my gig. My body shook with what I thought was a giggle, but I couldn't really tell. Machines were around me, pumping something inside my arm. There was a clip attached to my finger, and a bunch of patches on my chest. Slowly I wiped my eyes, each movement full of pain. Hey. I blinked rapidly, hearing the voice and knowing exactly who it was, but I wanted to see him. Rong Wei stood above me. He was blurry. Hell, everything was blurry. But he was here. Maybe I was dead after all, and this was part of crossing over. Getting to see him smile one last time before I finally went to the other side. Hey. Mine came out as a croak. Rong Wei's hand came to the top of my forehead as he brushed some of my hair out of my face, then placed a kiss on my forehead. It stung, but I didn't dare let out a whimper. If this was the last time I could see him, feel him, I wasn't going to complain. He began to say something, but my eyes closed and blackness enveloped me. On the mend. Was that even a thing in my situation? When I first woke up and was actually coherent, I asked about Rocco and Luna. One was in the hospital. The other was perfectly fine and at Ms. M's house, living a happy, doggy life. There'd been so many doctors coming in and out of my room. It was nonstop. But really, all I cared about was those two. At least that was what I kept telling myself. Rong Wei sat in the corner of the room, keeping his distance, but close as well. Probably ready to kill me as soon as I got better. Which made absolutely no sense at all. I was blaming it on the good drugs they had me on. We hadn't talked much, which was for the best, because more than likely, I wouldn't want to hear what he had to say. Hear the accusations, feel his hatred. I needed to rest, like the doctors told me to. Sleeping was my out, but mostly to avoid the man who both captivated me and confused me. Why go through all of this for me to heal only to kill me when I leave? It was a waste of money and resources. The noise I heard at my house had to have been a gunshot. I thought my time on Earth was done, only to be put into a situation where the man I cared about would do the deed. I'd actually killed someone. In my years on the street, I never had to go to those lengths to protect myself. Stab someone, yes. Defend myself, absolutely. But murdering my father felt strange. Like this was my penance for it or something. The memory of my knife cutting into his flesh kept playing out in my dreams, too. The way it felt, how my body ached, the way he tried to grab for me to save him. All of that continued on a reel, over and over again. I wasn't quite sure how to feel about it, and happy felt wrong somehow, even though I was defending myself. It was something to ponder another day. I was too drained and too anxious at the same time to worry myself over something I certainly couldn't change. It would be a huge black mark on my soul, taking another life. Added to all the others, because my future was up in the air at this point. "Kenny, what's up?" Rong Wei said, startling me and moving to Kenny, the sheriff, who stood at the door. The cops hadn't come yet. I guessed it was about time to pay for what I did. "Need to ask her some questions," he said, coming closer to the bed. Maybe I should have felt nervous, but I really didn't. I killed him. I'd take whatever came to me. Rong Wei met him there, trying to block me from his brother. "Let's let Ravage handle it," Rong Wei told him, but Kenny shook his head. "Would love to, brother, but we have lots of people who saw too much at the scenes." Rong Wei looked like he was going to put up a fight with me, but I'd had enough. "Fine, let's get this over with." It was true. I just wanted to be done with it and let the chips fall as they may.
39. Wrong way. Thump, thump, thump. My heart beat to her words as she knocked me on my ass and made my world spin as she told her story. Each word was like a knife to the chest, threatening to bleed me dry. "What did your father want you to do?" Kenny asked her. Her fucking father. That was the piece to the puzzle I didn't understand. Still didn't. He lived out of state. I'd looked into him after meeting Hayden, wanting to know everything about her, or what I could. A lot of her shit was sealed, but I was able to get pieces. Fitting them together was the hard part. She slit the neck of her father, the one who beat her, then and now. Fuck me. I rubbed my hand over my face, frustration at life eating away at me. I almost wished the asshole was still alive so I could rip his throat out. Hayden looked to me briefly, then went back to Kenny.
I'm good at computers. My father found out somehow. That I have no idea. He wanted some information from the Ravage MC and wanted me to get it for him. He told me he'd kill Rocco if I didn't do what he said.
What specifically did he want you to get? She sighed deep.
His word was everything.
Like, he pushed.
That's what he said.
And you have no idea why, Kenny asked, and I wanted to know the answer too.
Nope. He never told me.
Hayden's voice echoed through the small space with each word from her lips. The pain she endured and how hearing Rocco hurt cut her to the quick. With each punch or use of that fucking word, my anger boiled. So in the end, you didn't get the information he wanted? She shook her head, but her eyes slid to mine, then back to Kenny.
No. I made him think I did it. Even showed him some fake shit I made up. He bought it.
While my first instinct was she didn't do it, there was also a time when I thought she did. In the end, it was all a ruse. All so she could protect me, my club, her friend, and maybe for her to come out on the other end alive. Even getting beat and tortured, she didn't budge on her loyalty. Kenny's eyes came to mine, and I could read him. He saw it too. How she went all out for us. It wasn't a trait most had. That sounds to me like self-defense, he said, looking back at Hayden. Kenny didn't push the questions like he would someone else. He let things go, and I could hug him for it. As he left the room, my head hung down as I closed my eyes, feeling like the biggest asshole in the world. For me to even think for a second she was guilty was a disgrace. Trust was something she cherished, and I smashed it all to hell.
You thought I did it.
Her voice was soft, nothing like the one I was used to hearing from her. It was partially broken, and I hated it instantly. I couldn't finish it because it was true. I hadn't ever lied to her and couldn't start now.
No. You thought I did it when you found the breach and it led back to my house. You thought I broke into your club.
It was a statement of certainty, but it was also broken, like she hated saying the words, but she had to. My head lifted and met her gaze. Pain was in hers. While I wanted to take the pain away, I couldn't lie to her. Never could I lie to her. Yeah. A tear fell from her eye, and I rose from my seat and went to her. She shook her head.
No, don't.
Hayden, I'm sorry. She cut me off.
Just don't. You didn't trust me to keep you safe. You didn't trust that I'd have your back. If your plan is to kill me, just do it and get it over with.
Kill her? What the... More tears rolled down her face, each one tearing heaping holes in my heart.
Now I don't trust you. Leave.
I reached for her hand, and she yanked it away, groaning in pain. But she kept going, away from me. The doctors gave her some serious pain meds, but they didn't take it all away.
This is something that can't be undone, Wrongway. Once my trust is broken with someone, there's no going back. There are no redos. I'm done. We're done. Either kill me or leave.
I tried talking again, but she grabbed her nurse button, and a few seconds later, a man with scrubs came into the room.
What can I do for you? He needs to leave. Now.
The man turned to me.
Time to go. She needs her beauty rest.
His voice was like a damn song, and I wanted to punch him. My fists clenched. The nurse took a step back, wiggling his index finger.
No hitting. Please don't make me call security. It's such a pain in the ass. And all the paperwork.
I could see a small smile play on Hayden's lips from the man's antics. This was why we hated hospitals. Ravage had pull, but we didn't have control. Rather than make a scene, I conceded this round to her. Sucking it up, I grabbed my cut and put it on. Then I leaned over to Hayden. "This isn't done."
"We are done,"
she said, meeting my eyes. "Never." I leaned down, intent on touching her lips to mine, but she turned at the last moment, and I caught her cheek. "No, Hayden. We weren't done. We never would be."
40. Hayden. Seriously, if you don't stop, I'm going to walk to my house. I was at my wit's end with this waiting on me hand and foot thing Ms. Janey kept up. Getting out of the hospital was great. The doctors saying I shouldn't be alone for a few days was not, because Ms. Janey insisted I come to her home. While at first the thought of being home brought a smile to my face, now I was ready to go to my home, miles away, and to be in quiet. Luna laid next to me as I sat on the couch in Ms. Janey's living room. I slowly stroked her fur, her head laying on my lap. Once I got her back from Ms. M, Luna hadn't left my side for too long. She either sensed I needed her or knew something was wrong. Dogs were very smart animals. "Would you stop your bitchin'?" Rocco said from the armchair. He was eating this up, but he also had a hand in a cast, a jacked-up knee, and some broken ribs. The words, "I'm sorry," weren't enough for what had happened to him. There would never be a way for me to repay him for the pain he endured. That guilt laid heavy on my shoulders, trying to weigh me down and doing a damn fine job of it. Let alone, I couldn't get him the shit he needed because Ms. Janey beat me to it every time. Finding a way to expunge the guilt was difficult. While he told me he loved me and he didn't blame me, I blamed me, which I thought in the long run was worse. "Both of you enough," Ms. Janey demanded, in that voice she used when we were kids and fighting. Damn, I missed that. "I've got both my kids under my roof." Luna barked, not one to go unnoticed. "And dog, I'll do what I want. You both lay there and suck it up." "Damn, I forgot how much of a tyrant you can be." Rocco chuckled, and I shivered at his word choice. My father still crept into my thoughts. Since it happened, I hadn't found a way to compartmentalize everything yet. Even almost 3 weeks out, it was still raw, and placing his death in my brain proved to be difficult, but I was working on it. "You remember that next time you need help wiping your ass," Ms. Janey told him, smartly adding a wink to the end of it. It was my turn to burst out laughing. With Rocco's broken hand, he needed a little extra TLC with his daily routines. Ms. Janey insisted on helping him, even though he tried to protest. It failed. A knock came to the front door, my heart picking up speed as my stomach dropped to the floor. Ms. Janey's gaze came to mine in question, the same one she'd done numerous times since moving into her home. I shook my head in the negative. Wrong Way was on the other side of the wood, wanting to come in. Each time, it killed me to send him away, like part of my heart was walking away piece by piece. Even though I kept reminding myself that this was for the best, sending him away, my brain and heart were at war, each tugging hard and wanting to win supremacy, but neither fully receiving it. While I no longer thought the Ravage MC wanted to kill me, because they had ample time to do just that, Wrong Way and I would never work. He didn't trust me. He thought I'd given my father everything he wanted on a silver platter to save my own skin. He didn't believe in me. And the shit thing was, I was learning to trust him completely. It just so happened the coin was flipped, and this time I was on the losing end. I never thought that would be possible, growing up the way I did, and protecting myself with everything inside of me. I didn't get close to people for this reason. If I didn't trust him, none of this would have hurt this badly. But the bottom line was, I couldn't be with someone who thought so little of me. "Come on, put the man out of his misery," Rocco stated in that do-as-I-say voice. Nope, not working. That shit hadn't worked since we were kids. "No," I answered coldly. It was the only way to lock myself down, turn cold on the inside when it came to wrong way. Then I wouldn't hurt if I locked him out. My life with him was over. We were over. We needed to move on, and I wished he would stop showing up. Janie walked to the door, and hearing his baritone sent shivers down my spine. That damn voice of his was yet another thing I would miss hearing. It almost sprung tears to my eyes, but I held them back. "Can I see her?" he asked. I couldn't hear Miss Janie's words. She must have been whispering to him, and that was never a good sign. She wanted the best for me, but she was misguided if she thought Wrong Way was the man who was best for me. She knew how difficult trust was and how I'd lived my life. She had to see this situation from my point of view. She came into the room, and I didn't say a word, not making eye contact with her. "Look at me," she demanded, my head shooting around as she used the tone she rarely ever did. Normally she had a playfulness about her, but this was serious. Even the pain in my neck from the movement didn't come close to the waves coming off of her. "Whatever decision you make is yours, but you do not leave things like this. You woman up and talk to the man. If it's over, it's over. If the relationship is salvageable, then you work on it. You do not sit in here behind a door hiding. That is not who you are." She cut me off, holding a finger in the air. "No. Every relationship you have had in your life has been difficult. Not one has been smooth sailing. You need to think of the situation like this. If Wrong Way were to die in the next 30 minutes, what would you do?" The air left my lungs as my insides wound up so tight I couldn't move an inch. Dead. Gone. That thought was too terrifying to put into realization. Sitting in the same place, unmoving, was what I did for the next few hours, letting that realization sink into me. It felt as if my heart went with him. Dead. Gone.
41. Wrong Way. "She's still icing you out?" Warden said, leaning against the door jamb. I'd just gotten back to Hayden's house after another failed attempt to see her. I got why she was pissed, but I needed her to talk to me. There was too much that hadn't been said. "Pretty much." I attached the drywall and began to mud the surface. The hole needed to be fixed, and on the other side of it, I was using steel. That way, if anything was to happen again, no one could get inside this room. Fuck, I was thinking of putting steel on all the walls at this point. Make it a safe room. It took several of us to pull up the carpet and rip up the plywood beneath. Her asshole of a father's blood seeped all the way to the ringers. Those we doused with bleach, not wanting to fuck with the main structure of the house. Then we put in all new flooring. Her computers were still at the clubhouse, just on the off chance another cop, besides Kenny, would come by to look at the place. Kenny was filtering most of it and keeping the paperwork as clean as he could, should the feds decide to take an interest in the case. One never knew once the Ravage MC name was brought up. My brother was a good guy through and through. While we led very different lifestyles, he had my back, and in this case, Hayden's too. "Tough spot, man. She'll come around." He shifted off the frame. "Just don't give up." He turned and was gone. A man of few words, but ones that were very true. Life always gave us curveballs. Hayden was mine, hitting me right between the damn eyes.
"Hello?"
I heard Graham say, and bolted up, heading to the door. There were several tools out, and I didn't need her falling over a cord or something. That was the last thing she needed, a broken damn hip. Yeah. Her eyes narrowed.
Yeah, Reed? Really? That's how you say hi to me?
Walking up to her, I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her cheek. It felt good to have her embrace. I didn't realize how much I needed it until she gave it freely and I was able to soak it in.
Now that's better.
We broke apart, and she looked around the room.
When's she coming home?
Don't know. She won't talk to me, and Miss Janey is her watchdog. Grams chuckled.
Oh, to be young again. I always loved the push and pull of a relationship. It was how you solved the problems that was a true test of the strength together. You both are stubborn creatures.
She certainly is. Grams shook her head.
And you are too.
She motioned to the couch.
Come sit.
I followed, holding her arm so she didn't trip. We'd cleaned up the mess the shattered television left and put a brand new one in its place. While that asshole knocked Luna out, she didn't have any cuts, so there was no blood in this room.
Talk to me.
I told her what she needed to know to get the point without the actual details. The less she knew, the better, but she wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted.
Come here,
she ordered, and I did. She reached up and smacked me upside the head, my hand flying up to where she hit.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? She grumbled.
You know, it took me 2 years of her living in this house before she'd even say hi to me. She'd wave, but never said the word hi. It took another year for her to actually start talking to me. Small things about the heat or grass. Then about another 7 months before we could start having a conversation. It took a total of 4 years before she came over and had tea with me. She's only lived here for 6 years, and let me tell you, she's worth the fight, the wait, and so much more.
While I knew this, I also knew where she was going with it, and it wasn't going to help the situation.
And how did it start between you two?
Grams asked, and I knew it had been a dying question on the tip of her tongue for a while now. First saw her when she was weeding your flower bed in the backyard. I remembered her dark hair pulled up into a messy bun on top of her head. Her shorts were jean cutoffs that hugged all the right places. The tank was a normal, everyday one, but the way she wore it had my cock growing hard.
Right, she said. And what did she do?
I remembered it so fondly. She said hi, took off her gloves, and went through the gate into her house and didn't look back. And that ass, when she moved, swayed with each step. The short shorts helped as well. A view I'd never forget.
Yep. And?
She pushed. I really don't need to rehash this. She gave me the eye. The only woman in the world who could give it to me, and I'd talk. So I did. Small things. She was rolling up the hose when I was here, and I went over and helped her. I smiled. She told me she could do it, but I won that round. Then there was the tree that lost a branch in her yard. She had a chainsaw she rented from a store and was going to cut it up. Laughter bubbled this time. Getting that thing away from her wasn't easy. Woman almost took off my arm. Looking over to Grams, her face was soft and attentive. Months of catching her.
And planning things?
Grams chimed in. Thought you didn't know the whole story. Grams leaned back against the couch.
No more than you think, Reed Maxwell. Continue.
Yeah, planned a couple of things. Like changing her tire when it mysteriously went flat. It was all in good fun. It was. The teasing and temptation she had going on made me rock hard every damn time I saw her. Not only that, there was something about her as a woman that intrigued me. It was this pull to her that I couldn't deny. About 10 or 11 months ago, things started to change with her.
Yeah, son, she let you in.
Her words settled in my chest, hitting me hard. Hayden didn't let anyone in, but she let me. Fuck. It was my turn to fall back to the couch. Yeah, she did.
Life is too short for the what-ifs.
That was the damn truth. One thing, though, Grams.
What?
I leaned forward, giving her my eyes. I have zero intention of giving up or letting her go. She smiled.
That's my boy.
42. Hayden. The phone felt heavy in my hand, almost foreign. The last time I held it was when this horror show happened, and I was sitting in my car trying to get Rocco to answer. Not having it for weeks felt freeing in a way. There was no connection to the outside world except for the people who were in the room with me. I actually liked it because they were the only ones I cared about. Rocco stayed at Ms. Janey's, but I'd been given the all-clear to go home. My body ached, but the pain meds helped. And staying at Miss Janey's for another week was going to kill me. Loved the woman, but 4 weeks in her house, I found, was my limit. My lovely father cracked a rib and sprained my ankle. The rest of the injuries were bruises and cuts. Everything hurt, though. I swore he kicked or hit every part of my body. The doctors said it would get better, but I was still waiting for that day. I needed to make a call, but my hands shook. Ms. Janey's words from days ago still rang through my brain. If Wrong Way died. I could never get past that part because the thought made my heart bleed. When I arrived here, the damage to my home and office were totally erased, as if nothing ever happened. I remembered, though, every stinking second. Stepping into the room where I killed my father, I could still see him lying there in a pool of his own blood, exactly where he wanted me to be. It felt almost freeing. Damn, I was turning into a lunatic. Who killed someone and thought it was freeing? It was, though. While I never thought my father would come looking for me, knowing that he was burned to ashes meant I didn't have to worry he'd find me ever again. That part of my life was over. And yes, I was the next of kin, but I did not claim him. Therefore, he was burned. Good riddance. Luckily, Kenny talked to the prosecutor and persuaded him that killing my father was self-defense. So I was truly free. Except my heart wasn't. I knew Wrong Way fixed my house, not wanting me to come home to the mess. That was the kind of man he was, always thinking about the people he cared about. He did it for his Grams, his brothers, and me. Why did all this heart shit have to hurt so damn much? Where were all the smart-as-hell people out there who could make pills? Could they make one for a broken heart? Was that too much to ask? Lifting the phone and sucking in a breath, I went to his name and hit the green button. My hand started to shake, and I grabbed onto the countertop to steady myself. It rang twice before he picked up. Hayden? My voice caught in my throat, and I had to clear it. Yeah, it's me. Hey, how are you? Feeling okay. I need to see you. My chest hurt because I wanted that too. Missing him was a pain that would never go away. I need to see you too. Can you come to my house? Just then, there was a knock on my door. Are you at my door? He knocked again as he chuckled. It took me a moment to get there with my ankle, but I swung the door open, and there he stood, his face neutral. That I didn't like. His expressiveness was one of the traits I loved about him. He was shut down, but I hadn't given him much of a choice in the matter. Hey. "Hey." He gave me a small smile. "Come in." I stepped away from the door as he came through. Taking heavy breaths, I turned around to see he'd stepped just inside the walkway. "Let's go in the living room." Just then, Luna came bounding down the hallway and came to a skid, hitting Wrongway's leg. He moved back and bent down, petting my dog. Taking this opportunity, I went into my kitchen. Not that I had anything in it, but maybe I had some tea or Diet Coke. Opening the fridge, I was in luck because someone, probably Wrongway, had stocked my fridge, and so I grabbed 2 sodas. Luna's collar jingled, telling me she was in the room. As I turned, Wrongway stood with his hip against the counter. I held out the Coke to him. He took it, but set it on the counter unopened. His gaze lingered on me like a warm blanket, and I suddenly had to get everything out. "Thank you for fixing my house." His eye quirked. "You're welcome." My hands were starting to feel clammy. He was letting me take the lead on this, probably thinking I was going to push him away again. I needed to tell him how I felt. I needed to get it off my chest. Like ripping off a Band-Aid, I let it spew. "I didn't take any of your club's information, and the fact you thought I did hurts." An unease came over me. We'd given each other our bodies and minds, but hearts, we hadn't really gotten to that point, had we? He didn't move from his place, sensing I needed some space for this conversation. "The words, 'I'm sorry,' seem so wrong, yet right. Want you to understand where it all came from. When I found the IP address, then it linked to your home address, I thought to myself, no, she wouldn't do this. I know it. Then we came to check it out, and there it was on your computer, blinking right before my eyes." My heart felt as if he was taking a hammer to it, but I stood strong, achy but strong. This information wasn't new. I had a second chance at life, and I could fall apart when he wasn't in front of me. "I texted you. Didn't you get it?" He pulled out his phone from his cut and began pushing buttons, then turned it around. "Be safe. I'll be over later." My throat caught. He didn't get the text. Why didn't he? I grabbed my phone, going to the text string. I must have forgotten to hit send because it wasn't there either. That doesn't matter now." He was right, and as much as I hated it, we had bigger issues to discuss. "I told you about the brother who died?" I nodded, wondering where this was headed. "He was in charge of all our security and accounts. Years he had our trust, my trust. He gave our information to our enemy so they could bring us down. We, me, and my brothers. And Rylan almost died because of it." He gave me this information, and I wasn't sure what to do with it, so I asked, "So you have issues with trust too?" It was his turn to nod. I didn't want to believe it, but what Lemon did is still very raw with me. I vowed never to let my club down again. "Wait, how did you let them down?" Well, I understood where he was coming from clearer. None of this sounded like it was Wrongway's fault one bit. He looked down to the floor, and a deep vulnerability came over him. It changed the air around us and sucked me in. This was an entirely new side of the strong man I'd come to know and love. Yes, I said love. In thinking about him only being on Earth for 30 minutes, the thing that kept running through my head was, "I love you, I love you, I love you." I should have caught on to his game. I let down everyone who relies on me, my parents, my club, and now you. It was my turn to step to him, my hand going to his arm. What he did is not on you. He made his choices, and look where he ended up. I remembered the conversation about this lemon guy, and he was very much dead. His parents, well, I didn't know what happened, other than Ms. M once shared with me she had a son and daughter-in-law who died in a tragic car accident. That was for another day. He lifted his gaze, and our eyes locked. It was as if this big, tough biker split open for me, revealing all of his hurt and anger. This was the real wrong way. This was Reed Maxwell, the man he didn't show the world, the one he was only showing me. Tears fell from my eyes, and I wrapped my arms around his body, placing my temple to his chest. It took him a few moments, but his strength came around me. He kissed the top of my head, then laid his cheek on it. We stood there in my kitchen, in the small town of Rebellion, just allowing our feelings to wash out as we held each other tight. It was time for him to hear the whole story, and the stuff I held back from Kenny. I was terrified. The tears continued to fall, but I had to get this out. He was hurting Rocco, and the only way I could get him to stop was to tell him what he wanted to hear. When you were on your run, I got an email wanting me to get every bit of information on the Ravage MC. I told them no. My father was the one who sent it, but I didn't know at the time. I looked up at him, but he was a bit blurry. I tried calling you, but it went straight to voicemail, so I texted you and thought I'd tell you when you got home. My head shook as he cupped it and placed it back on his chest. Only things happened before I had the chance to talk to you. He gave me a soft squeeze. I didn't get a text. I sagged. Of course he didn't. He had 3 big guys with him. My father said one of them knew computers and not to fuck around or he'd kill Rocco. More tears fell as he held me tight in his arms. Rocco, he's my family. When I had no one, I had Rocco, and he had me. His screams. I'll never forget his screams. I hear them at night. His lips came to my head again, and his arms got tighter. It felt as if he were giving me his strength. I didn't tell your brother all of this, Wrong Way. I looked up at him. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. It's all right. You did good. He kissed my forehead, and I turned to rest my cheek on his chest. Since I had to make it look like I was doing as told, it took me a while to get all the ducks in a row. I knew 2 things. 1, we were dead if we stayed in that house. 2, he would want proof that I did what he asked. I faked as much as I could. I thought he would want proof, so I used the local bank and an oil change station for fake fast information. It was easy numbers, names, and addresses. After I got it all together, I used your code, RRMC. That I was able to get before you shut your systems down, but I was already in the thick of it by then. That was the only thing I grabbed from you, thinking that if what my father said was true, the brute guy knew his way around the computer and had already tried getting in your stuff. If he did, he'd know the code. How'd you get Rocco out?
43. Wrong Way. My body physically ached for the woman in my arms. If I could shut out everything in the world and never let her feel an ounce of hurt again, I'd do it in a heartbeat. She did so much to protect me and my brothers. That was what loyalty meant. As she finished, her body went weak, and I scooped her up, then went to the couch. Setting her on my lap, I rested her head on my shoulder, her long hair falling down my arm. So fucking sorry, Hayden. I should have given you a way to get in touch with Ravage before I left. That's on me. I wish I would have been here for you. The guilt gnawed inside me that I failed her. I'd never had a woman that I cared enough about to give her that kind of information, and I fucked that up. Her breathing began to even out. Hopefully her tears were subsiding. Hayden, look at me. It took her a minute, but she did, her eyes red and puffy. She swiped at her nose, then wiped it on her pants. This made me smile. You're mine, Hayden. I love you. The tears started up once again.
I swear, once this is over, I'm never crying again.
A chuckle escaped. Knowing this woman, these words were probably true. Baby, this is it. We're ride or die until the bitter end. We fight, we figure it out. You get pissed and throw me out, I come right back.
I love you too.
I took her mouth in a kiss of passion and love. Yes, it was corny as hell, but I didn't give a fuck. We kissed like that for a long time, exploring and remembering, connecting and becoming one. When she pulled away from me abruptly, it took me a moment to catch my breath and open my eyes. The look of panic filled her features.
Shit, I forgot!
She tried to hop out of my lap, but I grabbed onto her and held her in place.
Let go!
Tell me what the fuck is going on.
The program had a link inside of it. Did you find my father's phone?
Yeah, it's at the clubhouse with your computers.
We have to go.
Slow down, Hayden. Tell me what's going on. I felt my anger starting to take hold, but I pushed it down.
The link. All I have to do is enter it into my father's phone, and it will tell us who he was working for. With all the healing and the stress, I haven't been thinking clearly. You having me revisit all the steps I remembered, I put in a fail-safe for me to sort out who he worked for.
Working for? She nodded.
The way he acted, jittery and jumpy when I talked about time. Plus, the man is not a leader. He's a weak follower. It made me think that he had someone pulling the strings. If he did, the link in that phone will give us an answer.
You're fucking shitting me. This sense of pride washed through me. Not only did she protect me and the club, but she continued to do so by helping us find who the hell was fucking with us.
Nope, and we can find out the why he wanted into your business so badly.
I rose from the couch, setting Hayden on her feet. She took off with a wobble to grab whatever, and I pulled out my phone. Crow, he answered. Get the guys to the clubhouse. Hayden and I are on our way. We may have an answer as to who wanted into Ravage information. Fuck. Got it. He disconnected the call, and we hauled ass to the clubhouse.
44. Hayden. Entering the clubhouse, I felt the eyes burning holes in my head. Some here were still wary of me, that was obvious. That killed me because this was Rongwei's family, and if they didn't trust me, this would never work. Rongwei held my hand, interlacing our fingers, which I knew was in comfort, and it helped. But this wasn't me. On the ride here, the freedom of the bike gave me some clarity, some time to pull my shit together and push down everything that just happened, to put the focus on why we were coming here. I wasn't weak, nor would I show it. I didn't cower. So I straightened my spine and pulled my shoulders up. These men might have hated me. They might have wanted me dead. They might have seen me as their enemy. Or it could have been none of the above. That was an unknown factor. The only thing I could do was prove myself to be the woman I was, and I'd do it. I did not look at the floor while they assessed me, some having sneers. Instead, I looked each of them in the eyes, letting them see I had nothing to hide. Rongwei knew everything now. I was no rat, therefore I had my pride, and no one could take that away. If you're not a patched member, get the fuck out, Crow ordered, and Rongwei squeezed my hand, telling me silently to stay with him. My body didn't move or flinch. Instead, my stance was stoic. I wouldn't be afraid and would do what needed to be done. A couple of women and men left the clubhouse until I was the only outsider in their club. I should have feared for my life, feared that one of these men would pull out their gun and make today my last. But I couldn't be. I survived my father twice, and in the end did nothing wrong to them. Nothing. That was what I kept a hold of, knowing that I did right. First, you tell us every fucking thing that happened. This order came from Crow, which I was expecting. That didn't mean I wanted to repeat it, live it once again. Feel the anger, hurt, and betrayal all over again. But I did. Every word, hit, kick, cry of pain. Every last detail. And I kept myself composed the entire time. From the look on Phoenix and Tex's faces, they didn't believe a word that came out of my mouth. Their hatred for me burned bright in their eyes. I hated they felt that way, and I needed to show them proof that my word was solid. If you still don't believe me, there are two options to prove what I say is right. One is, get that laptop my father had me working on. Everything is obviously there. Or we can boot up my computer, which Wrong Way had in his possession. And I can show you I copied every line I created to my cloud. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as Tex and Phoenix looked at each other and shrugged. Maybe I was getting somewhere. One could hope. She's also got a way to find out who the fuck is the mystery man behind this shit. I nodded as the attention went back to me. I need my father's phone to access it, but yes, I can lead you to whoever is doing this. You sure she shouldn't be doing our security? Hornet said with a smirk, and a few of the guys chuckled. That small comment cut through the tension in the room. It was strange, because I felt like I could breathe again. Even Tex and Phoenix had a small smirk, and I felt like I was getting somewhere. Brothers, let's see who the fuck is gonna meet the Reaper. Wrong Way pulled me through the clubhouse, down the hall, and to his room. I'd been there once before, but I hadn't really taken it all in. The room wasn't huge, and it felt even smaller with my bank of computers set up, and then his next to them. Add in the bed, dresser, bookshelf, and the entire Ravage MC that crowded in behind us. It was super small and almost claustrophobic. Phone? I asked, sitting and waking the screens up. With Wrong Way having access, no telling what any of them saw already. Sure, everything was encrypted, but one couldn't know for sure. I'd have to trust them, like I was asking them to trust me. Phoenix handed the cell to me, then paused, not letting go until I met his eyes. He nodded once, then released it. Maybe that was code for, I'm not going to kill you. At least that was what I was going to go with. What the hell did I know? It didn't take long to access. Pulling up Java, I got to work, feeling the eyes behind me. Liking my space, I didn't quibble about it. After a few minutes, I had a phone number and a name that I searched. Anyone know an Archie Crawley? The men went silent for a beat, looking at each other. It was Wrong Way who answered. Yeah, we fucking know him. Someone was in deep shit. At least this time it wasn't me. I needed a fucking break.
45. Wrong Way. Archie Crawley, Senator McCluskey's right-hand man. The same senator we met with. The same senator who wanted to trade land for Rook's freedom. The same senator who ordered Hayden's father to beat the shit out of her and make her get information on us because, make no mistakes, Archie didn't do a damn thing unless he was told to. He was a lackey, never to be anything more in life. Senator Gary McCluskey was behind all of this, but I had no fucking clue why. Yes, he wanted the land, but had he wanted it enough to go to these lengths? It didn't seem right. It was late the next night when we were able to track Archie down. He was always up the senator's ass, by his side practically every minute of the day. Therefore, he was our best bet of getting information. The senator would just throw his weight around, and we'd get nowhere. Archie was the weak link. At least we were betting on it. "There he is," Tex said from the passenger seat of the van. We'd been sitting here for a couple of hours, a street over, but good views of Archie's house. The side of the white van said, "You stink it, we fix it." It was a hilarious disguise that Phoenix came up with. People never questioned a repair vehicle. Looking out the front windshield, the lone lights of a small car were on us, then turned down the road. It pulled into a very nice 2-story home that had yard lights everywhere. It was lit up like a damn Christmas tree. Because of this, we had to swing around and go in the backyard. In my research on Archie, I couldn't find anything on if he had pets, so we would just wing it. Phoenix pulled to the next street over that had a house whose backyard met up with dog boys. "Quiet. There's a basement. Get him down there," Crow said, looking at me, and I nodded. I pulled up the floor plan of the home through the HOA website, detailing every square inch of the home. That was a robber's wet dream, making it easier than ever to go in unnoticed. Stupid. Getting up to the house was child's play. With the trees and bushes, we were able to get there with ease, making it to the side of the house undetected. The house was lit up inside, but Archie was nowhere in sight. A dog started barking, and as we turned, a man stepped out on his back patio with the yapper of a dog heading straight for us. It was a tiny little thing with a bark that was high-pitched and annoying. Fuck. "Go in now." If we didn't move our asses, this whole thing would be blown all over a pesky dog. With Tex at the front, he got the side door open. We entered and closed the door just as the dog made it to us, continuing to bark. "Roxy, come here," a male voice yelled. The dog yipped a few more times before taking off, continuing to bark. I hope to Christ that fucking dog didn't break our cover. It was a complication we didn't need. "Oh, hey, Archie," the male voice said, as we heard a slide from a glass door opening. "Hey, Bill. Roxy get out again?" There was a smile in his voice, like this happened all the time. This was good. "Yeah, you know her, always everywhere. Sorry to bother you," Archie replied. "No problem. Night. Night." The sound of the door shutting was our cue. The door we entered was a laundry area. Not the best design for a house, but whatever. A phone rang, and I looked to my brothers, who shook their heads. "Hello?" Archie answered, and he sounded close. "Yes, I pulled the police reports and read them thoroughly. There is no mention of your name anywhere." My heart started to thump as anger raged inside of me. That fucking motherfucker. It didn't take a genius to figure out what he was talking about. "Right. I've destroyed everything on our end." Fuck, I hated listening to one side of a conversation. He inhaled deep. "Yes, sir. What do you want the next step to be?" Crow looked over at me, the same anger radiating through him. Yeah, this asshole was going down. Even if he didn't talk, but he would. If none of us had luck, we always had Warden and his fish-filleting skills. He'd talk, and then be dead. "Right. I'll call Des and make sure he has ears inside her house." Fucking ears inside her house. You've got to be shitting me. They had ears at Hayden's place? Fuck that. She was vague when she talked to the cops, just told them her father was making her find information. With him dead and her not knowing shit, we're clear. Yep, he was definitely talking about my woman. And I sent up a silent thank you to Kenny for, once again, having the Ravage MC's back by keeping what she said sealed. While she didn't tell him everything, any little bit would have these vultures circling. "Will do. See you tomorrow." A clatter came through the room as he tossed his cell phone down on a countertop. His night was about to change. Fuck. His life was. "Now," Crow ordered, and we all moved as one unit. One would swear we had military training together with the way we operated and moved. Phoenix was the first to Archie.
"What the—"
Archie yelled, but Phoenix had his hand over Archie's mouth, muffling the sound, Archie's arms starting to flail. There was a movement outside the uncovered sliding glass window. "Fuck, open curtains," I warned. Light plus opened curtains meant everyone could see in. As fast as we could manage, we moved Archie to his basement. He kicked and tried to get out of Phoenix's grasp, but he was a lightweight compared to Phoenix. I grabbed his legs as we carried him down the flight of stairs.
"I'm going up to shut the lights down and turn one on in his room," Hornet said, running back up the stairs.
"Check the alarm system," I threw in as he nodded. The basement was large and wide open with only a few round metal poles in view. He obviously didn't have parties down here, because it was just a slab of concrete, exposed ceiling, and block walls. Off to one side, he had plastic tubs stacked on the back wall. "Not us," Crow groaned, and my stomach roiled, remembering the story Knox, Crow's brother and a member of the Sumner Ravage MC, told us last time we saw him. They found tubs like these, and there were decaying dead bodies in them. No, that wasn't a good story, and a situation I did not want to repeat. Phoenix was the first to check them out, the crazy man he was. He pulled out a green tote, looked in, then showed us. "He likes to decorate for Christmas." Thank Christ. I let out a huge breath. That shit was twisted, even for us. Releasing his legs, Tex held his hands behind his back as Phoenix grabbed the backpack he carried in. Reinforcements. Phoenix pulled out a large roll of duct tape as I looked around for a chair, but there was none. "Pole?" I asked. "Let's do it," Tex said, moving Archie to the weight-bearing pole and Phoenix getting busy.
"What's going on?"
Archie's eyes were afraid and panicked.
"I didn't do anything!"
he yelled as Crow gave him a right hook. Archie wasn't a fighter and actually started crying, if you could believe that. I had a feeling this wouldn't be as fun as I initially thought. Hornet came down and lifted his chin to me.
"Has one, isn't on."
Moron.
"Why'd you do that?"
Archie practically whined. Yeah, he was a pussy. I hoped he was better at his job than physically fighting. Tex and Phoenix stood back as Archie tried to get out of the tape, but he was unable to. He cried out, and 4 guns came out of holsters pointed at him. "Shut the fuck up," Crow said, getting in Archie's face. He sobered instantly, his eyes darting around the room at us, then at our guns. "Tell me why the fuck you were trying to break into our fucking computers," I demanded, taking a menacing step forward. But Archie just shook his head.
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
he tried, but we weren't buying it. We needed this little shit to talk before we approached the senator. Tex landed a savage blow to Archie's stomach with his motorcycle boot. Archie cried out, trying to hunch over, but his arms held him back. "Dude, this guy's a pussy," Phoenix said, twirling his knives between his fingers. "Watch." Phoenix held the knife steady, but brought it inch by inch closer to Archie's eyes that started watering as he tried to move away from the knife. "Fuck me," Crow bellowed, frustrated with the entire thing. I was right there with him on that one. "Just tell us what the fuck is going on so we can get out of here."
"What?"
Archie started again, but I wrapped my hand around his throat. "Why does the senator want our land?" I asked, as Archie's eyes started to bulge out from the oxygen loss. "Is that why he was in our computers?" He shook his head, but answered,
"His side project."
"Seriously," Warden said, coming down the stairs casually. "Nice of you to join us," I called out over my shoulder, then squeezed Archie's neck harder. "Just let me start cutting. He'll talk," Warden said, stepping up to Archie, who became more agitated. "What project?" I said, giving another squeeze. Pretty soon I was going to crush his larynx.
"He didn't tell me. Swear. He told me the less I knew, the better."
None of us believed him. Ravage were no fools. "Why does he want it?" Crow asked.
"He just wants the land and the building. Swear that's all he told me.
I released him and stepped back. He was lying through his teeth. Maybe he was a good foot soldier for the senator after all. I'm going to find his computer, see if you can get anything. Crow gave me a nod as I took the stairs 2 at a time, needing to do something productive instead of watching that asshole lie. The house was quiet, and I used my flashlight carefully as not to set off any of the neighbors who could be looking in a dark house. I always hated doing this shit when everyone was home and any stream of light would catch people's attention. It was so much better to do it during the day when everyone worked and the sun lit the way. But we had to do what we had to do. The living room, kitchen, and dining room were clean on the first floor. I ran up to the second. The room off to the right appeared to be an office. As I sifted through the papers, nothing stood out, and there was no computer. The spare bedroom had nothing as well, just a queen-sized bed covered in white. Entering the master bedroom, I hit gold. A laptop sitting on the long dresser underneath a television. It was as if this guy did everything in this room. Work, sleep, relax. Why he had such a huge house, I'd never know. Bringing the computer into the bathroom, I shut the door and turned the lights on. They wouldn't be visible from the outside because there were no windows. The room was bright, and everything was white. Everything. Not a single trace of another color in the place. No life. It was sterile and reminded me of Hayden's hospital room. Shaking my head, I pulled the lid to the toilet down and took a seat, booting up the computer. It took seconds to figure out the password and get into his shit. He had a Dropbox, iCloud, several Google Drives, and 2 A3 clouds. Fuck. I pulled out my laptop from my backpack and started it up. Grabbing USB cords, I connected the two, and from my computer started a scan of Archie's. I watched the files roll and roll. It was set up to look for certain keywords, such as Ravage MC, RRMC, Hayden, Wrong Way, Reed, Kenny, Every Brother, Senator McCluskey, his family, etc. As time ticked, patience was difficult. 27 minutes and 3 seconds later, my mouth hung open as file after file began opening. Bile rose up my throat, and it took everything to keep from vomiting. Pictures. Hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of pornographic pictures. Attached to them was the code name, The Man. This sick fuck who couldn't handle a single punch thought he was the man. He had another thing coming. This shit didn't make you a man. It made you a predator, one that needed extinguished. There were male and female images, all a variety of ages, and not all of them legal. Bing, bing, bing. The computer sounded repeatedly, finding hit after hit after hit. It felt as if it would never stop. The noise got to me, and I turned off the volume, knowing each time it made the sound, another horrid picture would appear. The more pictures that rolled, the more I wanted to shut this shit down and kill someone. There would always be sick fucks in the world, but this was worse than a murderer. At least their victims were dead. If these people in the pictures were alive, I had no doubt they would have a rough go at life. Hayden's name came up with some personal details on her. There was also info on me, my brothers, and it appeared everyone associated with Ravage. It wasn't a ton, and it was mostly public information stuff, which meant they hadn't dug too far yet. I went into the Dropbox and looked around. That was when I hit it. The hidden files. This happened from time to time when an old and new Dropbox account were combined into one. The only way to get into this hidden space was by switching the computer settings in the application and your computer to gain access to it. Archie wasn't as dumb as I pegged him out to be. Too bad his street smarts didn't pan out. Only hesitating a moment, I prepped myself for whatever was about to pop up on the screen. It didn't help. More photos. Disgusting photos. All appeared to be underage girls. As they scrolled, my anger ratcheted up several notches. Pictures of Archie with a male, a young male. Pictures of the senator with a female who was crying as he took her from behind. It didn't appear consensual one bit. These two fucks were into this shit. Fuck me. Opening another file, I stopped dead. 2 words was all it took for my world to rock. Kill Hayden. I was missing something, though. The senator and his dog boy were into sick shit. The senator wanted our land at the Purple Pride for God knew what. He proposed a deal with us to get Rook out of prison with a full pardon. Somehow, the senator and his dog boy got a hold of Hayden's father and got him to force her to get inside of Ravage. But why? How did Hayden get involved with any of this? She should have never been on their radar in the first place. Unless her father was already working for the senator and he knew his daughter's skills. That didn't appear correct either. One thing was for sure. It was time to talk to the senator and get to the bottom of this mess. Grabbing all my shit and both laptops, I threw it all into my backpack, killed the light, and made my way downstairs, calling Jimmy on the way to get his ass here. Archie's face was turning a nice shade of purple. Fucker bruised easily, too. Crow's eyes landed on mine. Called in Jimmy to come here and be with Archie. Shit's fucked up, man. I relayed the information I was able to get from the computers. Tex lashed out and punched Archie 3 times in the face, hard. Not that I gave a shit. He deserved it for his perverted games. I was all into kink, but this shit was just downright gross. So where's the connection here? Crow asked. It's like this guy picked Hayden out of the blue, and you and I both know that shit ain't a coincidence. You're right. I say you call the senator about the offer. Have him meet us at the land in an hour. I'll run to the clubhouse and have a chat with my woman. I'll meet you there. Brewer stepped up. And what do we do when that dick calls the boy here? Can't let him talk to the fucker. Another good point. Where's his phone? I asked. Tex started rooting around in his dress pants. Nothing. No doubt the fucker had a suit jacket on, Hornet said, moving up the stairs in search of it. I turned to Archie. Want to tell us why Hayden is involved in any of this shit? Archie shook his damn head. You know we'll find out. You get to decide how you die. Fast and painless, or slow and painful. Which is it gonna be? Crow nodded over to Warden, who took a step forward. Archie started shaking as he pissed his pants. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Phoenix grumbled. I fucking hate when they piss. Didn't their mamas teach them to man the fuck up? Obviously not, Tex threw in. Hornet came trotting down the stairs, holding up the phone. It's fingerprint locked. Good thing I have his finger, I said, reaching out for the phone and taking it from Hornet. Archie shook his head as I came near. No! Either you release your hands from the fists, or I cut off your hand and do it myself. Either works for me. Why are you doing this? He practically cried. You're an even bigger idiot to ask that question. You fucked with Ravage. You're fucking with my woman, and I want to know why. Make no mistake, fucker. I'll do what I have to find out. Please don't call the senator, he said, with tears rolling down his cheek. And why is that? Snot rolled down his nose, and he shook his head to get it away from his mouth. He's a good man, doing good things for our state. Tex, Brewer, Phoenix, Hornet, and I actually laughed at that one. You mean to tell me that fucking little kids is helping our state? His eyes went wide. Yeah, the hidden files, Archie. Ones you probably thought you got rid of when you changed drop boxes. Got 'em, saw 'em, burned in my fucking brain. So tell me again how he's helping. You don't understand, he cried out. I slipped the phone in my back pocket and used his stomach and chest as a punching bag. There was so much pent-up anger inside me, it needed to come out. What better way than on a rapist, sick-as-shit motherfucker? Archie's cries and gasps did nothing to ease my anger. It wasn't until a hand came to my shoulder and gave me a squeeze that I was able to pull back. Crow stood beside me. "Feel better?" "Fuck no," I responded immediately. "Step back." Heaving in deeply, I pulled back as Crow stepped up to the man. "Do you see all the men in front of you?" Archie groaned. "Yeah. Each of them is going to beat the ever-loving shit out of you. Warden is going to cut your ass up, then pour alcohol all over your body so it burns. You do not want to fuck with us." By this time, I gathered myself, went behind Archie, and pulled out his finger, pressing it to the pad to unlock the screen. I began to press buttons while I listened to Crow. Archie's head hung down low, the clothes that were pressed now covered in blood. "He wants to move the porn here." It was so low I barely heard it, but when I did, my head popped up and went right to Crow's. "Move that shit here? No fucking way," I said, over my rapidly beating heart. Crow nodded to the phone. "Any texts or phone conversations to Gary?" Looking through the scroll, there were a lot from today. "Yeah." Checking the night before, it was the same thing. "They call each other and text a lot." The text feed was busy as hell. Mostly political shit. They must keep their shit either coded or only talk in person. "They do text after work hours a lot," I said, moving through the messages. "Jackpot," I said, as the message read, "Heading to bed. Talk in the morning." "The fucker texts Gary when he goes to bed." "You're shitting me." I shook my head. "Nope. I'm copying and pasting it to him right now." Crow smiled. "And I'll wait at least 15 to call Gary. You go talk to your woman." With a nod, I handed off the phone to Brewer and took off.
46. Hayden. "How you doing?" Rylan asked from the chair next to me. We were sitting in the clubhouse at the bar area, and she'd just given me coffee, the elixir of the gods. It was late afternoon, but I didn't give a shit. Wrong Way left a few hours ago and asked me to stay in the clubhouse. He didn't tell me anything about Archie, but whoever the man was would know the fury of Wrong Way. To say he was pissed when he left was an understatement. I had no clue, so I asked, "How much do you know?" She smirked. "Smart woman. Don't give anything away the other party doesn't know." No words came from my mouth as I waited. I'd only hung out with this woman a few times. She wasn't on my short list as of yet. "I know enough to know you were hurt badly, and your friend was too. That's all I'm concerned about right now." Lifting the cup to my lips, I took a sip. Rocco will take a while to heal. His hand was crushed, and
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
he had to have surgery. It will be a very slow recovery. When I stopped, her brow raised. "What?" "Don't think I didn't notice. You focused on your friend and not you." I waved my hand. "I'll heal." Her eyes assessed me. What she was looking for, I had no clue, so I just let her do her thing until she was ready to talk. You protected the club. Finishing my sip, I set the mug down. Yeah? That right there, what you did for this club, the guys, me as an old lady, that showed your grit and loyalty. Don't let anyone around here tell you differently. You've earned their respect, and they will give it to you. Do not take that lightly, because this bunch, they have trust issues. Them and me both. She laughed hard at my plight, but it just bounced off into the room. You got that right. So how do you do it? I asked her. Her look turned puzzled. Do what? I raised my arms to the clubhouse. How does a relationship happen when your man is in a club? Just like any other relationship. She took a sip of her coffee. I grew up in a club, so I knew the ways. But you, my dear, are a newbie. Good thing I'm here to help. She smiled. I'm not sure if this'll be good or bad. Rylan laughed hard. Both. Her head shook as she continued. It's pretty simple. Your man will have things he can't share with you. And trust me, you don't want him to. I don't. Her eyes stared me down, and I took notice. No, you don't. The less you know, the better. Now, that doesn't mean your man won't tell you things, but we old ladies don't push our men when it comes to the club. So it's almost like you have two lives? This wasn't too far off from what I had going on. I found out Dog Lady actually did go to jail. Bitch. She only got 3 years, and it'd be half that when she gets out. I'd be ready for her. Sort of. You're still involved in the club life. It's just some things you're not privy to. She set her hand down on the table. This is all hypothetical. I had reason to believe it wasn't, which made me all the more curious. Say your man gets a call in the middle of the night, and he has to get on his bike and be gone for 3 days. You'll know he's gone, but you won't know where he is. There has to be that level of trust between the two of you to make it work. Trust. That damn word again. Mine with wrong way took a hit, but knowing why he thought the way he did restored it. But... So your man is gone, possibly for days, and you don't know where he is. How do you know he's safe? And... She finished for me. That he kept his dick in his pants? Yeah. I grabbed my mug and took a sip, letting the warmth trickle down my chest. Safe. That's a relative word. They're men, real men, ones who don't fuck around. They know how to protect themselves and aren't afraid to do it. All you can do as his old lady is tell him to be safe and that you love him. It was true. I did love him. You have to find a way to be good with that. Some can handle it, and some can't. But you've got grit. I know you can. How? She leaned in like she was going to tell me a secret. How? Because you were fucking tortured. Your best friend had his hand crushed. You didn't think you'd get out of there alive. Even with all of that standing in your way, you still veered them away from the club. That isn't something that just anyone would do, Hayden. But it wasn't an option for me to put Wrong Way or the club under the bus. It was just a must-do. And that right there proves my point. Loyalty, woman. We at Ravage choose who our family is. Blood is blood. But loyalty is where the true relationships come from. I felt my brows scrunch. How old are you? Because you talk like you're 100. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it how you want. We both chuckled, and I gripped my cup harder. And the other? Crow knows that if he even thought about it, I'd cut his dick off. Just make that really clear. To this, I burst out laughing. What did I miss? Goldie said, walking in the door with Van on her heels. Club life. Van ran right into Ryland's arms. How'd it go? A smile came across the little girl's face. I got to see Mommy for a little bit. She said she was feeling better. That's good, Ryland said, as I lifted my brow to Goldie, who swatted her hand in the air like she was hitting a gnat. Guess whatever it was, I wasn't going to find out in that second. Van went on as Goldie came up next to me. So spill, what's going on? Ryland was just telling me that I needed to threaten Wrong Way with the loss of his balls if he dicked around on me. Goldie burst out laughing. Oh, if I had $1 for every time I said that to Bear, I'd be a rich woman. I'm surprised they'd listen. Goldie got serious, and her laughter died. You talked to your man? We already said no others. She nodded. That's good. You tell him where you stand. You're a woman, and you know what you deserve. The fucking moon. He'll give you that and more. This is definitely interesting. Babe, you ain't seen nothing yet. Howdy all, the bitch-faced Carly said, coming into the club. The same woman who wanted my man. She looked beautiful as ever. Too bad her inside didn't match the out. Hey, Goldie said, while Ryland said nothing. What? Aren't you happy to see me? She aimed the question at me. I leaned back in my chair. I don't care enough about you to feel anything. Carly giggled, but it wasn't cute, more sinister. Oh, you'll feel all right. Wrong Way tell you about us? Oh, Christ, shut the fuck up, Carly, and move on. Ryland jumped in, but I held up my hand to her. Carly was obviously targeting me, and I wasn't one to back down. You want my man. He doesn't want you. Therefore, I have no problem. We do have a problem if you put your hands on him again. Oh, don't worry, I will, she said cattily. Quickly, or as quick as I could, I grabbed my knife and was up and behind her before she knew what was happening. Pressing the blade against her throat, I stilled her with my other arm. Even though it had been a couple of weeks, my body still ached, and my ankle was having none of it. Like always, though, I stood still and let her feel me. Listen, bitch, I will slice you up and feed you to the wolves. You go near him and swing that dirty, smelly pussy by him, or 5 feet from him, I'll cut you so much they won't recognize your body. Carly's body trembled. Good. Guess you're not as badass as you thought, I said, pushing her away from me. It's time for you to go, Ryland said. You've had your time. You know the rules. You cause problems, you're out. Carly's face turned white as a sheet. But I, she stammered. I don't give a flying fuck if Jack the fucking Ripper is waiting for you outside. You're done. I wondered if Ryland had the power to do that. I seriously had to learn these new rules. Carly wrapped her arms around her body, not moving. Get out, or I'll put you out, Ryland said, and Carly took off like a shot. Goldie tisked. Woman. Ryland's hand came up and waved. I'll talk to him. Really, though, she was a pain in the ass. Wait, you couldn't do that? I asked. Ryland laughed. Really, I do anything I want. But the mamas are kind of club business. But I also don't take any of their shit. Once I talk to Crow, it'll be good. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that one, Goldie threw in. Van had run off to the kitchen, thank goodness. I didn't want her to have to hear all that. I'll fuck him. He'll be fine. I leaned in. What's up with her mom? I bobbed my head to Van, who I could hear rustling around in the kitchen. Drugs. She's working on getting clean, but it's an uphill climb. My heart hurt for the little girl, and I was happy she had Rylan in her life. That had to be hard for her to deal with. Damn. She's actually doing better. She needs to, for Van. Just then, Van ran out of the kitchen. Whoever got the chocolate chip muffins is my new best friend. We all burst out laughing. If only chocolate chip muffins could save the world. 47. Hayden. A key going into the lock had me awake and scrambling to the floor from Wrongway's bed. Even after all these years, that instinct was in me. I reached to the bedside table and grabbed my knife. The door creaked open, and I moved to the end of the bed, peeking my eyes over. The light flipped on, and it took a minute for my eyes to adjust. Hayden? A huge breath escaped me. Yeah, here. I climbed up from the floor and tossed my knife to the bed. You gonna cut me, baby? I moved to him and wrapped my arms around his neck. Yep, slice and dice. He chuckled. I loved hearing that sound. The door shut with a thud, probably from his boot as he walked us into the room. His lips came down to mine in a punishing kiss. He'd only been gone a few hours, but damn, I hungered for his touch. Clutching his neck tightly and stepping up on my tiptoes, I let him take whatever he wanted from me. When he pulled away abruptly and grabbed my wrists to still my moments, I was taken aback. Looking into his eyes, something wasn't right. What's wrong? I asked quickly. Have a seat. Oh, hell, nothing ever starts well with have a seat. But I sat, and he did too, next to me. Gotta get in your business, as in your job, for a second. Did you work any cases that had to do with some sick-as-shit porn? At first, I was startled at the question, but recovered quickly. This was Wrongway. I'd tell him anything he asked. Yeah, worked one a while back. Tell me about it. I didn't know where he was going with it, but I explained everything, from the first moment I got the message to me taking the money from the bank and distributing it to the women and men in the videos. There wasn't a detail I left out, even telling him Rocco's involvement. Fuck me, Wrongway said, rolling his head and looking up at the ceiling. What? What's going on? I asked, reaching over and grabbing his hand, needing that connection with him. Did you save or keep anything from that? I nodded. Yeah, in an encrypted folder. Can you access it now? I nodded again. What's going on? This time it was more of a demand. He didn't look right, and I was getting nervous. Go to my computer and get started. I'll tell you everything. Without another word, I got up and went to his banks of computers and got busy. We need to know if there's a connection with this site and Archie Crawley and/or Senator McCluskey. My eyes widened. Holy shit, I said on a gasp. Wrongway's head jerked to the computer, and I went back to it. As Wrongway told me what was going down, my gut dropped. Fuck, did I start this ball rolling from what I did? Tears burned my eyes as my fingers typed, putting in the encryption information. It did. Shutting down this asshole started this roller coaster. But I didn't know if it made me a bad person, but I would have done it again. Those women and men. It needed to stop, and it did. But fuck me, the shit I came up with. Here's the list of IP addresses and names. They didn't use real names on here, and they used prepaid cards that couldn't trace back to them. That was why I had no idea who was who, just the guy running the show. Wrongway rested his chin in his hands, thinking. The man. What can you find on that? The man? Seriously? Yeah, babe. What a dick, but I already knew that. Scrolling through, I found it. There, I said, pointing to the screen. Let me find the IP connected, and I can do a search. Wrongway's hand came to my shoulder as he leaned over and kissed my temple. Such a sweet gesture from a man who was radiating so much anger. Thankfully, not directed at me. I followed the chain as it bounced me around from here to there. It led me to a physical address that I put in the search engine. A large federal building came into view. There, it's coming from there. Fuck, he's a goddamned moron, fucking doing that shit from a federal building. He'll be in prison for a while, that's for sure. Wrongway kissed my temple once again. Jail isn't where this fucker is gonna go. I kept my mouth shut, taking advice from Rylan. I didn't need to know, so I didn't ask. But I did go down another path. So let me get this straight. I took down Mark. The senator and his guy or whatever were part of this service, and I use the term loosely. When it shut down, they were pissed. Gary wanted your building so he could do his sick shit and restart the business. He had my father kidnap me and try to steal your shit to get leverage on you for the property. Am I right? That's what I'm coming up with. I bit my bottom lip. But how did he know it was me who shut it down? I was damn careful, and I'd never been caught before. That I don't know yet, but I'll find out. He lifted me from the chair and kissed me hard. Gotta go. Be safe, always. Guilt weighed heavy on me after he left, but I couldn't seem to change my actions. Sometimes, even the ones that did good deeds had bad follow through in their wake.
48. Wrong way. I'm gonna kill him, Crow said, after I relayed everything I'd just found out with Hayden. The picture was becoming clearer by the second, and the puzzle pieces were finding their places. Don't know how he found out about Hayden, though, nor his connection to her father. That was the missing part, one I intended on finding the answer to. Just then, headlights shone through the night sky as we stood on our property where the large building was held. It was a huge Morton building that we hadn't made a decision on what to do with. One thing we knew it wouldn't be was some sick and twisted porn site. That shit didn't come to Rebellion. Fuck that, and fuck the prestigious senator. Looks like we won't have to wait to get those answers, Crow said, crossing his arms over his chest. Brewer stepped up to us. You know this means Rook gets no pardon. And he'd be pissed as shit if we didn't protect the club and let this weaselly little fucker get away with it. He'd rather stay the time than allow this shit to happen to our club and Rebellion. True, I added in, as the black SUV stopped and I clocked 2 men in the front. When the door opened, there was the senator and another man with him. He was bulky, but didn't appear fit. The bulky man got out of the SUV and moved next to the senator. Protection? Good luck with that. The duo moved close, the lights on the SUV killing, plunging us into slight darkness. The light over the building was on, but it cast a shadow and was nowhere near bright. Came to your senses, huh? The old man smiled, like he'd just won the jackpot and was riding high on life. Sick fuck. Who's this? Crow asked, not taking his gaze off the 2 men. My mind went through trying to place the extra guy, but was unable to. A friend. Crow put out a long whistle, then ordered, Everyone out! Wait, what? The senator said, stepping forward and reaching out to Crow. That was when we moved, fast and efficient. I grabbed the senator's wrist and got him down with ease. Tex was on the friend, and took him down with ease. The asshole was going to be pissed he came to this meeting. Chump. The doors to the SUV opened, and I heard their yells. Looking over, Hornet and Rooster had the two on the ground, their hands out in front of them, while each bent down to pull out their guns. "I so get a turn at this guy, or I'm fucking leaving," Warden said, with his arms across his chest. The man was itching to get away from rebellion. Why, we had no idea. That was his story, and he wasn't ready to tell it. "Phones!" I called out, as Phoenix started gathering them from the four men. "Check to see if they have navigation, and cut the damn engine." Technology. Sometimes it was great, others not so much. Crow went up to Tex, his gun out and pointing at the friend's feet. "Don't fucking move. Tex, fire." Tex nodded and went off to start one, as Warden turned off the SUV engine and grabbed all the phones and one tablet from the SUV. Warden held them up in question. "Come here and watch him," I said. "Fine by me," he replied, handing out the electronics. I took them and moved to the fire. One by one, I opened them and pulled the SIM cards out and chucked them in the fire. Then went the actual devices. "Seems like a good night for a hog roast," Phoenix chuckled. "What are you doing?" the friend said. "Don't you know who I am?" "Nope, don't give a fuck." Walking up to him, I said, "And it doesn't matter, because in a second, you'll be dead." "Everyone will be looking for me," he boasted, as the senator started babbling. "Good, because no one will find you. Ever." Crow nodded to Warden, who put a bullet in the guy's head. Then 2 more shots went off as Hornet and Rooster took out their men. The 3 guys had it coming. They knew what was going on out here. They worked for him and probably partook in their dirty deeds. Well, fuck them. All of them. The only one needed alive for the moment was Gary. "Fuck. Couldn't we have waited until we walked them to the fire?" Phoenix complained as he pulled the 300-pound man through the dirt and grass over to the fire, carrying the man under his armpits. "Stop your bitchin'," Tex said, throwing oil on the fire. It made everything go up quick, but my attention was on Gary. He held the questions I needed to have answered. "Up," Crow commanded, as Brewer and I pulled him to his feet. His eyes were jittery and going all over the place, looking for an out. Sorry, no outs. Your status gets you nowhere here. "You can't do this! I'll have your asses in slings!" Gary yelled out, with false bravado. We'd heard all this shit before with other people. It didn't faze us anymore. We had our ways of making things vanish, which was what was going to happen to all 4 of them. "No, that's your fetish, isn't it, Senator?" My tone was snide, my nostrils flaring. "Saw the pictures. You getting it on with young girls, using whips and chains on them while they cried. All of them." So I didn't really know if it was everything, but he didn't need to know that. And just bringing up the images had me wanting to throw up again. "That's bullshit. I have no idea what you're talking about." Not holding back, I punched his jaw as he screamed, blood spewing from his lips, his head cocking to the side. "Don't fucking lie to us, bastard! You want our building so you can bring forced porn to the sick fucks of the world." "No, I never said that." As we stood in the half-moon facing him, Warden held Gary's hands behind his back. Gary tried to get away, but it didn't happen. The fire behind them was burning bright. Tex and his fires. "Archie told us all about it. Gave us his computer," Crow added in, his arms crossed over his chest. The senator's eyes went on alert at the mention of Archie, but he said nothing. "Yeah, fucker was itching to tell somebody," Brewer tossed into the conversation. "Said you're going to start your own website." That, of course, was a bunch of bullshit, but he didn't need to know that either. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Let me go," he demanded, and a chuckle escaped a few of us. Yeah, he underestimated the Ravage MC. No one should ever underestimate the Ravage MC. Should we get a log, wrap him on it, and put him over the fire until he talks? Phoenix asked all of us, but no one in particular. You can't do this, Gary demanded, and I was getting sick of his shit. Can we get this shit show on the road? I asked Crow, who smirked. He was feeling it too. The need to get answers and get the fuck out of here. Raising my boot, I kicked the man in his kneecap. He cried out in pain, and Tex lost his grip, letting him fall to the ground. Warn a brother, would you? Tex said, brushing his hands on his jeans. I ignored him. 2 questions. You answer them, we go easy. You don't, we go hard, and you will feel every bit of pain from the end of your hair follicles to the tips of your toes. I don't know what you're talking about. It came out broken as he cried in pain. He hadn't felt anything yet. Turning around, I went to the bag I brought, opened it, and pulled out my computer, pulling up the sick-as-fuck pictures. This. I kept scrolling, bending down so he could see as well. Gary didn't say anything. Instead, he moaned and turned his head into the dirt, trying to get away from the images. Funny how once you stroked your cock to these, and now you act like they are the most horrible things on the planet. Say, how would your wife feel about seeing this? His head turned to me. You can't. Fucker, I can and I will. Oh, and those kids of yours. Not to mention the men and women of the Senate, hell, the whole government. It will put a hell of a crush on everything around you, I taunted, setting the computer down while the pictures played. Fuck me. I don't want to see this shit, Tex spat, turning away from the screen. Couldn't blame him one bit. What do you want? Gary said, shaking his head back and forth on the dirt. Why Hayden? He was the one in charge of getting her father to take her. I needed the why to solve this puzzle. Who? I lifted my boot, but Tex held out his hand, and I paused. Let me. Tex reached for the man's arm, wrenching it hard behind his back. Gary screamed in pain as Tex bent his wrist back so far it could break. Talk! Tex ordered, letting him go but not moving far. She's the bitch who put Mark in prison. I had men on Mark because he was getting sloppy. It came out a bit broken, but I was still able to make out the words. Tracked the bitch down and saw you, he spat at me, coming out of her house. She was working with you, and us needing a new place, I came to you with an offer. You stupid fuck, Crow said, stepping forward, grabbing Gary's leg, and cracking it over his knee. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the dark night. Gary's screams became louder. It was good we owned the acres of land around us. No one would hear a thing. Hayden didn't work for us, you moron, Crow said down to him. Why her father? Gary groaned, now twisting from side to side on his back, holding his leg. Bone was protruding, so it had to hurt like a bitch. Just easy. When I looked into her and read about her father, I knew if anyone could get her to do what I needed to have done, it would be him. He also needed money. It worked. I looked up to the sky above. Please save us from the stupid people of the world. The sky had no response. Anyone else know about this shit? Archie and the guy you killed, but that's it. I loomed over him. You'd better fucking hope so. If not, this shit gets spread far and wide for your family. Remember that. His head shook back and forth. I hucked up a loogie and spat it down on his face. You're a worthless piece of shit. Pulling out my gun, I shot him between the eyes. Clean up on aisle 7, Phoenix yelled, and we all burst out laughing.
49. Hayden. We were laying in Wrongway's bed at the clubhouse. The light was coming in the window, but we were still under the covers. I'd tried to wait for him to come back, but I'd fallen asleep at some point. Whatever he had to do, I didn't like it, but I accepted it. Really, the only reason I didn't like it was because I didn't want him to get hurt. Guilt laid heavy on my chest. Even though I wouldn't change it, I still held that weight on my shoulders. What I did affected people in a way I didn't know. After Wrong Way woke me up and we talked, the guilt got a bit heavier. He told me not to let it, that the situation was handled, but it still lingered inside of me. "You're thinking pretty hard there." His gravelly voice rumbled in my ear since my head was on his chest. It was one of my favorite things about him. "Are you pissed at me?" He shifted me, so we lay face to face in the bed. "Pissed you got yourself tangled with assholes? Yeah. Pissed that you saved those people? No." I swear I wasn't being tailed. My eyes pleaded with him to believe me. I just wanted him to believe me. "Everything in life has consequences. Some are positive, some are not. You got yourself in one that wasn't. Now it is. We move on." This made my back go straight. Just like that. Just like that. But we do have one problem. My brows scrunched. "What's that?" "My shit ain't at your place." My chest warmed once again. "Reed Maxwell, are you barging into my house?" "Fuck yeah." I rolled my eyes for dramatics. "Fine, I guess I can put up with you." "That's good." Wrong Way let me go and rolled off the bed. His fine ass was making me wet as he walked across the room, opened a drawer, and pulled something out. When he turned around, my eyes were on his cock, but something was obstructing my view. Looking up, I gasped, "You gonna be my old lady?" Tears welled up, and I fought them down. I wasn't going to cry, damn it. He held up a black leather vest with a patch on the back that said, "Property of Wrong Way." Fuck, that felt good. Felt safe. Felt right. For once in my life, everything felt right. 2 weeks later. "How's those beans coming?" Goldie called from across the kitchen. I had to take the leather off my back because it was hotter than hell back here. After this, I was going to need to go out and jump in that pool to cool off. "About 10 more minutes," I yelled back to her. Rylan, Ash, Van, Goldie, Callie, Shell, and I were all cooking our damn asses off, literally. I swore I lost 5 pounds in my ass alone. It was family day, and that meant not only club members, but their extended family, biological, and everything in between. Therefore, instead of cooking what we normally did, we tripled it. It smelled damn good, though. "Can I go put out the corn?" Van asked Goldie, who smiled down at her. "Sure, child, just don't drop it." "I won't," she said as she bounced off. "Lordy, I hope that tinfoil holds up." Goldie shook her head. "Relax." Callie bumped into her. "Girl, get your ass busy." This was still a puzzle to me. Goldie always called Callie and Shell her girls. "Why do you call them that, your girls?" I asked, as Goldie's eyes came up to mine. "It's fine. She's one of us, but do it quick before the little ears show up," Rylan put in, stirring a huge pot of gravy. "They're ladies of the night," Goldie started, and Callie burst out laughing. "We're hookers. We do what we gotta do to survive." My head nodded. This didn't come as some huge shock or epiphany to me. I get that. Had some times in my life when I almost walked that line. Everyone's gaze was on me, but I kept stirring the beans. Life on the streets isn't easy. You gotta do what you gotta do. "Really?" Rylan asked. I shrugged. Life is survival. If you can carve out a bit of happy to go with it, that's a bonus. The kitchen was silent for a beat, until Goldie said, "All right, let's get the food out." After putting the food in containers, we took it out to the clubhouse. Rocco and Janie came. I hugged them quickly, then went about the food. I'd even met Greer, Crow's oldest boy, who had a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Considering his mom died not too long ago, I understood. On the second round, I spied Wrong Way, and he winked at me. I loved when he did that. His gaze broke from mine as he pulled out his phone and took the call. I set the beans down, but I saw it when his eyes got huge. "On it," I heard him say as he pointed to the door. "Grams is here. Jimmy says she's got a part of a fence and mailbox attached to her back end." Racing out with Wrong Way, Ms. M was pulling her huge caddy into the parking lot. She looked around the place and saw no parking places, so she made one, right where she stopped, blocking several cars and trucks. Behind her car, indeed, was part of someone's fence and a partial mailbox. We made our way quickly to her and opened the door. "You need to get some parking in here," she yelled to Wrong Way before she even got her bony ass out of the car. "You're fine where you are," he said, reaching into the car and helping her out. She stood with ease. "Want to tell me why you have part of someone's yard on the back of your car?" Ms. M looked back. "Well, looky there. I didn't hit anything. I have no idea where it came from." Wrong Way looked up to the heavens. I had no idea what he thought about when he did it, but it was probably for patience. "Graham, seriously, you had to know you ran into it." She shook her head adamantly. "No, I did not, Reed Maxwell. Do not question your Grams. Now, I'm hungry." Wrong Way looked over to me, and I gave him a knowing smile. His Grams was something else. "Hi, Ms. M," I said, walking on the other side of her, not daring to touch her so she didn't go off on me. "I cannot believe you let a man move in, Hayden. What must his family think?" she teased. She liked having Wrong Way right next door just about as much as I did. "I know. I heard she's a horny old woman." Ms. M burst out laughing. By the time we got in, everyone had said hi to Ms. M, and we got our food. Most were already done eating. But it seemed that when people were finished, they congregated to our table. That was because Ms. M was hilarious. "She needs her pooper shooter fixed. I keep telling her, but she won't go to the doctor. She just wants to keep polluting the planet with her gas," Ms. M said, twirling her fork in the air while everyone laughed. Pooper shooter was a new word for me. I liked it. "Then there's Hazel. I swear that woman suffers from CRS. Rylan laughs and says, "Can't remember shit." Ms. M pointed her fork at her. "Yes, indeed. She was supposed to have bunco, and just like the last time, she forgot. I even wrote it down on her calendar for her. You think I'm a bad driver. She's the one you should be looking out for. You know she went to the DMV and pulled her license? She said to hell with it and is still out on the road." She looked at Wrong Way, pointing her fork at him. "I passed mine." "Was that because I took ya?" A voice came from behind Ms. M as she turned, and she beamed up at Kenny. "How's my boy?" Kenny leaned down and kissed her cheek. "Good, Grams. Hungry." Ms. M made a shooing motion with her hand for him to go and get food. When he got back, a space had cleared for Kenny to sit down. Janie was next to me, and Rocco was in a heated debate with Tex, whatever in the hell that was about. "And I did not get my license because you took me. I got it because I can still drive just fine." Kenny chuckled. "Right. That's why you have half the neighborhood attached to your car." Ms. M lifted her hand and smacked Kenny on the back of the head. "Damn it!" Wrong Way burst out laughing. That was what this was. Family. My family. My safety. My life.
50. Wrong Way. 5 weeks later. "Are we really doing this?" Hayden asked as we got off the plane and entered the Las Vegas terminal. The hustle and bustle of the place was off the charts. All through the terminal were slot machines and people sitting at them playing. Some were winning and yelling, while others just sat there monotonously pushing the button. This place had to make a killing. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if someone bought a plane ticket just to get in here and gamble. Stupid, but I wouldn't put it past them. Fuck yeah, we are. I pulled her intertwined hand with mine and kissed the top of it. We weren't waiting for anything. After both learning how close death could come knocking on our doors, there was no reason for it. She loved me, and I loved her. We were together until the end, ride or die. Might as well make it official. I loved having her tied to me in every way possible. The ring on her finger sealed the deal.
I can't believe you planned this so fast. We just talked about it last night.
Giving her a smile, I gave her a squeeze of the hand. Didn't you know the internet is a powerful thing? She laughed. It was one of her rare but there laughs, ones I could listen to until my dying breath. I was hoping to, and make her laugh like that all the damn time. Yes, this woman was going to be my bride, and a beautiful one at that. Spending the rest of my days next to her would be a blessing. One I never thought I'd have, but now that I did, I'd do everything to hold on to it. No matter what.
Miss Janey is going to be pissed.
Yeah, well, Grams and Kenny will be too. When we get home, we have something there. This is just for us. I could hear Grams from here yelling and pointing that bony finger of hers at us. While she'd be happy, she would want to be here. I knew it was selfish, but I wanted Hayden all to myself.
Let's do it.
Her smile beamed up at me, hitting me straight through the heart. Yes, my feelings for this woman didn't compare to any I'd had in the past. This one spoke to my soul and the man I am. Yeah, let's fucking do this.
Do you want the regular package, deluxe, or premium? Personally, I'd go with the premium.
The lady had a huge head of blonde hair that was styled up in a beehive. It didn't look like part of a costume, but just her everyday do. To each their own. Hayden looked up at me knowingly. Yep, she saw it too. Loved that we were so in sync. Beehive lady, whose name was Bali, no, I'm not making this shit up, explained the differences, but it was Hayden who answered her.
Just the regular wedding.
Hayden looked up at me. Part of me was a bit taken aback. Hayden was a simple woman, but some women on their wedding days wanted it all. I should have known that Hayden would be herself.
We don't need all the other stuff. I never thought I'd get married, and us being here is all that matters.
I leaned down and took her mouth. She tasted of mint as my tongue swept inside of her.
All right, let's get you two married, the beehive woman cut in, clapping her hands twice and pulling us out of the moment.
Stepping back from Hayden, she was a beauty. We stopped by our hotel, the Bellagio, and she changed into a form-fitting black dress. It had a huge slit up the side, and she had on heels. When I first saw her, my dick was so hard I could have beat nails in concrete. I'd never seen her in a dress before. Add in the sultry makeup and the heels, I was a fucking goner. Now, with her hair a bit mussed from me fucking her before we came, she's breathtaking. Me? I just put on jeans, a black shirt, and my cut. Just me. Hayden stole the show, but then again, she always did. The little white chapel was iconic, and what better place to begin a marriage with something that had so much history inside of it? Hayden's history was rocky, and from this point on, I wanted her to have everything easy. I wanted us to create our own story and way of life. We both deserved to write it as we saw fit. She deserved it, and so much more. It was my job to give it to her. "You ready?" she asked me as we walked down the aisle, covered in solid red together to the officiant. Ravage colors. Didn't even plan that one. Yeah, born ready. The officiant greeted us, and no, it wasn't Elvis, before he began. We held hands as we repeated the standard vows to each other. The way my woman beamed at me, I made a vow to myself to put that smile on her face for the rest of her life. Do you, Reed Maxwell, take Hayden Winchester to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or worse, richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do you part? She blinked her eyes in a way that she was memorizing this moment and capturing it, almost as if she was afraid it would all go up in a puff of smoke. Our gazes met. Absolutely. You're mine. A smile broke out on her face. The officiant started. Do you, Hayden Winchester, take Reed Maxwell to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or worse, richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do you part? Yes. Damn, that was a great word. One that made me the happiest fucking man on this planet. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss your bride. Wrapping my woman in my arms, I pulled her close to me. Ride or die, baby. She smiled as I took her mouth. It was long, deep, and passionate. Love you, I whispered, our foreheads resting on each other. And I love you, she replied. After a quick picture, we got out of there quickly, practically running back to our hotel. There were people everywhere at the chapel, and I needed to consummate my marriage. And our first time as a married couple wasn't going to be in a damn closet. The elevator ride up to our room appeared to take forever. Even though this hotel had several different banks of elevators going to certain floors to make it easier to get to your room, it was still too long. Hayden kissed me as I held her tight. The three people in the car with us would look in the mirrored sides of the elevator to see us. Hayden nor I gave a fuck. They wanted to watch, so be it. The bell chimed, telling us it was our floor. Scooping Hayden up in my arms, she gave a small cry as we made it down to our room. Pocket, I told her as she reached in and grabbed the key, slipping it into the door. As soon as it locked behind us, I rushed us to the bed. I've never eaten married pussy before, I said, tossing her to the bed, and she gave a sharp scream as she bounced. The laughter coming from her was beautiful, but I needed her moaning. Really? Wonder if it tastes different, she said coyly, moving to take off her shoes. Fuck no. You leave those on. I want those heels digging into my fucking back. Ripping off my cut and shirt, I fell between her thighs, bunching her skirt up around her stomach. A small scrap of fabric stood between me and her sweetness. Hope you didn't like these. What? She couldn't finish because her thong was now in my hand and thrown across the room. Babe, that was hot. You wet for me? She nodded as I dove into her pussy, licking, sucking, and kissing. Fuck, this woman was perfect. Slipping her clit between my lips, I sucked hard, not letting up as her back arched off the bed, her hands coming to my hair and pulling. Yeah, baby, give me that. Adding a finger, my tongue flicked the sensitive nub at different rhythms, finding which one was setting her aflame tonight. My girl loved me eating her out, and each time had been a little different. Finding her sweet spot, I worked her hard. Sucking her in deep again, she screamed out as her pussy contracted around my fingers, sucking them in deeper. Reaching down, I unbuttoned my jeans and freed my aching cock. Slipping inside of her, she felt like heaven. My body fell on top of hers, my hands going to the sides of her face. This is going to be hard and rough. I'll do slow later. Her lips tipped. As long as I have you. My damn heart constricted. Always. Staring into my wife's eyes, I made love to her, and would for the rest of my life.
51. Hayden. 3 months later. It stared back at me, plain as day. I couldn't believe it, though, so I did another. Then another. Each one saying the same thing. Pregnant. Holy shit. Holy shit. Shit. We hadn't even talked about kids. Sure, he said something in passing about Ms. M's table and how it needed a family around it, but that was it. He never said anything else about it. What if he didn't want kids? What if he never even thought of children? My breaths were coming out uneven as I stared at the 3 sticks. I'd been on the shot for years and never thought in a million years I'd be looking down and see those 2 little pink lines on all 3 of the tests. I barely survived my childhood and didn't have a role model until Ms. Janey came in my life. Would I even make a good mother? Would I know what to do when he or she was crying? I feared I'd fuck up a child with all the baggage I had around me. Sucking in some deep breaths, I closed my eyes and pulled my shit together. It took 2 goes at it, but I did it. I'd survived everything else. I'd survive this. They had YouTube channels for this shit, right? Baby 101 or something like that? The door handle jiggled, then a pound came to the door. Why the fuck is the door locked? Closing my eyes tight, I did the breathing thing again. There was no way to hide this, just for the mere fact that we never locked the doors on one another. It was always an open-door policy, come and go as you please. This was out of the norm. No time like the present, I murmured to myself, picking up the 3 sticks and holding them in a fan in front of me, the pink lines very present. Reaching over, I unlocked the door and pulled it open. Babe, what the fuck is... His voice trailed off as he looked me over. So, about having kids? Wrongway's face turned up in a devilish grin as he scooped me up, the pregnancy tests flying everywhere, and spun me around. I could feel his happiness everywhere. So, I take it you're happy? I tried. He set me on my feet and cupped my face, pulling me close. Best fucking thing I've heard, besides I do. We could do this. Our extended family. And one of our own. I hoped it was a boy, and just like his daddy. Dreams really do come true. Happiness, safety, and security were not unattainable on your own. But with someone else, someone you loved, it made it all the better. This concludes Connected in Code by Ryan Michele. Narrated by Jillian Macy and Jeremy York. Copyright 2019, Ryan Michele. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ryan Michele and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.